Hey. Hello everyone. Hola, hola.
Hola, hola, bienvenidos al Maratón 8 y 9, Maratón Cuántico de Educación 3000. Así es que, bueno, pues, bienvenidos, bienvenidas.
Welcome. I will translate you.
Okay.
This marathon is bilingual. Este maratón es bilingüe. Welcome to our marathon number 8 and 9. And it's a pleasure to see you. And the slogan is, we are one world. Somos un solo mundo. Hay muchos países que nos va a ver. We have a lot of countries today. Welcome everybody.
Así es, y bueno, pues bienvenidos y por favor escríbanos de dónde se conectan, de dónde nos ven, porque realmente va a ser un maratón increíble.
Please tell everybody, tell all your friends, it's going to be an incredible marathon. We have so many countries, and put your comments.
Y bueno, estamos en Facebook a través de la página oficial de Noemi Paimal y estamos también en YouTube por 2 canales.
So we are in Facebook through my Facebook, Noemi Paimal, official Facebook, and we are on, where are we?
P3000.
And P3000 and P3000. We are on YouTube. It's Educatiooon3000 in different languages. Cari,
Entonces,
estamos en educación de diferentes idiomas en YouTube.
Sí, entonces les pedimos que se suscriban, que compartan y que posteen a otros amigos que les pueda importar esta información porque realmente son estrategias, es realmente como dice el maratón, esto es cuántico. Así es que está imperdible.
So please tell all your friends, subscribe and share everywhere. And yes, it's a quantic marathon.
Y bueno, pues empiezan ya los comentarios. Vamos, Vanessa Mirindo dice, buenas tardes, cariños, del Valle de Tronc, Chiles.
Good
afternoon. De Trancas, Chile.
Hello, Chile.
Pues, realmente, pues, bienvenida Vanessa, bienvenida a todos los que poco a poco se están conectando. Realmente estamos muy emocionadas porque pues ya es la 8ª edición. Mañana será la 9ª edición.
Yeah, this is our 8th edition, 8th program with a marathon. Tomorrow is the 9th one and the last one. So it has been a huge marathon.
Así es. Y bueno, pues sigan comentando, sigan compartiendo, porque ya en 2 minutitos ya empezamos con la mega información y también pues vamos a tener la dicha de contar con Laura Andrade. Va a estar acompañándonos aquí a lo largo de estos maratones.
So we will start with the interviews and we have the pleasure to have Laura Andrade with us. And she's going to translate as well.
Y bueno, déjenme, miren, empezamos con India, seguimos con Turquía, estamos en Reino Unido, estamos en Estados Unidos, las Bahamas, Chile, los Mamos de la Sierra Nevada de Colombia y muchos más. Así es que no te lo puedes perder.
So today we have India, Turkey, England. We have one special person, is a Mamo or wise person from Sierra Nevada, Colombia. So a very good panel. And we have tomorrow as well. Yes, number 9. So an incredible weekend. Thanks to everybody.
Sí, gracias.
We are looking at them all the time.
Sí, y también decirte que están los videos ahorita en los canales de YouTube, por si te interesa más a fondo alguna información que se presente aquí, o si es que es la primera vez que ves este tipo de maratón, tenemos el 1, el 2, el 3, el 4, el 5, el 6 y el 7, los tenemos en lista de reproducción en nuestros canales. Están los videos ahorita en los canales de YouTube.
I stopped the echo, don't worry.
Okay.
I was checking, but YouTube is working very nice. YouTube is okay.
Ok,
Check,
bien.
check.
Noé, entonces, si quieres decirle a nuestros amigos que tenemos el maratón desde la edición 1 hasta la edición 7, están colgados en lista de reproducción para que tengan acceso a todas estas informaciones porque es de todo el mundo.
So we want to tell everybody that if you want to see the previous videos, or if you have time to see everything today and tomorrow, you want to see Marathon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, it's all on YouTube. And the YouTube channel is, I have it here, Education 3000 in different languages. Actually, we are right now here, and I can see already 2 hearts. It's wonderful.
Así es. Y bueno, recordarles nuestra página en internet www.p3000.info, donde además de encontrar todas estas maravillosas entrevistas, pueden tener acceso a material muy interesante.
So this is the website in Spanish. P3000 es la página en español y estoy segura que Karina lo tiene en inglés. The page in English. See, she's so bright. She's a genius. The page in English is www.education30, as always, 3000.info. Why 3 O's? Because you remember us.
Ya.
¿Sabes por qué tenemos 3 O?
A ver, dime por qué.
No, tú.
Bueno, pues porque es P3000 con esas, bueno, y aparte 4000 y 5000. Entonces, sí. Entonces por eso es estas 3 O. Y
there is a joke, hay una broma. Es que Google tiene 2 O, entonces teníamos que tener más que Google. There is a joke that Google has 3 O's, no, 2 O's. So we decided to put one more to have more than Google. It's a joke. Well, okay. Anyway, the website is www.education3000.info in English. This page is only in English. All the books are in English, all the info, videos. So please unload, and it's all free as always.
Bueno, y saludos de nuevo desde Costa Rica. Es Manuel Ledesma, así está, así que pues bienvenido. Y saludos, tenemos Chile, Costa Rica y México. Saludos, Marisa Chávez, una hermana, una amiga del alma, así que gracias por estar aquí en compañía.
Thank you. We have greetings from Mexico, Chile, Costa Rica. And please go on putting comments because it's that the idea with the life is to have the interaction with everybody. We are all important to change education. Todos somos súper importantes cuando se trata de cambiar, transformar, co-crear, co-construir la educación.
Así es. Y bueno, es que de verdad que a lo largo de estos maratones, yo no estuve así frente a la pantalla en los primeros, me integré desde el 6º maratón, desde el 5º maratón, y de verdad es que, por favor, siempre les digo, tengan su libreta, tengan apuntes, hojas, porque, es realmente uno aprende, ¿eh? Y tiene que ver este maratón a lo mejor 1 o 2 veces, apuntar el nombre de quién presenta tal proyecto o cuál propuesta o qué herramienta, porque de repente me pasa a mí, si yo no tengo aquí apuntado, sí me acuerdo. Y cuando lo requiero, oh my God, ¿por qué no lo anoté?
So Karina is saying, please have this book and have something to write down, because sometimes we think we will remember and sometimes we regret, oh, I didn't take notes, and now I forgot. It was so good. Or you can record, or you can go back, of course, to internet. But sometimes to write down, it will just engrave, or it will just make your brain remember, because we are still we are a written civilization.
Good. Y Gaby se comunica desde Argentina.
Hello, Argentina.
Así es, pues saludos desde Argentina. O
And
bueno,
practice your
saludos
English.
desde...
You can put in English too, even though you speak Spanish.
Ok.
Remember, this marathon is bilingual. We have to incorporate the whole word. That's why we put, we are one word.
We are one world. Sí,
That's
sí, sí.
true. We have so many ethnic races, children, old person of my age, person of Karina's age, but we are one in essence, one with the planet, one with
Sí.
all the existence.
Sí, sí, sí. Y sabes que, Noé, que realmente estamos cada vez más involucrados en este cambio de la educación.
Yes, Karina is saying we are more and more involved with all education, and I will go on in English because as a family, as a teacher, as a business person, we are all involved. Government, the mayor of the town, because it's about that. All human beings needs to grow and flourish and blossom and be happy and have knowledge and have talents and use it. ¿Quieres traducir eso? ¿Entendiste o yo voy? Voy a traducir a mí misma. Porque todos, que seamos familia, que seamos jefe de empresa, el alcalde, que seamos profesor, todos hemos, por uno mismo, estamos involucrados en la educación, porque todos necesitamos más conocimientos, utilizar nuestros talentos y poder hacer lo que vinimos a hacer. Entonces nos concierne a todos. We are one word.
Ya, así es. Bueno, entonces...
we are one word. We need the L.
Sí.
Es W-O-R-L-D. Word es una palabra. Y
sí.
world con la L es el mundo.
Sí.
Ahora dice, somos una palabra.
Bueno, es que Dios creó el mundo con una palabra, ¿no? Con la voz. Entonces, con la palabra creamos y entonces creemos un nuevo mundo lleno de esperanza, de amor.
This is so good. I will translate that because I was saying we are one word. It's only word like what we talk about. And I wanted to say the word like the whole planet. And she said, yeah, but God started the whole word with one word.
Okay.
This is wonderful.
Y bueno, nos abrazan, nos mandan un abrazo enorme desde Argentina, Córdoba, San Marcos de la Sierra, noche azul solar. Un abrazo fuerte hasta allá.
Big.
Sí. Ay, de verdad, qué lindas palabras. Bueno, Cosa Arévalo dice, hola a todas y todos, y nos manda delfines, el mundo, el arco iris, unos ojitos, flores. Y Noche Azul dice, poderosa, maratón de amor. Es cierto, porque es compartir, es estar en la misma sintonía, es elevar la frecuencia, es inspirarnos, motivarnos y saber que no somos los únicos curiosos en el mundo, sino que alrededor hay más personas como nosotros.
Tal cual.
Si lo quieres.
Saying, Ay, me perdí. ¿Qué dijiste?
A ver si me acuerdo. ¿Qué dice poderosa? Y luego maratón de amor. Digo, sí es maratón de amor porque es compartir.
The comment about love and to share and one love.
Sí. Aquí tenemos a Laura. Ya está casi lista. ¿Qué les parece? Sí, bueno, mientras vemos la intro de what is Educatiooon3000?
Yes, let's go. So we go to the intro. Educatiooon3000.
Ok, entonces, bueno, hemos recibido. Ok, nos están saludando.
We have more greetings.
Ok, entonces, bueno, pues ahí va. Comparto pantalla para empezar ya con estos videos, pero es importante saber precisamente quién los presenta. Entonces, pues, vamos con el primer video de hoy.
So let's go to our first video, which is Education 3000. Les invitamos a co-crear una educación integral con conciencia y para todos. Una educación que sea con la verdad, con cooperación, entusiasta, que sea agradable, feliz, multicultural o multicultural, divertido, sabio, horizontal, ecológica, con mucho cariño y de paz.
Wow, pues aquí estamos ya con Laura Andrade. Laura, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenida.
Hola a todos, muy bien, muchas gracias. Muy feliz de estar aquí acompañándolas en esta maratón número 8. Very, very happy to be here.
Muy bien.
Oh, Karina, you speak English.
Laura, ¿de dónde te conectas? Platícanos, ¿dónde estás ahorita?
Lorena, Laura, where are you from?
Bueno, les
you,
cuento.
and then it's up to you, and then you translate for me.
Ok, bueno, yo soy de Colombia, soy de
I am
Bogotá
from Colombia.
y estoy aquí trabajando en un proyecto muy lindo de educación alternativa.
And I'm
Se
working
llama-
with the alternative education system.
Se llama Two Songs, Dos Canciones y bueno,
It's
tratando
called
de
Two
poner
Songs.
un granito de arena en la educación aquí en Colombia.
And my goal is
Muy
to
feliz
put
de estar con ustedes el día de hoy.
in education here.
Bueno, pues gracias por estar aquí y gracias
Thank
por
you.
este compromiso de hacer un mundo mejor cada día.
Thank you for you making the world a better world. The world a better world. For your, ¿cómo dices compromiso?
Commitment.
For your commitment, dear Laura.
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay, now I don't translate anymore. No, más. Acento francés, además.
I'm the one that translates now, okay.
Bueno, y déjenme les comento que nos mandan saludos desde Costa Rica, Elena Araya Torres, un saludo desde Costa Rica, saludos, gracias por estar aquí en este maratón cuántico, porque realmente es increíble todo lo que vamos a ver. Y bueno, Laura, ya tienes ahí tu plumita, Sí.
Ya estoy muy lista, de verdad que sí. Hay muchísima información. Loads of information for everyone.
Sí. Bueno, entonces, Noé, ¿nos quieres decir a quién vamos a ver ahorita? Porque vamos a la India con Arup Mukhopadhyay.
Yeah, that is a great friend from. Oops.
En español.
Un experto en educación de la India.
Okay, so he is the CEO and he is an education consultant.
Y es, sí, es también CEO. I don't know Spanish.
Ok, es director. Bueno.
Director.
Y él tiene mucha experiencia porque no solamente en India, se fue a África, se fue a las Islas Maldivas. ¿Maldivas se dice? Maldives Islands. Y tiene mucha experiencia en educación tradicional, también en conocimientos tradicionales, lo más avanzado en la educación de ahora. Entonces vamos a cubrir es una súper introducción ahora que tenemos. Y no sé si nos puede ver, es muy, muy, muy tarde en la India. Cuando voy demasiado largo, ¿me cortas?
Vale. Okay, so I will translate. Yes, this is a new job for me, everyone. I'm not really good at this. I'm just experimenting this translation.
Your English is so good.
So yeah, we're going to have someone from India. His name is Arup, and he's a CEO, and he's an education consultant. And he's worked in different schools. He founded 6 schools in India, and he works in the curriculum, and he's been a teacher as well. So he's got a great background in education.
Y lo que vamos a hacer con la traducción de los videos, todos son pregrabados, son de entrevistas que hicimos a los horarios correspondientes a cada país. Tal vez de poner la traducción Google en español y al final Laura puede hacer el resumen en español. La mayoría de los videos de hoy son en inglés. ¿Cómo nos vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo nos avicinamos?
So what we did is that we're going to show videos, interviews that already happened. So after these videos are mostly in English, most of them are English, but they will have subtitles in Spanish. But then we will, at the end of each interview, we will do a little summary in Spanish.
Sí, tal vez, bueno, la traducción de los subtítulos en español está bastante bien, solo tal vez estar al pendiente y si hay algo que no sea, a lo mejor ahí intervenir para decir, no, eso no dijo, porque realmente sí se entiende, sí se comprende la idea con los subtítulos y nada más estar al pendiente de si alguna letra se cambia, si alguna traducción, ¿te parece?
Listo, perfecto.
Ok.
Perfecto.
Bueno, y nos mandan saludos desde Dina Huapi, Argentina, Nadia Besancón. Saludos hasta Argentina. Y bueno, pues entonces iniciamos con India. Vamos, voy a compartir pantalla. Voy a bajarle un poquito al audio, por si es que Laura quieres intervenir luego en alguna palabra, ¿sale? Bueno, entonces vamos. Y por favor pongan manitas si escuchan bien, si de dónde se conectan, posteen, compartan, que aquí subimos el volumen, bajamos y bueno, el chiste es que todos podamos entender esta información.
So please your comments and tell us if the sound is good. Meanwhile, we have the video.
Okay.
Special guest. We are in India, and I apologize, sorry for you, but thank you for joining us. And we are with Mr. Arup Mukhopadhyay, and he is a Chief Executive Officer, Education Leader, and Consultant, and with many experience in many different countries with education and very nice view on the society and the new society. Would you like to present yourself? And then we start.
Well, thank you so much, Naomi. It's a great
Oh, thank you to
pleasure
you.
to have a chat with you. And it's indeed, I mean, it's a great occasion to be connected with your organization. And I really feel fortunate enough to do that. I am basically working for the past 31 years in this field of education. My area is basically kindergarten, I mean, 2.5 years old of children to around 18 years old children. So we call it K-12 education. Sometimes back in 1990, I started my career teaching kindergarten children and grown up from a Montessori trained teacher to teach biology and human biology in Cambridge and International Baccalaureate, followed by, I mean, heading the schools as a principal, then become the director and the chief executive officer.
So you got
My
the
role,
all array, everything.
thank you so much. So I'm in classroom teaching to heading schools, then designing curriculum, what way the people learn, how to teach, what to be taught, starting the teachers training program. And now in this, for the past 5 years, I am setting up various schools in different places. Around 6 schools I have started in India, Maldives, Tanzania, and I am working in some other countries as a consultant and advisor. My background is concerned, I am honors in zoology with a botany and chemistry and my post graduation in environmental science and undergone a B.Ed from University of Calcutta. I've undergone a couple of training from Harvard Graduate School of Education and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. That's all about me. And now I'll be happy to speak to you to answer your question and have a wonderful session ahead. I look forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. We are wondering, with all your background, what what is the core of teaching? What teaching should be based on? And the question of the million, why do we teach?
Oh, wonderful. I mean, what teaching should be based on?
Le puse en pausa porque me están diciendo que salen en los subtítulos en inglés. Entonces voy a volver a compartir pantalla porque en mi pantalla salen en español. Así es que, bueno, perdón, siempre pasa esto cuando estamos en vivo. Así es que, bueno, ahí en la pantalla. Ok, bien, va. Entonces, pam. Ok, comparto de nuevo para que ahora sí puedan salir los subtítulos en español. Vamos a ver. Si lo estás viendo en Facebook, bueno, vamos a ver. Aquí está el Maratón 1, video, vamos a ver, y...
See, I personally observe that even if somebody, okay, does not go to school at all, whether that person will not know anything? No. I know a lot of people. I know the great Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. He has not gone to school.
Wow.
He founded a school.
Wow.
He wrote the national anthem of not one country, two countries. He inspired a third national anthem of another country. He has not gone to school. He has not gone to formal school, what I mean. So, going to school and teaching learning has no relation. You learn from the nature. Learning is an automatic process. And the environment acts as a stimulus. It's a great stimuli to help somebody learn. But we, the adult, we, the parents, get little worried that whether our children will learn or not if we do not put some external forces. These external forces are school, examination, to speed up the learning process faster and making it little dangerous for the children. So, children would automatically learn from nature. And which should be called active learning. They will not
Active
simply
learning.
learn, they get active learning. Active learning helps the children to speed up the learning process. And what children should learn? The children should be what to be taught or what to be learned. The way the nature teaches us, the law of nature, how the equation, how the people interact, interdependency on nature. That's all about this. And I think the schools examination act as an agent to speed up the learning process and help somebody and giving you a certificate that yes, you have learned it. You have learned it. So it's a facilitation. It's a people facilitate learning. Whether it's a teacher, whether it's a mentor, whoever you see, if the process is a hand-holding process, holding a hand of a child and make them facilitate that how we can speed up the learning process. Because naturally, the learning process will take time, which we cannot afford to. In this situation, in the fast changing world, we cannot afford to wait and learn at the speed of the nature. So we set up school, we send the children to school, we conduct examination, we have the training, all the things to modify the teaching learning process. So that's I all will be telling you what to be taught, the law of nature.
The law. And active learning.
Active learning. Yeah, we are
all
all
into
in
it.
active learning.
I know from a previous conversation you are very interested with traditional knowledge as well, which I think is so important as well. And I live in South America and we see it every day.
Yeah.
How can we balance traditional knowledge and wisdom and techniques and technology with nowadays education?
Wonderful question for you. See, I mean, the teaching learning process will evolve with time, no doubt about it. If you look at 100 years back or 50 years back, what was the teaching learning process? This has changed drastically. Look at 2019. 90% people never thought that learning can be possible in a school over remote learning, online learning. In a school, online learning, school, the teaching, activity based. College, university, distant education, online learning is possible. We have never thought it before the pandemic hit us.
Correct.
So the learning going to be evolved time to time. Even a lot of countries, the school have not reopened yet. When the school would reopen, hopefully soon, the teaching learning will take a new shape. It's a new, completely metamorphose. So
correct.
Traditional teaching learning create the base of teaching learning. If you have asked the mathematics table of multiplication, you need to by heart. You need to remember. No magic, no artificial intelligence can help you. That's a traditional learning. In the olden days, the children used to go to religious center, spiritual center to learn the religious scriptures from the head of religious head. From that onwards, the modern day boarding school concept came. Spending in the house of the head of religion, or in the church, or in the temple. That's how the shift has started. So the traditional learning still hold the key of teaching learning, and the teacher act as the head. Still, though the process is from the same platform, still the teacher stand little higher than the student, because we always still believe the knowledge flows down, though it should be ideally parallel. Both ways it should be done. That's a modern concept. That's a present day concept. But the olden days concept, the knowledge flows from the higher to lower, and the teacher has been placed in a higher platform. Okay? So now this is the balance here. We ensured that teacher is not an instructor. Teacher is a facilitator who facilitates learning. So that's how they work from the similar platform. That's the transition from the traditional knowledge and the traditional concept to present day modern concept. Second, the traditionally people used to learn in a school and college 5, 6, 7 subjects. In a modern day, we started working on integrated curriculum. We're working on project-based learning, which has again modified to phenomenon-based learning, because we feel in a real world life, in the real life situation, problem does not come as a maths, problem does not come as a physics, chemistry, history, geography. Problem come as a whole. Like coronavirus, COVID-19 pandemic came not as a virus. It came as a whole problem. So if you need to combat the COVID-19, you need to have the knowledge of science, you need to have the knowledge of geography, you need to have the knowledge of chemistry, you need to have the knowledge of maths. So the new concept of education is phenomenon-based learning. The subject cannot be taught in isolation. It would be a combined affair. So these are some of the transition of the traditional knowledge to modern day knowledge. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you. What about leadership? Is leadership to be the same?
Well, see, in the few years back, leadership used to be viewed as managers. School leaders used to manage the school. But as the time is changing, the role of a teacher, role of a leader is changing. 20 years back, a school principal used to call as a head teacher. I recall very well, in England, they used to call us head teacher, head of a teacher. Then the modification came, headmaster, head of a masters. Then it became a principal. Now they call executive principal. Then very recently, principals of a high-end school are known as CEO. Why? Olden days, the head teacher role was to impart academics, to manage the teachers, to see the school run smoothly. But today, the complex world push the same headmaster, same teacher into marketing, branding of school, teachers training, finance, new pedagogy, children discipline, monitoring children, looking at the CCTV camera. School is no more an institution for teaching learning. School has become a corporate sector. Okay. As a result of this thing, the teacher cannot be only supervising, head teacher and the leader cannot only supervise the academic learning. The head teacher, the leader role is multifarious now. So it's an adaptive management. When there is a change in the system, the manager cannot function. You need to be a leader. You need to find out the new solution. You try to look at the new avenues to improve situation, not a status quo situation. So there is a great deal of change in the role of leaders. Leaders are not only facilitators or the managers. They are new inventors. They are academician, they are problem solver, they are managers, they invent things, they become a chief executive officer. So there is a metamorphosis. A head teacher metamorphosed into chief executive officer. So there is a vast difference of the role and responsibility of leadership in the new generation education.
And in this new situation and dynamic, what would you recommend? What is your message to teachers and parents?
Well, my message to
2021.
teachers would be, ensure that you create an environment conducive to learning. If you say again and again, have you understood? Have you understood? Do you know? Children would learn. Which is very important, is to create a conducive environment, hospitable to learn. So the role of a teacher to create an environment. Once the environment is created, the teacher should act as a facilitator and ask, inquire, and then it comes. The children should be eager to ask, eager to know, and construct the knowledge in the classroom. They'll be able to construct the knowledge in the classroom. But the parents need to leave the children to grow with their own development. Nothing to hurry up. Nothing to hurry. You do not think that we hurried so many years. One small molecule, one small COVID-19 has delayed the train. For a whole 1 year, children did not go to the school. Parents cannot complain to anybody. Parents would have complained to teachers, principal, school, why school is open, why school is closed, why you are not conducting exam. Parents would have been destroying everything, but now we can't do anything. It's a law of nature. So I would urge all the parents to be patient. Let the children bloom in goodness. My message would be, let the children bloom in goodness. That would be the message.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you so much. And
it was a wonderful.
The interview is so short because you have so much background, but we definitely keep in touch.
Sure, we'll be meeting, we'll be discussing in a very different occasion. It was a pleasure to be a part of your team. I hope I'll be able to contribute. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The goal of the marathon was that to be able to link everybody, to listen and see everywhere around the world. Something is happening definitely. And it's about blooming. The children, but us too, the society, everybody. We are
blooming in goodness. Blooming in goodness.
Metamorphosis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We keep in touch.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Take care.
Wow, pues definitivamente, Noé, qué interesante, gracias, de verdad fue increíble. Y con lo que yo me quedo, si quieres ir traduciendo.
Yes. So that's incredible, and what I recall from the video
es crear el entorno propicio para el aprendizaje.
Is to create the right environment for the learning process.
Crear un ambiente hospitalario.
That's hospitalario, like you are welcome, a welcoming environment. That's so important. It's more than teaching. O sea, más que enseñar es el entorno.
Sí.
So
y también
more than teaching is to create the environment.
Sí, y también dice que preguntemos a los niños preguntas extrañas.
And ask the children strange questions.
Y construir juntos en el aula el conocimiento.
Co-create the knowledge together in the classroom.
Y a los papás, que estén muy conscientes de que precisamente no hay que apurar a los niños, que cada quien tiene su proceso.
And tell the parent that they have to be aware. You don't push the children. We have to respect their own rhythm, own
Process.
speed, own way. Laura, ¿estás con sonido?
Sí, sí, sí.
Hello, do you hear me? Okay.
Te dejo la palabra.
Sí, que los padres, porque luego se cree a veces que hay como una competencia y no, cada niño tiene su proceso, entonces hay que entenderlos y hay que no apurarlos en su proceso.
Yes, he says we should trust the process because sometimes we want them to be competitive and just to leave them just to experience at their own rhythm.
Sí, y bueno, Vanessa Marino dice que increíble y dice Noche Azul, este 2021 es un año perfecto y sincrónico para expandir PET 3000, 4000, 5000 por aquí en Argentina. Propongo plan de tejido para esta educación universal. Oh, si quieres irlos traduciendo, porfa.
So this Noche Solar is telling us, so this 2021 is a perfect year just to expand the P3000, 4000, and 5000 this vibe. And here in Argentina, I'm planning to make it more viral, just to make the connection, the network, just to have this universal vibration in education.
Wow.
Sí, y también dice, a las niñas les fascinan, bueno, y a los niños y a las niñas les fascinan las preguntas extrañas, las charlas profundas.
It's saying also that the girls and boys love strange questions. That's so true. Yes, something that they're curious about.
Sí, y dice Vanessa, me quedé con la sensación de que ya no hay jerarquía, el liderazgo es en conjunto. ¿Entendí bien? Así es.
Vanessa is saying, I think there is no, like the pyramid, you know, when you have one leader who just tells what to do, like the information going downwards. So she got the what he says, that leadership or a group is about teamwork.
Yeah. Y bueno, dice, millonésimos círculos, dice Noche Azul.
Many circles.
Y dice, que los niños florezcan en bondad, maravilloso.
That children blossom. Yeah, he said, let the children grow in blossom. In goodness, sorry. In goodness, yeah. Let the children blossom in goodness. Yeah, that's the sentence he said. That his message for the teachers. Yeah.
Sí. Wow, bueno, pues qué maravilloso, ¿no? ¿Y quieres agregar algo antes de irnos y
Sí, me
en la
mate de la
India?
porque cuando dijo hay que hacerlo viral, make it viral, porque justamente nuestro próximo proyecto que ya empezamos esta semana se llama Make it
viral.
Viral.
Sí, así es. Bueno, esa es una sorpresa que tenemos. Noé ya lo dio a conocer. Estamos con un equipo interdisciplinario de niños y jóvenes creando este movimiento.
¿Quieres traducirla ahora?
So yeah, we are working on this viral project that Noemi just said, and it's all the children just keep moving together, everyone together.
Así es. Así que muy pronto.
This is our next program. We will announce formally at the end of the marathon. So,
Surprise.
Ok. Bueno, entonces pues vamos a ver ahora a Ila Kukukhali.
So now we're going to go with Ila Kukukhali.
Aquí está.
Ila from Turkey, es de Turquía. Es un gran amigo mío. O sea, es el primero que me ha hecho ir a Turquía. Me conecto con el Ministerio de Educación, con un montón de ciudades. Es como un hermano. Casi Sí, cuando logramos la entrevista, que no fue fácil, casi me pongo a llorar.
So Noah just said he's a good friend of her, and it was good that they could get to do this together. And she was very excited when she knew that they were going to do this interview. She nearly cried.
And it was, era tan increíble, hicimos 3 entrevistas, una para hoy y vamos a hacer 2 para mañana porque el material es magnífico.
They've made 3 interviews. So one is today, where we're going to be broadcasting today, but there are 2 more because there is a lot to say with him.
Yeah, we did 3. Y Laura, mira bien si Google, porque el inglés de Turquía no es tan fácil entender. Entonces, mira bien que Google no comete errores enormes, si no yo puedo complementar al final algo, porque hemos laborado tantos años juntos. Yo sé lo que quiere decir.
Okay.
Modestamente.
Perfecto.
Muy bien, entonces,
También, por si acaso.
sí, pues tengamos nuestros oídos inglés turquianos para que podamos entender la información que tienen que compartirnos. Ok, va.
4,000, 5,000. Yes, we are moving. And I am so happy. Today we are in Turkey with a great friend. It's Professor Ilan Küçük, and he's a history teacher. He lives in Trabzon, Turkey. We did many events together. I'm so happy. Welcome, Ilan. Thank you for your time. Do you want to introduce yourself a little bit and we go to the interview? I'm so happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You invited me to make conversation about education. It is the great happiness for me to participate in your foundation. As you know, I admire your education methods much from Turkey, and I followed them for years. As you know, you visit Turkey every time. I am İlhan Küçük. I am a history teacher, and at the same time, I am 21 years of experience in education as a teacher, and I work with a lot of cities in Turkey, and I visited 18 countries around the world and neighboring countries around Turkey, but not like you you visited the world at the same time. And as you know, for a year, we will evaluate the situation of the education. And as a teacher, I need your opinions, and I followed your foundation and a lot of foundations to understand the education. How will we manage the situation to educate our children? And I discovered first that we should share common ideas of education, common methods, and different tools. For example, you are living in Bolivia and you traveled a lot of countries, and I know it, and because of that, I visited your website much to understand the education, and I try to educate our students better. For example, I followed your conferences much. For example, the local time is more different than.
I know.
Yes, sometimes a normal time for you, but sometimes in Turkey at midnight I followed your.
Okay, so we will do the program much sooner, so it can be 8 o'clock for you, and we can start in the morning. Yes, good.
Yes.
Dear Ilan, what did you learn about education with the pandemic, about distance education? How was the situation in Turkey?
Yes, when the pandemic started in Turkey, we were in chaos. How we managed education, and we tried to read everything in our country. in our newspapers, in the foundations like the Educatiooon3000. In the beginning of the pandemic, we couldn't go to school. We started to educate our students from our homes, and they stayed at home. And we opened the digital class for our students too, and we read a lot of things. We read a lot of things. We asked the students how will we educate you, and ask the same questions to our parents of the students, and the masters of the educations. We read articles from universities, and we watched a lot of TV programs in Turkey and the world at the same time. And the world, for example, I think so. You made conferences about 3 months with Lebanon, Hong Kong.
Yes.
I follow it. I follow it.
Japan.
Yes, to
It was
Japan. Yes,
beautiful.
yes,
And
yes.
now Turkey.
Yes, and we discovered the methods between the local values and universal values in the education during the pandemic first, and we discovered common values of the humanity, because the pandemic influenced the whole of the world at the same time, and we wonder, for example, how the Mexican people try to educate their students. At the same time, Germany, at the same time, Russia. And we have close friends from those countries, and they asked us. And we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate to educate our students. At the same time, we have learned. We are working all together as a world. It's a global.
That's true.
Yes, but some parts of the educations making the lessons is more difficult. For example, in the class, you can describe a student, a school easily, but it was difficult to describe the same thing from distance education.
So what did you do? What was your secret for distance education?
At that time, we solved this. We have solved that situation like that. We phoned their parents. Please help your, please help your son or daughter to make it. And sometimes,
Nice.
we invited the moms of the students to the lesson.
Wow.
And sometimes, for example, as a lot of students parents are working in their works at the same time, but their grandparents looking for them. Sometimes we invited the grandparents to the lessons to describe them.
You are incredible. You are a genius, Ilan.
Yes, as you know, I'm a story teacher, and they know the history. They know the story, especially local history. As you know, we couldn't go to museums. We couldn't go to natural places to investigate. For example, we started a twinning project. Digital travelers are visiting to Turkey, and I can post to you some videos about it.
Please.
I gave a lot of students which city do you want to see? They wrote me Istanbul, Ankara, Izmir, around Turkey, and they prepared a PowerPoint presentation about the city they want to visit, and they described to me, and
the students describe to you. They give the class.
Yes.
That's very clever. Congratulations. I love it.
Post that video. I will post those videos with
Please.
you. And we made a project with the European countries too at the same time. For example, a lot of countries visited Turkey. We demanded from them, you visited Turkey, and please describe us how Turkey was a country. Please describe to us, and they will post their tools about Turkey to us too. and it is a twinning project, an international project around Europe, and we use it. We use it, and as you know, the students bored at homes much.
Correct.
Sometimes we advise them, for example, listening to folk dances of Turkey, watching to folk dances of Turkey, listening to different songs from the past, for example, classic music, classic children music, and children came. And how we learn our national values from the children games, traditional games. They discovered
traditional games.
They discovered them because their grandparents taught them how they play the children game. As you know,
you involved the grandparents.
Yes.
Oh, that's so smart.
I will post those videos to you.
I would love it.
And a grandmom about 80 years old played the children game.
Oh my God.
Over times.
Oh my God. Beautiful.
Yes, and sometimes during the pandemic, a lot of students phoned us, wrote a message to us, to their teachers. We borrowed at home, and we help them sometimes. We are using the Zoom program to educate the children, and sometimes we prepare a tea or cake, and we we make a conversation using the digital conversation.
Oh, this is tea and cake by Zoom. I'm taking notes. I love this book.
But I want to give you a secret. A lot of close friends like of mine, we met with our close friends, prepared the tea or cake, make gossiping. Yes, and as you know, we couldn't visit. We couldn't visit the families. We couldn't visit the elders. We couldn't visit everywhere. For example, for 6 months, and we visited using the Zoom or in other social media tools to communicate each other.
So you can see what else besides Zoom?
Zoom, especially we used to Zoom. But Turkish National Minister of Education used the EBA. EBA, yes, but we are more different. We are more different education school. We will educate. As you know, we are educating the more intelligence, gifted students, as you know, and we used to Zoom because Zoom was the one of the best social media to communicate in Turkey and around the world at the same time. And another thing, we invited some teachers from different countries to participate our lessons. Yes, for example,
interaction.
Yes, it is easy for us. For example, we want to understand the conditions of the First World War in Romania. We discovered a teacher of Romania, Roman Loan, who was our close friend from European History of Education Association, and he participated to our lessons and talked about the conditions of the Romania to our students too. Because at the time we discovered if we invited different persons from different countries, we can understand their informations, their local informations about the terrible war influenced the world at the same time. And if we learn their tools, our students started to sympathize to them, understand their contentions. But in the past year, for example, when I was a student in the secondary high school, only we are using the Turkish curriculum of history or maths.
Yes.
But this time we are using different methods, different perspectives to understand the reality. And our students and everybody in Turkey, and I know that around the world, should understand the whole of the humanity are the same and the unique, and the world will be unique in the future. And at the end, we understood it, at least.
And respect, and that's peace, culture, building up. One question, Ilan, sorry I interrupt you. So the class with Romania was in English? When you have the other teachers, they give the class in English, or they have the Zoom in English with the student?
Yes, yes. If we invite a person from different countries, we are making the lesson as English. As you know, English is the main lessons in Turkey too. Yes, English, German, and French. Yes, you know.
Wow, beautiful.
As you know, Turkey, at the same time, Turkey is between the continents, Asia, Europe, Africa, and Russia. And a lot of people knows a lot of languages too. For example, we invited a Russian teacher to our lesson, but the Russian teacher don't know the English well. At the time, we invited, for example, one of my students' mom from Russian. He got married with a Turk, and we invited that mom to our lessons as a translator.
Wow, that's so intelligent.
Yeah.
So you involve everybody.
We are using inclusive, comprehensive, inclusive education methods. And as you know, in the ancient times, a philosopher called Cornelius told that the schools should open their walls to the world.
Good.
You couldn't teach the children. You couldn't teach the children, your students between the walls. You should open the windows. You should open the doors to the world.
Good. We are
in distance education. At least we understood it.
Correct.
Okay.
Here, Ilan, you have so much information. We will close this block now, and we will do a second part. That's okay? So we can talk more. Just a little message for the world right now. Do you have something for the whole world?
As teachers, we are reading the world better than our students and parents. And we should learn to the world the importance of the peace, tolerance, and we should understand the values of the humanity closely. And we should understand them. They should understand us. At that point, we should study all together, and we read our sources. We read our values. We understand our perspectives using the media. It is easy for us reading them too. And I hope next generations will be the same. And we should prepare the conditions to allow the education methods for them too.
Beautiful.
Because the last century's values finished. We shepherd the values of the 20th century, but we should discover the conditions and education methods of the 21st century too. At the same time, we should learn the conditions of the 21st century with our students too. At the same time, we have to learn it.
Yes, we have to co-create all the future, changing so much. Thank you so much. We will go to part 2, and please take care. All the best to your family and to your country. And we go back to part 2. So bye-bye, everybody, and stay with us. We go back soon.
Hola, hola, ¿me escuchan?
Sí,
¿Sí me escuchan?
Te escuchamos. Aquí estamos. Wow, muy interesante.
Sí, de verdad que sí, estuvo muy, muy interesante. Noé, si quieres, bueno, aquí tengo unos comentarios, voy a ponerlos, mientras que puedo lograr conectarme desde mi otra computadora, porque bueno, siempre pasan cosas que qué barbaridad. Así es que aquí estamos.
Pero siempre lo solucionas.
Así es. Bueno, entonces déjenme, pongo aquí esto más o menos ahí. Y Mechita Alejandra dice, saludos desde Londres. Gracias por estar. Sabemos que es muy tarde y aún estás aquí acompañándonos. Gracias. Y Noche Azul dice, por estos lados observo que hay que soltar las barreras políticas mentales del inconsciente colectivo en lo que la educación compete para no salir del contexto. Mira, lo pongo aquí si quieres.
Eso hay que traducir. Es muy importante.
Sí, por favor.
Wow. Yeah, so Noche Solar is saying that we need to let go the political mental barriers of our unconsciousness. So, because this is very important for education.
Y también tengo aquí lo que dice Noche Solar Azul. Me crucé con un adolescente, lo voy a poner aquí, dice, me crucé con adolescentes en la plaza del pueblo hace unos días. Hoy se quejaban de pasarla mal en la escuela. En 3 minutos les hablé de P3000, 4000, 5000. Quedaron fascinados. Adultos, adultas, argentinos, seamos sensatos, sensatas. El cambio en el modelo educativo es inminente. Lo están manifestando de las propias palabras les estudiantes. Si quieres traducirlo.
Yeah, okay. So she went in the public space and then she met some teenagers and they were just saying how bad they felt at school. And then she took 3 minutes to talk about P3000, 4000, and 5000, and they were very excited. So this is making her know even more how important it is to do this, like to change the way we educate. We are all educating our children and teenagers.
No, y si quieres comentar algo.
Sí, quiero hacer resaltar algunas cosas de Ilan.
Sí.
Y cuando paro es para la hora para seguirme.
Ok.
Ilan es realmente avant-garde, es un peacemaker, es alguien de cultura de paz profunda.
Ilan is a peacemaker. He's got the peace culture very deeply.
Porque dice, vamos a abrir las puertas al mundo. Y
saying we will open the doors to the world.
A través de la educación.
Through education.
Y él aprovechó el confinamiento para hacer Zoom con Rusia, Rumania, México. O sea, es genial.
And he's made the most of this pandemic situation to link to build networks with different countries. Russia, Romania,
Mexico.
And Mexico.
Among some, I mean.
Yeah, and more.
And more. Y en inglés encima, porque en Turquía no es tan costumbre de hablar inglés, como puede ver su acento.
Plus, he's doing it in English. So, because in Turkey, people don't usually speak English, as you can see with his accent.
And this one es uno de los grandes sueños de Ilan, ¿no? Abrir al mundo entero, que todos sus alumnos, estudiantes estén conectados, les hacen viajar, les hace conectar entre los países.
And this is one of his big dreams, is to make them connect and travel, go and visit each other, like between countries.
Y también entre generaciones, él involucra a los abuelos, lo hace también en generación.
And also he does this with different generations, with grandparents and grandchildren, for example.
Y encima, él lo hace de una manera muy humana. Ilan es sumamente pues, con la parte humana.
And he does this kindness, like we can see this kindness about the human being in him. It's very kind.
Por ejemplo, hacer el Zoom con un queque y con té y empezar a gossip y empezar a hablar, es muy humano. Nunca me había ocurrido hacer un Zoom con té y con galletas y queques.
For example, what he was saying that he did doing this Zoom meeting with cake and tea is something that Noemi wouldn't have thought about before.
So, yo quiero agradecerle muchísimo. Mañana vamos a ver Ilan hablar de Rumi o Mevlana. ¿Conocen Rumi, no? Rumi hace parte de la cultura turca y está en las escuelas, toda la filosofía y la profunda visión de Rumi. Y veremos también Ilan hablando de los refugiados.
So it's not over yet. Tomorrow we will hear him talking about the Rumi culture and also about the refugees.
Acuérdese que Turquía tiene más de 4 millones de refugiados.
Remember that Turkey has more than 4 million refugees.
Sí, les dan de comer, o sea, es muy interesante el acercamiento turco.
Yes, and they look after them. So this is why it's very important to have a closer look at Turkey.
Así que muchas gracias, Ilan, y gracias a los profesores del mundo entero que ayudan a alzar la conciencia de manera maravillosa, humilde, humana. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ilan, and all the teachers that are working on this, doing this together in the world. Thank you.
In such a humble way, in such a human way,
Yes,
in such a beautiful way. Thank you. And, gracias, Laura, Karina, todos los equipos. Hay gente que está en el YouTube, en el Facebook. Ahora María Isabel está mandando la voz. O sea, gracias a todos los equipos.
Sí. Así es, porque bueno, sin los equipos y sin la gente que comparte, realmente no estaríamos pasando esta información tan importante. Y gracias Laura, gracias Noé por acercarnos a esta maravillosa información. Y algo más, Noé, que quieres agregar antes de irnos. Perdón, Laura.
No, just saying thank you for all the people around us making everything possible today and all these interviews and everything that's happening with P3000. So thank you very much to everyone, all the teams.
Sí, y bueno, dice Noche Solar Azul, nos amo, gracias totales.
Saying, nos amo. We love us. We love you. It's something like this. We love you. Yeah, that would be the right translation. Thank you.
Tremendo ejemplo de acción el hermano. Así es. Y también, bueno, tenemos un continente entero desde México hasta Argentina. Compartimos el mismo idioma, más una ruta terrestre que lo cruza completo. Todo dado para generar lo mismo que desde India por acá. Ajo, namaste.
Wow. It's saying that we have this connection from Mexico to Argentina. Even like we share the same language and even a road connects us. So the idea is to make the same, to connect as the same we're doing with India right now. So, ajo, namaste.
Ok, bueno, y pues nos vamos ahora.
Adivina, ¿dónde vamos? Vamos a otro continente.
Nos vamos con Chad. Pate Same.
Vamos a África.
Africa.
Nos vamos a África, así es que preparemos maletas.
Let's prepare our luggage to go to Africa.
Bueno, muy bien, entonces nos vamos. Sí está bien lo del inglés, ¿verdad? O sea, la traducción sí se entiende bien.
Bueno, ahorita, digamos, fue chistoso que decía pavo en algunos momentos, por ejemplo. Cuando decía turkey, eso me hizo de risa.
Estamos en vivo. Entonces hay que ver
Sí.
el video, por ejemplo, no arranca.
You add
Sí.
your views on education and all your ideas too. I think it's very important to share all that. Patty, do you want to present yourself first and then we start?
Yeah.
Please. Thank you and welcome, and thank you for your time.
Thank
I'm so
you.
happy we made it finally.
Thank you, Noemi. Yes. I'm really grateful, happy to be here with you today. And I would like to present myself. I'm Pate Seini. I'm from the Chad Republic. Chad is in Central Africa. In Chad share border with Cameroon and with Nigeria as well, with Libya, with Niger, with the Republic, South African country as well. So I'm a student. I'm doing my PhD.
Congratulations.
Yes, I study at the
That's where we
University
met.
of
We met in
Anambra.
Bolivia actually, and you
Yeah.
were.
Yeah, I study at the university.
Right.
I'm studying because I haven't finished yet. So I'm preparing my thesis so that I will conclude my PhD. So I study public policy, and I did also a master degree in South Korea, international commerce and businesses. And I did a specialization course in Brazil, the University of Brasilia, area of international relations. And I studied at the University, Complutense University in Madrid as well. So it's a diploma.
Wow, so you know the whole world.
Yeah, social. But actually, that's my point, you know. So been traveling over the whole world and try to study and connect with people, try to study languages. Yeah. So in Chad we do speak French, you know. French is the first language and Arabic is the second language. So I study English. I remember starting English when I was like 17 years old. Yeah, I went to Ghana, and from Ghana I tried to open my mouth for the first time to say something in English. So I'm really grateful that studying English in Ghana today connects me with you as well.
Ati, would you like to tell us when you were a child, what was your relationship with school and your teacher? Was it okay or not so okay?
No, in general, we have like different cultures, you know. Chad is first of all the French-speaking country, and we have like different models from other countries like Nigeria, or Kenya, or Angola, or Equatorial Guinea, which is a Spanish-speaking country. So I study in Chad. I started studying in Chad from the beginning, and if you want me to enter to how my story was, then I'll be able to tell you, you know, so that everybody will hear my story. If it's interesting.
I like your story. Yeah, I think it's very important for everybody to know.
When I was in high school, right? Like, you know, having ambition, you know, they actually, I think it's African culture. It's really complicated when a child, like from the beginning, having ambitions, if the ambition, you know, it's really strong, then people get scared, you know. People, they doesn't want to understand that, no, you can start from the the bottom and you get to the higher level. So people give credit, a lot of credit to the public administration. Do you understand? When you say like you want to be a minister, so you may enter in conflict even with your own family, because people who they don't want to believe in themselves, you know. So they think like being a child when you start, so you should dream to be a nurse, you should dream just to be a teacher as well, you know. But when you have like very strong ambitions, then you may have internal conflict with your own family, with people around you or people surrounding you. You contact your friends as well. Do you understand? Some people will be jealous. Some people will think no, but how do you may have like a mental problem? So you should not be thinking like this. You know that this kind of ambitions so stronger than your own power. You know, your own power is your that's what I faced when I was a child. I always try to talk to people to encourage children's people that they want to learn, they want to go far with their studies and everything, to tell them that no, it is possible to do everything in this world. So I remember our teacher when I was like 13 or 14 years old. So we had an exam, and then he said everyone should write what they want to be in the future in the class. And then people start like writing. Then what I wrote, I said like, I want to be president. I want to be able, you know, to take a very strong decision for my own people, so that I will be building schools. You know, I will help for gender equality. You know, I will help poor people, so that everyone will be able to dream by themselves and do it whatever they want, if it's the good way for them to build the country. And some of my friends, my colleagues like this, they they say they want to be they want to be professor, they want to be teachers like this. They want, some of them they want to be nurse, and then the professor give them a very excellent note. But my turn, when I said,
happened to you then?
yeah, my when he saw it, he saw what I wrote, saying like I want to be president and taking a high decisions for the country and everything. So he was totally disappointed. So he went out. He talked to the director. They called me. They said no, um, I don't have a very good education. Someone that well educated boy, you know, child cannot be, you know, cannot write something like this. Why do I have to think like I want to be president? You know? So it was like a very big conflict, and then they give me zero.
And they give you a 0?
Yeah, zero immediately.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I remember it was very sad for me, and then I couldn't even say it to my my father at home, because I get scared, because I said maybe if like they said like I was wrong. The director said that I was wrong. The professors, everybody said like I was wrong. So why would I talk to my father? Maybe my father will get in conflict with me as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I avoided, and but I have it here in mind for the future, and I'm studying very hard. If uh, one day, I don't know what will be the future, but like I'm still having the same dream. You know, I haven't changed. You know, I haven't changed. I study hard, and then I wish one day I will get to power, to the peaceful mechanism. Do you understand? Yeah, without having a conflict with someone, without war. If like we talk about the democracy, is it by the votes? So I wish by the vote, by my own people, everybody will understand that no, the education is the key for everybody to succeed. So that's the story.
But we have a question. You told me that you have a lot of refugee people in Chad. How many
Yes.
are they? What is the situation right now?
The refugees before, but now the situation is not that much complicated. The situation is under control. Before the conflict, we share border, as I told you, with Sudan as well.
Yes.
Sudan and then the Central Republic. So the
Yes.
conflict in Sudan, when Janjaweed, if you remember, when the two Sudan, they were like, before it was like one country during this time. Then they were fighting to divide the country, and with Al Bashir, if you know Al Bashir, the ex-president of Sudan, with people that they claim to be autonomous, you know, looking for their own federal government, so that they will be rolling their country by themselves. So the north of Sudan is Muslim, and then the south is Christian. And so, you know, in Africa, when there is a south and north, or Muslim and Christian like this, and then the conflict becomes very, very dangerous.
Oh my God.
So a lot of people fled out from Sudan to Chad, looking for peaceful land, you know. So a lot of people, because of that way, in Chad we have a lot of foreigners. A lot of foreigners. We have like Americans, French, Brazilians, maybe Bolivian as well. You know, it's a world working because United Nations, PNUD, you know, the different organizations, international organizations, so which they used to help children that they flee the conflict from Sudan, looking for a better life, or peaceful land. And we have even I don't know if like when you go to the internet, there is something very important for me that I want to share with you guys.
Please.
It's I think 10 or 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I think, so kind of 15 years ago, a group of one international organization, ONG, they have tried to take more than 150 children without the government authorization, without their
How
parents'
many children?
authorization.
Sorry.
More than 100.
Yeah.
Specifically, I cannot give you how many were there, but like you can even get it on YouTube. You know, it was in chat as well. You know, then it was like I think 5 French people, they were arrested. And then they say no, like they are like the parents' authorization to take them out from the country. So the destination were going to France or going to work. We don't know. As to now, you know, they were arrested, and then the former president of France went to Chad to talk with the president. He used like diplomatic mechanism so that these people will be out from the jail. And today they are free. They are working, you know, Europe or in France, somewhere, you know. So, but it was like very sad because of the situation. You know, the country is a very poor country. It's true. That one we cannot deny it. And we have a very difficult situation. You know, about people living in the villages. People who live in the villages, people who live in the city, okay, they may have like a good life, you know, like a normal life. But people that they live only with to agriculture, it's a very complicated, because people from the north, you know, the north is almost desert, and it's very difficult for people over there to cultivate, to try to do you understand me, to find a food, you know. So everything we did, like the fruits, rice, everything, then we'll be doing it like cultivating the south part, and before we send to the north to sell to the north. And people from the north, really, they are in very difficult situation. So that's the story, the sad story that I remember 15 years ago. I was maybe, if I remember, maybe 15 years as well, 15 or 18 years old. And it was really sad for me to see, like, more than 100 children's like this taken out from the country without any authorization. We don't know. Maybe we'll take them outside. So, well, they'll give them to the orphanage. Who knows? Maybe they want to is a traffic, like organ traffic and everything. I try to analyze everything, and then I know that it's very, very, very sad that they did it because it's a poor country. So it's very easy for someone to go there and try to do whatever you want.
Sure. Dear Pratik, what would be your message about education? What would you like to tell the parents and the teachers who are watching us now? We are linked with many countries. What would you like to tell them and us?
Yeah, about education in general, no?
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela said,
and peace culture, because we put the two together. Actually.
Yeah, education with peace culture, all we can link everything together. Education, as Nelson Mandela said it, always like is powerful arms which we can use to change the world. Do you understand? So education is the key to build a very democratic country, to help for gender equality, a diverse mechanism that we can use to the education to give peace for our people. When we talk about the education, is not only in Chad, or is not only in Bolivia, or in Italy, or in the United States of America, or in Japan, or in China. It's universal. When you go to school, I always said it to people, even in Bolivia, everywhere I said, like, no, don't let people say anything to you. Anyone that I met that doesn't believe on education, I said, the education is a key success. If you're well educated, no one can manipulate you. So you should give importance to the education, because education will liberate you, even from your parents, even from the people around you, and that's it in the whole world. So people that like you, people that they've been working every day, like day and night, so that people around the world, children around the world, will be educated to understand the importance of education in the world. I really, really congratulate you, because you are doing a very good job. It's there is no miracle. We cannot say, like, from today to today we will change the world. It's impossible. No one can change the world for one day or 1 week or 1 month or 1 year. It's impossible. But we all link together.
All together.
So education is a key success. So today I'm talking to you. Tomorrow you may talk to someone from Nepal, and you may talk to someone from Lebanon. You can.
It's true. We had an interview with Nepal and another interview with Lebanon. You are right. We did it actually. You went my mind.
And everything is the education. The technology we use. Do you understand? We're talking on Zoom, and everything is education. Without education, then we won't be able to be connected like that. So the education interconnects everybody from the world. Do you understand me? The 193 countries recognized by the United Nations, through the education, then we can change the world, if we believe.
That's very nice. Thank you for your time. We wish you all the best in Brazil and with all your studies. We definitely keep in touch.
Yes.
And maybe one day I will say, I knew the president of Chad is my friend and is Fatih. Because
you will be invited. You will be invited on the red carpet with the team. with the 300 educational ideal team.
Perfect.
Yes.
I'm so glad we made it, and please take care, and we keep in touch.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. That's so nice to see you.
I wish you the best, and I congratulate you again, and I wish to see you one day in my country, to cross Africa.
Yeah, it would be my pleasure.
To Nigeria, to Libya, and you should be trying really to connect with what is going on in Africa in general. You can even take a contact with African Union. You know, like you see the problem in Libya, Somalia, since 30 years ago. Somalia is a chaos, and Libya as well. In these countries, it's the conflict. Always with the conflict, and there are millions of children that they don't go to school to conflicts, and then there are millions of children that they don't have parents. He born like this, and this at the same day, you may lose the father, the mother, the brother, the elder brother, the grandfather, the grandmother, and then there is no one, to give him help or to send him to the school. Children, they cannot think like us. How can you do?
It's
a lot
really
of children, they are suffering. And then I want to send a very clear message over the world, not only in Africa. When we talk about education, as you are saying, and then we talk about the peace. So we are interconnected. So I want people from Asia, people from Latin America, people from America, people from Africa. Do you understand? Everybody should be ready to get access for children's education, and for the culture is very important tools. For culture can liberate everyone. Culture can liberate you if you study very well about your culture. Then you will know your own identity. Yeah, you will know your own identity, and it's very important for everyone to be known by the country, by its own country, so that you can talk about your country outside. How is the culture? The next time when I'll be invited, then we'll be able to talk about my country culture. I don't have that knowledge to talk about Africa in general, because it's very big, it's a continent. So about my country, I know my identity, I know who I am, I know where I came from, and why I'm here, and I'm going to which direction I'm going. So because of my culture, so that I'm really happy that today everybody will know about Chad. Everybody that they listen to us, they will know about Chad. They will try to Google Chad, to know where is Chad, and which language we do speak in Chad. What about our story, our culture, everything. That's it. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Merci.
All the best. Merci à vous. All the best for Chad, for all your beautiful vision, and we keep in touch.
Thank you.
Take care.
Ciao, ciao. Victor.
Merci.
Merci.
Wow, pues es que sin duda alguna la educación, yo creo que son en los 209 países. O sea, él nombra 193, pero es que es en todo. Y me encanta que dice vincular todo como un brazo poderoso para cambiar el mundo.
Wow, yeah, Africa is very big, many countries in Africa, and it's good how he says that we should link everything, absolutely everything, just to make a real change.
Dice, la educación es la llave para cambiar el mundo.
Education is the key to change the world.
Y entonces es por eso que tenemos que estar interconectadas. todas las ideas, todas las propuestas y todos los trabajos que se están haciendo en pro de esto.
That's the reason why we need to connect, really, from each side. Like, and connecting is giving and sharing ideas, projects, processes, everything.
Sí. Bueno, dice Marta, parabéns, P3000 es una red que se está generando en todo el mundo y la gente empieza a conocer las experiencias educativas y sociales y los desafíos que todos tenemos para ir criando mejor a los niños.
Yes, Marty is saying, congratulations, P3000. This is a big network that is growing in the whole world. People is starting to know all the experiences, social experiences and educative experiences, and the challenges that we all have in front of our children.
Bueno, y también tenemos, dice Noche Azul, les envío por estas tierras y seres bellos mucha alta vibra universal en pos de un gran espíritu, sabio y amoroso. Somos uno in la queche.
So Noche Solar is saying, I sent you for these lands and beautiful people, a very high vibration, universal, and for your wise spirit and loving spirit. We are one in la que.
La cultura es muy importante, puede liberarte.
Culture is very important. It can free yourself.
Sí. Y bueno, dice, es un placer escucharlas y conectar con ustedes. Amor y sabiduría o esperanza, gracias. Es un placer escuchar tus palabras y conectar. Gracias a todos.
Este mensaje es para Pati, o Pati.
Sí.
A Colin Pati. Es impresionante lo de África.
It's unbelievable what's going on in Africa.
Mira, bueno, ahora estoy emocionada porque me fui varias veces a África. Y
I went many times to Africa.
La prioridad es solo agua.
And the priority is water.
O comer más de una vez cada día o cada 2 días.
Or food, or be able to eat once a day or every 2 days.
Además de la seguridad física, hay muchos conflictos a veces. Es verdad lo que dice Patti, es realmente verdad.
Plus the safety, like to be secure in your body yourself. So that's this real life. It's a reality that what's going on there.
Refugiados en África que en Siria, que de refugiados de Siria, y la gente ni se habla.
There are more refugees in Africa than in Syria, and we don't even know this.
Plus la parte de la educación que todavía es a golpe. So, yo tuve una entrevista con Senegal y el señor decía, a mí me pegaba, yo no quiero una educación así.
So it's common today that the parents hit their children.
The teachers.
So the teachers hit beat up the children.
Yo lo vi yo misma. Tenía un bastón así de 3 metros y había 60 alumnos.
So Noemi, she saw herself. So the teacher had a big stick, like 6 meters stick.
3 meters.
3
and
meters.
The stick would fall on, it was 60 children per class. And the stick will fall on whoever was under the stick. It was not even aiming. I mean, it was under fear and humiliation. Terrible.
Era terrible, mucho miedo y humillación.
Y eso es justamente lo que hay que cambiar.
Sí.
that's exactly what we need to change.
Mire, Patty tuvo 0 porque dijo, mi sueño es ser el presidente de la República. Tuvo 0.
But he got 0 because he said he wanted to be a president.
Entonces hay mucho que hacer en África. Es un país, son gente muy linda, muy linda.
So we have a lot to do in Africa. Beautiful people we can find there.
Lleno de alegría, danzan, se ríen. Es increíble la fuerza vital que tiene este continente, esta gente.
They are very joyful, and it's unbelievable the strength that they all have in this continent.
Son gente que va a aportar mucho a la educación, mucha a la gente del mundo por su alegría y por su conexión con la tierra.
It's people that can influence and give a lot to education in the world because they have a very good energy.
Entonces prometo, quiero pedagogía 3.000, 4.000, 5.000 en toda África. Es mi promesa aquí públicamente.
So Noemi is got a promise here in public that she's gonna get P3,000, 4,000, 5,000 in Africa.
Y mañana, le vamos a
It's
pasar
written down, yeah.
de Kenia, que nos llamó para hacer un 7 pétalos en Kenia. Así que mañana no se pierde el video de Kenia.
So tomorrow in Marathon 9, we will have an interview from Kenya, so you can't miss it.
And they want a 7 petal school, so I hope pretty soon we will do a tour of Africa and have a beautiful 7 petal school in Kenya and other countries. And of course, I will go to Chad to visit the president, and it's going to be Patty. Invite me to have tea at the... So definitely, so much to do. All the children of the world are beautiful, and the children of Africa, they are incredible. Beautiful.
Y los niños, hay mucho trabajo por hacer y los niños en África, pues debemos ayudarlos. Entonces, hacia allá vamos.
Sí. Y también dice María Noel, para cambiar el mundo hay que entender la información que los niños ya traen como almas.
Maria Noel is saying, to change the world, we have to understand the information that the children are bringing here as souls.
Y la educación es la llave para cambiar el mundo.
Education is the key to change the world.
Pues muy emotivas tus palabras, Noé.
Y ojo, la educación nos va a liberar a todos y a todas. Pero hablamos de la nueva educación. Por favor, no la que había que tener exámenes, que había que tener un PhD por solo sentirse alguien. No, o que te pegaba o te humillaba. Hablamos de la nueva educación con E mayúscula, la que te permite blossom, como decía Arup, la que te permite expandir, tener una plenitud interior y la plenitud de poder hacer también tu misión. Hablamos de la nueva educación, la del amor, de la paz y la sabiduría.
Yeah, so it's education will change the world, but it's not education that we used to know, not the one just we heard about. No, it's the education just to make us boost our spirit and soul together. That's the right education that will change the world.
Dos cosas, la que te hace pleno o plena es la que te permite cumplir, hacer tu misión porque estás aquí en la tierra, la que te apoya en tu propósito de vida.
Yes, the one that makes you feel right, feels you whole, is the right one. The one that is gonna go with your purpose here in this earth at this moment.
Thank you.
Ya, qué bonito. Noé, Cari y Laura, son geniales, las amo. Somos un canal, gracias. Y gracias a ustedes por estar en este 8º maratón. Por favor, tengan esto a la mano, compartan en sus redes sociales, suscríbanse, posteen el nombre de algún maestro, de algún papá o de algún acompañante que ustedes creen que esta información le puede llegar al corazón para que sea un cambiante del mundo.
So if you want to help, just remember, just take note and share this information, share this video that you're watching right now.
Gracias, Laura. Bueno, dice, innegable, los nacidos del 2000 en adelante, seres altamente conectados con lo universal, pequeños, enormes maestres, guías de por dónde va el siglo XXI.
Wow, so Noche is saying all the children, all the people that were born after the 2000, they are beings with the high frequency, universal frequency, and they are our teachers and guides for this 21st century.
Bueno, Noé y Laura, ¿qué les parece si nos vamos a UK?
Wow, Reino Unido.
Y nos vamos con Happy Onion.
Yeah, Happy Onion, Julian. Julian is a genius, so I'll let you discover Julian and his beautiful work.
Bueno, nos vamos con la cebolla feliz, con Julián.
Y por favor comenten si pueden ver las letritas, los subtítulos y cómo se sienten.
So just share on the comments how you feel.
And I know everybody's going to ask, why Happy Onions? Are you a cook or whatever? Can you tell us about Happy Onion and about you, please, Julian, and present yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Julian Robers.
Thank you for your time, welcome.
You're most welcome. My company is called Happy Onion Living, and that comes from everybody wants to live happily, but we are onions and we have been layered by society with layers of unhappiness.
That's why the onion, the peeling off.
Exactly. So we just peel away the layers of unhappiness, and then the happiness is still in the middle. Okay. That's all we have to do. We have to just peel away the layers, and the happiness comes back up all on its own. So this business is an accidental business. It was never meant to be a business. It was just me trying to get rid of my own stress, anxiety, and depression. I got to the point where I stopped enjoying life, and I just couldn't go on, and I had to find a way out. So over 9 years, I tried everything. I tried what is it called? NLP, EFT, life coaching, Reiki, hypnosis. I tried everything.
Everything.
I did every course, every book you can possibly imagine. And it was all really good stuff, but it didn't help me get what I wanted. I wanted to know how to be calm and at ease from when I got up in the morning to when I went to bed. And nobody seemed to have anything like that. So I started learning more and more stuff, and through YouTube I started finding some of the Eastern masters, and that's where I started finding some really useful information. I learned meditation, then I became a meditation instructor, and even that was excellent, but it still didn't give me what I was looking for. So 9 years later, eventually I found the root causes and solutions to negative thoughts and feelings. Because no matter what you call it, stress, anxiety, depression, emptiness, sadness, guilt, whatever you call it, it's actually only two things. It's negative thoughts and it's negative feelings. And nobody ever teaches us how to get, first of all, what they are, why they come up, and how to get rid of them. So I spent 9 years working on myself, learning this stuff. Why does it come up? How do I get rid of it? How do I feel calmer and happier in minutes so I can enjoy my life more?
Yeah. Now I was thinking about the young people, because now all around the world there is so much depression and suicide with young people, and even younger, like 11 years old even.
Yeah.
So what would be your recommendation, and what would be, well, yeah, first we start with young people.
So
what about thought? And because they're going to ask, how can get rid of my negative thoughts and feelings?
Okay, so actually, for anybody that wants to use it, if they go to my website, the very first video shows people how to take the pressure off. It's a little 2-minute video. It shows people a simple technique they can use whenever they feel stressed, and it immediately takes the pressure off. So the first thing, I'm an engineer by trade. I started life as an engineer before I became a meditation teacher. And the first thing they teach you in engineering is you cannot solve a problem until you understand it, right? And lots of people out there, they're trying to fix a broken or a dysfunctional mind. Well, mind is the problem, okay? If you listen to Sadhguru and Nisargadatta and Osho, all these spiritual teachers from India, they will all teach you that you're not the body, you're not the mind. They will all say that the body is made from food, and they will tell you that the mind is made from thoughts. So when negative thoughts and feelings come up, they come up because they need to come out. So we've accidentally spent our whole lives, what I call filling the volcano with negative thoughts and feelings, which is inside. And then somebody says one tiny little thing and you just blow up, right? Well, what that person said may not have been that bad, but there's so much pressure in the volcano, it just blows up, okay? And then you say something and then you feel bad because you said something you shouldn't have said, and the whole thing just gets worse and worse. So what's happened to us all is when we are born like a hard drive. This is an old-fashioned hard drive, and it doesn't care if it's got Apple or Microsoft software, it's just a hard drive. And what happens, we go out in life, when we're born, we get programmed by our parents, by our society, by our schools, by our universities, and they just keep putting more and more and more stuff on the hard drive. And eventually, we've all had computers that get viruses. The thing can't work because there's just too much on the hard drive. So the Happy Onion program teaches people how to empty the hard drive, take the pressure from the volcano, and happiness naturally just comes back up. So
we will remind, sorry I interrupt you, but the website is Happy
Onion Living.
.com. So I repeat, so we will put under happyonionliving.com. So you can have.
Yeah, so anybody can go on there. If they need help, they can contact me. So originally I was going to go, because I come from a corporate background, so I was going to go and help people in business, executives, business owners, because most of them are very stressed and a lot of them are very unhappy. And then I saw a program about young adults in this country, teenagers and young adults in university, and they've all got depression and anxiety. And I realized that this program isn't for adults, this is for young adults and teenagers. Because if they can learn these techniques now, they will never struggle with stress, anxiety, and depression like my generation has. Because I don't know what it's like in your country, but in my country, if you look at the statistics, it can take up to 10 years to get help. And then the help you do get doesn't really help much, because people aren't addressing the root causes. And over the 9 years of working on myself, I discovered the root causes and the solutions. And as I started to help myself and the pressure came off and I started to be calmer and happier and enjoy life more, somewhere along the line, my first client found me and my second client found me. And if you look at the testimonials on the website, they're unbelievable, because the Happy Onion program goes right to the root cause. And the root cause is getting rid of negative thoughts and feelings.
So it should be, actually should be the first things to have in education or in the class, before math or before grammar, it should be this, so people can tap into their inner being.
They need to,
we have to change the education here and change the priority, don't we?
We're taught all this stuff in school, most of it we never use, right? When I was at school, we had 10 subjects or whatever. And what do I use? I use maths and I use English, and that's it, right? So why did I have to learn the other 8 or 9 things? I was interested in engineering. Why couldn't they just teach me engineering? Because that's what I wanted to learn. Yeah? So happiness, without happiness, the world can be a very lonely, very miserable place. And if you're constantly stressed and anxious, and you're worried about tomorrow, or you're regretting what happened yesterday, you can't enjoy life. You have to learn to live right now in the moment. And if you look at thoughts, thoughts are always yesterday or tomorrow. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that, or what if this happens? And the only place we're actually happy is when we're right in the moment.
In the moment.
Yeah. When you're right in the moment, the mind is quiet and happiness is. And there's a saying by Papaji, he says, when there is thoughts, there is unhappiness. When there are no thoughts, there's happiness. So the message is stop thinking, but nobody teaches us how to stop thinking. And those are the things I found.
Let me have a personal question, because talking about school, you left school, didn't you? Did you? You quit. Yeah. How old were you?
I left school at 16, so I grew up in Germany.
And why? Why did you leave school?
Well, I grew up in Germany. My parents got divorced when I was 15, so I came back to the UK, and I had to go to school for one more year. The school system in England compared to Germany is streets apart. I was quite shocked by the English school system, but I was going to all these classes and I had absolutely no interest in anything these people were talking about. So what was the point going? So I just left at 16 and I got a job, and I fell into engineering, and that was my first part of my working life. There was no point to me. School was great for meeting young ladies, but it was no good for anything else. So it's just a case, why do I want to do something that is just stuffing here that I'm never going to use? So I left.
And I have the feeling you are a genius. I would like to know about the games, because sometimes with children or young people, to talk is not the best solution, but a game, yes.
Exactly.
Would you like to tell us about your games and why it will shift consciousness for us?
Okay, so
because I can use a game as an adult too, right?
Yeah. Oh, this is the Happy Onion game is for adults, because if they're parents, they've got to teach the kids, right? They see their kids unhappy and depressed, and they don't know how to help them. So how the game works is the kids watch a short video, and the video explains something like fight or flight. Okay, so for fight or flight, I use a dinosaur. Okay, so we are programmed. If you take the front part of our brain off, we are just like every other animal, right? And we are designed to protect ourselves long enough to reproduce. That's it. So if you see a bird on the grass and you walk up to it, it'll let you get close, and then eventually it'll fly away. It doesn't know you're going to hurt it, but just in case it flies away. Well, we have the same programming. Okay, so if you look at the world we live in today, every time you turn on the TV or the news or the radio, it's all negative. So what happens is the mind can't tell the difference between something real and something imagined. So you've all had this thing where you watch the telly and something happens and you jump, right? Because the mind doesn't know that the TV is pretend. So the body jumps because it's got to protect itself. So how the game works is the kids watch a short video, or the adults, whoever's playing the game, the teachers in school, and it teaches them a very short video about fight or flight. So the kids then have some dice, they throw the dice, they get a 4 and they get a dinosaur. So the children or the players have to explain to their friends who are playing the game with them what fight or flight is, how it negatively affects the body, and how to get out of it, how to calm the body back down to bring back happiness. If you don't explain it properly to your friends that are playing the game with you, first of all, your friends give you points, 3 points if it's a good explanation, and you have to show them how the technique you would use to regain happiness. If the technique that you explained isn't very good, another player can explain it, and they get the 3 points instead. Now, the whole game is about stress, anxiety, depression, how to get rid of negative thoughts and feelings.
Oh, that's great.
But the children don't play against each other, they play together. So they all go around the board together, and nobody wins until they finish. And then
it's a non-competitive game.
A non-competitive game.
Cooperation.
All the kids help each other go around.
That's right. This is what we want.
It's cooperation, collaboration. And then the the player that's got the most happy onion points, he's the winner. Okay. And that's how the game works.
I really like it. So it will be a physical game and a digital game.
Yes. So basically, when we're young, okay, we're a bit like this, right? We're always happy and chappy, yeah. And then as you get older, the mind.
Oh my God.
Okay. So what the game does, it teaches people how to get rid of this guy and bring back happiness.
Oh, I love it.
So it's a fun game. They can play it with their friends, play it with their parents, play it with their schoolmates, but it gives them an understanding of why negative feelings come up and how to get rid of them forever.
I love it. I love it.
Cool.
And I heard you are writing a book as well. What is the name of the book?
Yeah, the book is called Peel Away the Pressure.
Like peeling the onion.
You take like peeling the pressure, peeling the onion, yeah. So the book's called Peel Away the Pressure, and basically it's an A to Z roadmap for clearing away negative thoughts and feelings so you can live happily. It's for anybody who wants to live life with ease.
As soon you have the book, tell us, and we begin another program, and we can learn the book as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, the book's been written now. It's not going to be very far away.
Everybody's going to ask in Spanish too, so better things about 2 editions, Spanish one and English one.
Yeah, I've already got somebody in Germany who wants to translate it into German.
Perfect.
I'm also going to be looking for coaches because I can't do this on my own. I'm going to need people all over the world who can teach the Happy Onion program. But the whole program is made in a way that the players teach themselves as part of the game.
Perfect.
So stress comes up, I do this, it goes away. Anxiety comes up, I do this, it goes away. So it never becomes...
In the 7th petal school, we have an whole area, it's called the violet petal, and so all about inner development and know thyself and all that. So this will end perfectly into this violet petal and help so many persons with their personal development as a priority in education for everybody around the world.
Without happiness and mental health, we've got nothing. We can't enjoy life.
We're empty.
Yeah, you've got to be calm, happy, and your mental health has got to be positive. Every day we go out in the world and we're like a spring. We go out and the world puts pressure on us and the world puts pressure on us, and then we go bang. So the Happy Onion game, it teaches you how to take the pressure back off so you can enjoy life again.
Say like that.
Yeah.
And to wrap up this interview, I heard you to talk about we are right now in a shift as a humanity.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about this shift? What is it about?
So if you look out at the world, it's always been about, not to be nasty, but it's always been about control. Okay. We go to school, we get taught 10 or 12 programs and of things we have to learn, history, geography, English. Some of the stuff, yeah, it's very good. But why do we have to fill up our hard drive with stuff that we're never going to use?
You mean we are controlled all the time?
We are controlled. We are so filled up with stuff that we lose touch with what our true nature is. What is it that we came here to do? What do we want to enjoy? What do we naturally enjoy? Right? It's, oh no, you've got to do this exam and this exam and this exam. And it's all just pressure. So what's happening in the world now, from what I can see, is all these systems that are corrupt and that are broken are falling apart, right? Countries are bankrupt, schools have got no money, councils have got no money, hospitals have got no money because there's too much money being wasted on wars that nobody wants to fight, right? So the whole thing is starting to fall apart. And if you look at the coronavirus stuff, I don't know whether it was supposed to frighten us or what it was supposed to do, but what it's done is actually brought people together, right? They're helping each other, they're being polite, they're being nice to each other, looking out for each other. So consciousness is rising, and everything that is not true, which is not integrous, is falling apart. So there is only one consciousness, we're all it. And consciousness has said, right, okay, we've had enough of this rubbish. These people need to be living calm and happy, enjoying lives, doing what they love. And that's what I believe is now starting to happen. Anything that is not integrous, that's not for everybody, will fall apart over time.
So it's a personal shift and a collective shift.
It's an individual shift. I look at, everybody says, oh, coronavirus this, coronavirus that. Look what it actually made people do. It made people stay in their homes, okay? They had to learn to get on with their family, perhaps reconnect with their family. Perhaps they've lost contact. They don't really know who their children are anymore, or their husband or their wife is in. So they've had to spend time together. So consciousness is giving us all this opportunity to, I mean, how many people don't like themselves, right? How can you not like yourself? Because at some time when you were young, somebody said to you, who do you think you are? And made you feel small. And then that program stuck in there, and you go through your whole life. Until I was 40 years old, I had 3 hidden beliefs. I thought I was stupid, I thought I was unloved, and I thought I was unwanted. And then I found that that had been put into me at an early age. It wasn't even mine, okay? But I picked that up at an early age, and I went through my entire life till I got through 40, thinking I was stupid, unwanted, unloved. And then I looked at the world around me, and I looked at my friends, and they had divorces. They were on their 2nd or 3rd marriages. I'm on my 1st marriage. I've been married for 35 years. I've got 2 beautiful children, 4 wonderful grandchildren. And I think, hang on a minute, my life is actually working, but why do I think I'm stupid? All right? Look at everybody else, the mess they're in. How can I be the stupid one? And then I started to see that my mind was playing games on me to get negative energy. And once I saw the games that were being played, I was able to undo them. But yeah, I think there's a consciousness shift going on, and it's positive. There's going to be huge changes in education, in finance, in corporations. The corporations have got far too powerful. The politicians do whatever the corporations tell them to do, right? And I think this is humanity going, stop.
This is part of this.
This has got to stop.
Dear Julian, what will be your recommendation for the teachers or parents who are watching the marathon now inside this shift? How can we fit into that?
The thing that is going to help us all the most is to learn to live in the present moment. If you learn to live it, only this instant exists, right? We are experiencing second to second. So when you learn to live right now, not in the yesterday, not in the tomorrow, just now, that's where the mind goes quiet and happiness comes back up.
Thank you so much. So remember, happiness is a priority, and we are all involved.
We are all born happy. All we have to do is learn to peel away the layers of rubbish that society puts on us that don't serve us.
And thank you for the Happy Onion. I repeat the website, happyonionliving.com. And we do keep in touch, Julian. We want to know about the book, all the games, and to weave this big, beautiful tapestry of happiness and love.
As soon as the book is ready, I'll send you a free copy. And then anybody I can help, anybody needs help with negative thoughts or feelings, please get in touch, and I'll do whatever I can to help.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care. We are in touch.
Bye for now.
Ay, qué lindo, qué maravilloso. Y sabes, yo me quedo con experimentar cada segundo, vivir en el presente. Es que no hay más.
Yes, to keep that moment, just to live in the present. Yeah, that's the key. Es la llave.
Sí, y dice, cuando formamos este cambio individual, podemos hacer también el cambio colectivo.
He's saying when we change just for ourselves, then we are creating a bigger change, a collective change.
Y tenemos que estar tranquilos, felices y disfrutando de la vida y del maratón.
And we need to be calm and happy and enjoying the marathon. That's right.
Bueno, voy a compartir algunos de los comentarios. Qué lindo la felicidad, siempre el sonreír, el estar en contacto con la gente que quieres, en disfrutar y hacer lo que te gusta. De verdad que somos muy pocos los privilegiados y ojalá que, como dijo Happy Onion, hay que hacer lo que disfrutamos hacer naturalmente.
Yeah, so we hope we can all get to enjoy what we do in life.
Dice, watch out, África, porque se quedó este comentario del video anterior, un continente de energía, de sabiduría ancestral que se trasladó a Bahía, Brasil. ¿Quieres traducirlo? Perdón.
No, creo que está bien, que estaba en África.
Sí, porque estaba ahí. Y bueno, otro comentario. Dice, me encanta esta idea de ver los programas internos como juegos. I like this idea of seeing inner programs as game being played on us. Is this way we can stop them?
De esta forma los podemos parar.
Okay. Bueno, y Noche Azul, sabios círculos donde crecen con la feliz experiencia, confirmando que somos completos, más cada uno es único e inigualable en armonía y equilibrio con el todo.
Well, this is it's a bit difficult to translate word by word, but it's just confirming that the happiness is what we have to aim for, just to live in harmony and balance with everything around us.
Thanks for this marathon with wonderful education tools. Bueno, pues gracias por este maratón con grandes y maravillosas herramientas de la educación. Y de este modo podemos pararlos cuando deseemos. Cuando venimos de este comentario que dice que los programas internos son como juegos. Y es por eso que podemos pararlos cuando lo deseemos.
Yeah, so the thoughts and feelings is when Julian is explaining the game. So this is like a game, thoughts and feelings. So don't take it so seriously, I suppose, as well, because it's a game. And then we can stop them whenever we want.
Dice, hola amigas, el cambio viene. El amor tiene que triunfar. Soledad Moyano.
The change is coming and love has to win.
Chile, bienvenida, welcome.
Bueno, voy a poner la website www.happyonionliving.com.
Okay, so this is the website from Julian with his Happy Onion Living program.
Así que
sí, acuérdense que Julian tiene los juegos y lo vamos a conectar con el Instituto de P3000, 4000, 5000. Obviamente, tenemos Game 3000.
So we will connect Julian with his games and we will connect him to P3000. And what else, Noe? What else
Y tiene un libro.
And a book.
Entonces, nos quedamos en contacto.
We keep in touch with him.
Y me gustó mucho de Julián porque empezó a hablar del consciousness shift, el cambio de conciencia. Y eso podría ser otra entrevista. Si quieren, pónganos en comentarios porque es lo que estamos atravesando ahora mismo.
So yeah, one of the good things that he said is the shift of consciousness. So just if you want another interview with him, just write it down on the comments.
Porque eso nos concierne a cada uno. O sea, no es algo que va a ir afuera, que se va a cambiar un presidente o un sistema. No, no, no. Se va a cambiar primero adentro y es de conciencia. Y con eso yo veo una educación maravillosa.
Yes, because this concerns us all, everyone, and the change is inside, that inner peace. And when we get that, if each of one gets that, then there is a huge change in the world, in education.
Y además, juntos y juntas.
Yeah, sí, together.
Sí, sí, sí. Bueno, ¿y qué les parece si nos vamos ahora a otro lado con Neil Pinder, maestro y arquitecto. Nosotros tenemos el poder.
So now we go somewhere else. She hasn't said yet. And so we have the power.
Y bueno, este es de Reino Unido, ¿cierto, Noé?
From the United Kingdom.
Entonces, pues, vamos.
Y atención, vamos a hacer toda la exposición de arquitectura. Gran amigo, profesor y aficionado, se dice, de arquitectura, fashion. Tiene un grupo grande de jóvenes increíbles, así que adelante, Neil, realmente fabuloso también lo que haces.
Bueno, y dicen, estoy segura las chicas quieren el juego para Navidad. I'm sure Noemi, Cari, and Laura want a game for Christmas.
Yes.
Sí, por favor, quiero el tío. Ok, entonces vamos a Reino Unido.
Hi everybody, welcome back to our great Maraton 3000 with a very special guest with Mr. Neil Pinder. And Neil is a teacher, high school teacher, secondary school teacher here in England. And as well, he has many projects. He's the director of a nice project of GLAM. We will talk about that. Hello, Neil, how are you?
I'm fantastic. You? Hello, everybody.
Thank you for your time and thank you for all your ideas, and your energy is so beautiful. We will start with teenagers. I see you have, like, your students are between 11 and 17, more or less. Yeah. And you teach project and architecture, which is quite amazing in a high school or secondary school. Would you like to start to tell us about your job as a teacher, what you see in the teenager, your ideas about education?
Basically, I teach young people that they have the power, and they have the power to how they can build, change their environment. And they're non-traditional people and traditional people. Non-traditional means that their parents or their relatives may not have been in the creative field. They may have come as settlers into England, or they may have been here for a long time, but they haven't got the sort of trait that goes through that makes them or turns them into architects, engineers, designers. So I call them non-traditional. And then the traditional ones may come from parents who are architects, engineers, etc. But their parents don't think that they should go into these professions because they would rather treasure them going to be an accountant, be an investment banker, etc., etc. So what I do is I nurture them and say to them, you have the creative skills. You have the skills that can change your whole neighborhood, how you live and how you interface with people. And this is the part where they get. And so from the age of 11, I'm telling them that they can succeed. And then when they do their GCSEs, which is their A-level, their O-levels, and then they do their A-levels and they go on to university as architects, then they have this social responsibility that I tell them that they come back and help another generation from 11 upwards. So they're always churning over, coming back and helping younger people to realize that they can do it. Because when you are quite young, you don't know what you want to do. You're impressionable, and you've got your parents saying, your parents say, do this, do this, do this, and your other people saying, do this. You want to earn money, and they put money as the main goal in life. But when you're creative, I say, if you have passion, no matter what you do, you will succeed if you have passion. If you have creative passion, you will always succeed. So that's what I give them the gift of, or the belief that they can do it. And then from there on, they leave school, go to university, they become architects, and I call them homegrown because they come from me. So they're homegrown. And then my company is called Homegrown Plus. And the pluses are they tell their friends in universities, they tell their friends in college, they tell their friends that they know, oh, there's this mad teacher usually who is passionate about architecture and creativity, and he could help you and connect you to somebody who will connect you to somebody. And this is how I operate.
And I remind everybody to have your notebook, because all the ideas and all the project and all the beautiful activities Neil do, please take notes to do the same wherever you are, especially if you are in the education field. Neil, I saw the organization GLAM, G-L-A-M, and you are the director of several projects. Would you like to tell us what you do and what is GLAM?
Right. Basically, I'm always metamorphosizing. So we as creatives, we're always metamorphosizing in our minds. And then we tell everybody, I've got this, we want to do this. Because if we stay still, the establishment try to clone what we do and reproduce it and say that it's them who invented it. So all the time we have to metamorphosize. So with my initiative, I set up another initiative called Celebrating Architecture. I will send you the links to some of my films.
Please, and we will give to people.
Lovely. Celebrating Architecture, which is to infuse young people into getting into architecture. So we set them projects, and the projects that they do is to build pavilions. It's to build places that they can go to, relax, feel comfortable with their friends. So that's a pavilion project that we call, and that we do, where young people can design it from the beginning. We tool them up with the language of architectural language. We tool them up with language like client, end user. And my latest one that I'm tooling up all my students with is parametric architecture. So parametric architecture, as some of you will know who are architects, is about, it was invented by a mathematician. And I say to my students, and I say in front of the class, I am absolutely useless at math. But it was invented by a mathematician in about 2008. Then it was named parametric architecture in 2012. And basically it uses mathematical algorithms in geometric and organic shapes to pull out designs. So a chief exponent of this is Zaha Hadid. She's done, Frank Gehry's done some parametric architecture. So I'm tooling up my students with the words that they need to know and how to orientate themselves around. And so that is one initiative. The other one, GLAM. GLAM was born out of seeing a student who came to me from another teacher, a textile student. And she wanted to do a project, but she really, really wanted to have a nice project. So we sat her down, got her project really nice. She took it to a college because she thought she might go to college and stay instead of staying at the school. And a lecturer crushed her, said, you will never get into a university because you're not good enough, basically. That's what they said to her. So, yeah, so I said to her, all right, you come and we will help you to get into the university you want. So the students know I love Gucci. They know I love Louis Vuitton. And so I thought up of how can I get students infused into design. GLAM stands for Gucci, Louis Vuitton, architecture, and me. And Harriet Harris, who's a professor at the Pratt University in New York, she said to me, Neil, you have come up with a Trojan horse. So everybody's about the glitz, the glamour, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton. And then they come to the workshop and it's about wearable architecture, how you can design architecture to wear. I mean, don't forget, for generations, the Egyptians, the Yinkers, the African tribes, the Asian tribes, all of them have been wearing wearable architecture in terms of fashion, head garments, the Maasai warriors and the warriors who used to wear massive things around their neck. That's all wearable architecture. But we empower the students to realize that they can look at different designs, they can look at different cultures, and also at the same time make a piece of wearable architecture. So on the 28th and 29th of November, this Saturday and Sunday coming, we are doing a world workshop. So it's called Glam Goes Global. So we're connecting to, you know me, in Bolivia. We're connecting to New York. We're connecting to the Caribbean. We're connecting to Africa. We're connecting to France. So we're connecting all over the world, all over the globe, with like-minded creative people who all they want to do is to make and have the passion for making. And then that leads on to every single avenue that they'll ever want to do.
That's amazing, actually. And what's more amazing for me, as you are the first teacher in my whole life I'm meeting with such a passion for architecture. I think it's a beautiful blend. What are your ideas with architecture and school and the future university? How would you do a beautiful school and university with a new concept of architecture and with your ideas of being all together, traditional, not traditional, everybody?
So my idea is, first, you will be central to it as well. So it's to link in people from around the world. And after the pandemic, because don't forget, this is it's a sad time, but it's also a brilliant time because it put a stop button on the whole everything. And so people like us, non-traditional people, have said, right, we can reset, we can readjust, we can press the reset button and have things more the way that we want, instead of the establishment telling us that you have to have this, you have to have this, you have to have that. So my idea is to get people from around the world, and every, say, 6 months after the pandemic, maybe just in a centralized place, even if we do it by Zoom, in a centralized place, we meet, we gather, and we're creative, and we send out all the creative sort of vibes to all of the rest of the establishments that will be created off of our creativity. So we would have a series of creative schools. All we're doing is creativity, and through creativity, don't forget, creativity involves math, it involves science, it involves literature, it involves being able to read. So if there's no subject that's excluded from creativity, but as under the banner of creativity, we can do anything. We can teach kids anything that we want to teach them. And at the same time, and young people and people like us will be in charge. So instead of a government trying to indoctrinate us into their ideology, their philosophy, and having control, because at the end of the day, what they want is power, control, and earn the money. All we want is to be able to be creative. We want the power of creativity. Once you're creative, you have a free mind. You think for yourself. You can do anything in the world once you begin to think to yourself without the chains of the government saying English, math, science, or whatever, or what, this pre-prescribed set of 8 subjects. We will be free, but as I said, all of our subjects all of creativity incorporates everything.
Time is flying and we are almost at the end, but we would like to know, what do you think young people need most today?
They need to basically be told, you can do it.
You can do it.
You can do it. You can do it. Believe in yourself. You have the power, you have the ability, and you can do it. That's all you need. And
so
once
please, every young people that's watching this video, you can do it. That's
definitely.
Beautiful. Yeah, definitely. Any message for, maybe I shouldn't do that, but for the ministries of education?
The ministries of education of the world, you have to listen to people like us. Forget all of your high-powered people who have been to the same school, the same tutors and who are churning out the same ways, you haven't done it right. You've proven. You have failed in so many ways. You've failed your people. Keep on failing your people. Let us have a try. Let us do it, because we would disseminate the power. We would disseminate the ability for people to believe in themselves. And with us, it would be more even, as opposed to you being on top and then being low.
So give us, please, a few words on the education of the future, and then we will close.
I think because of the pandemic and because of Black Lives Matter has empowered everyone who didn't have a voice to speak up. LGBT, the underrepresented people of our societies, it's given them a voice, and it's also given them a belief that they can. As I said, they have the power. And at the same time, I think, well, I know that we can change everything. We can. You can. We can. We will join up, all of us, and change.
I tell you, that is the right time. Thank you so much for your time, dear Neil. Thank you for this vision. It's not only a vision, it's really true. We really need it. And that's exactly what the children and the young people wants to listen and wants to be with you. That's why they want to be with you all the time, actually. Thank you for your time.
Just believe in your heart and you will do it.
Believe in your heart. Thank you for your time. We definitely keep in touch, and we can do many exchange and programs, and that's why we're here too, to help each other.
As I said to people, what I'd like to do is send students over to you, you send students over to me send students over to some, so that they can see the world and experience that we're creatively all the same.
Yeah, that's the way. And when they know the word, automatically we will have peace culture, because we will know and respect each other. Exactly. Thank you so much. Please take care, and we see you pretty soon. We will do much more activities.
Thank you very much.
Exchange and everything. Let me see here. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye.
¡Ay, qué lindo! Qué interesante todo, de verdad. Hijo, ya no hay ni en dónde escribir de todas las ideas y de todo lo que comparten, de verdad. Y dice, bueno, que el gobierno o los maestros, que dice que tienen que escuchar a personas creativas como él, porque el sistema ha fallado, porque las antiguas prácticas no son realmente para la realidad de hoy.
Yes, we all should listen to people like him, really, like people creative with new ideas, and this way we could do something that is more coherent with the world that we live in now. That's right.
Sí. ¿Y Laura, qué te parece? Yo te voy a traducir. Es una escuela que está muy metida en la educación. Me encantaría saber lo que se piensa en Bogotá, Colombia.
No, es maravilloso. ¿En español o en inglés?
En español, y te voy a traducir con mi acento francés.
No, es maravilloso ver cómo la importancia de la pasión. Así empezó él, ¿no? Como el sentimiento, el hacerlo con el corazón.
The passion and the feeling of Neil.
Y también muy interesante, y lo comparto mucho con el proyecto que estoy llevando a cabo, y es que las personas empiecen a viajar, los adolescentes, los niños.
I agree with him, and actually I do it with my project, people about traveling and connect.
Es la mejor forma de conocer el mundo y de entender al otro.
And this is the best way to know the world and to what? And respect each other?
Understand the other.
And understand each other.
Las culturas, las diferentes culturas, claro. Respetar la diversidad. Abrir la mente y el corazón.
Open the mind and open the heart.
Yes.
Wonderful. Sí, con eso. Es que realmente es cuando estás en estos intercambios, en estos viajes, cuando convives ahí in situ es donde realmente viene este crecimiento también y este respeto por el otro.
Yes, it's when you go out. Yeah, when you go out from your comfort zone, I think then is when you realize, when you do actually, when you find yourself in a different situation, completely different situation, and you respect the other ones, because I think because you get out from yourself, sales de ti mismo, ¿no? Como que
Sí.
ves otra perspectiva.
Y bueno, dice María Rosa Linda, perdón, Singali Ponce, vamos por los millonésimos círculos. Somos unidad de conciencia de amor. Gracias.
Bravo.
So let's go for the million of circles. We are unity of consciousness, of loving consciousness. Thank you.
No, y querías decir algo.
Sí, Nils dijo un par de cosas súper importantes. Yo pensaba si se puede escribir debajo. Yo anoté dos.
He said very important things, and we're going to write them down underneath.
If that's okay with Karina. The first one is believe in your heart and you will do it.
Ok.
La primera es cree en tu corazón y lo harás.
So in English, believe in your heart and you will do it. Cree en tu corazón y lo harás. Mira, hay muy pocos profes que te dicen eso.
There are few teachers that tell you this.
Muchos profes te van a decir, tenga tus diplomas, tienes que tener éxito, pero believe in your heart.
Yeah, many teachers tell you just to get your diploma, you need to be successful, but believe in your heart, that's not something we hear a lot from them.
Creer en tu corazón y lo harás. Sí, ponle en grande en tu clase, ponle en grande en tu casa, en tu oficina.
Just write it out somewhere, like really big. Believe in your heart and you'll do it.
And send a picture to Neil.
Sí, dice, brujeres. Con esta educación universal dimos vuelta todo lo que se creía bien y resultó que por acá, P3000, 4000, 5000, escuela de 7 pétalos, sociedad de 13 pétalos.
Well, this is so hard to translate. No, I need some help. Brujeres is like bruja is woman. Mujeres, no, bruja is witch. Mujeres is women. So it's just like, yeah, witches, women that are witches. With this universal education, we realized that all that we thought about was around here with P 3000, 4000, and 5000, and 7 petals school. Yeah, and this network, society network.
Yeah, because
was it right? No.
Tenemos dos programas, la Escuela de los 7 pétalos, lo cual desemboca en un segundo programa que se llama la Sociedad de los 13 pétalos. Porque obviamente como educamos ahora, es la sociedad que vamos a tener. Entonces desde ya está sobre papel, está visionada, con visión, ya está.
That's the vision.
Pluriculturalidad, ajo, hecho está.
Pluriculturality, ajo, is done.
Perfect.
Dice, when you are creative, you have a free mind, Neil. Una vez que eres creativo, tienes una mente brillante. Bueno, mente libre.
Sí, te libera. La creatividad te libera. Y Neil tiene toda la razón.
Sí. Very beautiful meeting and the enlightened advice. Congratulations. I should not keep watching until the end. Lot of love and congratulations for your effort and patience from London.
¡Wow, María Luz, estás en Vamos a ver.
¿Queréis traducirlo?
Muy hermosa esta reunión y un consejo muy ¿Cómo se puede decir esto?
¿Cómo?
Enlighten.
Muy lleno de luz.
Es como lleno de luz, sí. Felicitaciones. Voy a mirarlos hasta el final. Mucho amor y felicitaciones por sus esfuerzos y pasión desde Londres.
Gracias, María Luz.
Wow, qué lindo.
Mira,
Bueno,
otra
pues,
que pongamos en grande. Vamos muy bien con el tiempo. Les felicito. Si no están cansadas, sigamos adelante. La otra era,
Another
we have
sentence.
the power. We can change everything.
¿Cómo?
One. We have the power. We can change everything.
Ok, tenemos el poder y podemos hacer todo.
Podemos cambiar todo. We can
Tenemos
change
el poder,
everything.
Podemos cambiarlo todo.
Cambiarlo todo.
Impresionante.
Yes, very inspiring.
Y acuérdense una vez más que con Neil vamos a hacer todo el Congreso de Arquitectos, fin de marzo. Así que tendremos 6 horas con nosotros.
So with him we will do the Architects Congress.
Yes. And that gives you the date.
April? What day?
It would be March in English.
Okay.
26, 27, 28. Only in English with Neil and me and Karina because she's practicing all the time. Laura, you are welcome. And in Spanish, it will be in April. Ahora en Spanish. Do you want to translate me, Laura?
Va a ser, no cogí las fechas. Va a ser en marzo.
Entonces, marzo es en inglés con Neil, 26, 27, 28. Y en español, ojo, va a ser en abril. Entonces, los que hablan español, tomen ya las fechas para reservar. Va a ser súper interesante. Viernes 16, sábado 17 y domingo 18 de abril. Y eso es solo en español. De tal manera que se puede concentrar sobre lo que dicen los arquitectos y tomar notas, y va a ser solo en tu idioma. Lo hicimos a propósito, no para dividir los arquitectos, sino por la importancia también de esos dos simposios. Pero obviamente somos uno, somos one word, con L. Ajaja.
Muy pronto lo haremos en telepatía para no tener que traducir.
Pronto, P5000.
Y le pusimos Save the Date a este simposio de arquitectura, que está en inglés, y aquí en pantalla ya están las fechas en inglés y estas en español.
So yeah, so there are two different ones, and it's not to divide ourselves. It's just it's easier. So there's one in Spanish and another one in English. So the dates were just there underneath.
And I can hear Ayub, he's a friend, he's going to say, and why not in French and in Arabic? And I hear my other friend, why not in Russian? Why not in Mandarin? Oh, we do the best we can. Fortunately, Google has Google Translator as well. But we try our best. Thank you for your patience too. Thank you for the translation, Laura. Thank you, Karina, for the stream. They are very long streams, but at least we have everybody, we have all the countries. Oh, beautiful.
Sí, estamos haciendo lo que podemos. Nos estarían preguntando por ahí, ¿por qué no en ruso? ¿Por qué no en francés? ¿Por qué no en otros idiomas? Y pues de verdad estamos haciendo lo posible con las traducciones de Google. Y bueno, conmigo y con Noé tratamos de traducir como sea posible.
Y gracias a Cari por esos streaming que son bien largos, pero tan interesantes. Gracias.
And thank you, Cari, for those streams. Really long. Thank you.
Y bueno, dice María Rosalinda, altísima energía esta luna. Virtual hub.
Oh, yes, the full moon. Very high, that vibration of the full moon. That's right. Tonight.
Y Jardiel Gómez, desde Colombia. Me encanta la geometría sagrada. Gracias. Saludos desde Popayán.
Jardiel says, I love sacred geometry. Thank you. Greetings for everyone from Popayán, Colombia. Big hug.
Gracias, Javier. De hecho, en el Congreso de los Arquitectos 3000, 4000, 5000 y Educación del Futuro, vamos a ver geometría sagrada o secret geometry y vamos a tener una sección solo sobre eso.
Wow, so in the Architects Congress, we will have a session just about sacred geometry. So we will wait for you. Join us.
Yes, save the date.
Save the date. Guarda la fecha.
Bueno, entonces, ¿qué creen? Pues ahora seguimos en Reino Unido con el doctor Trevor Adams.
Okay, so now we continue with the United Kingdom with the Dr. Trevor Adams.
Así es.
And Reverend Dr. Adams Trevor has an incredible story. So with this video, we will start with his story. He comes from Guyana and he went to the UK, and this is an adventure. I don't know how he managed to handle all that. And then tomorrow, we will see another video of him with his ideas on education. So we have two videos with Reverend Dr. Adams Trevor.
Bueno, con él también tenemos 2 sesiones, una que va a ser ahora y la próxima será mañana.
Everybody, yes, we are back at the big Maraton 3000 with Reverend Dr. Trevor Adams from UK with wonderful stories, wonderful ideas, and not only ideas, something we can do really. Dear Dr. Trevor, do you would like to present yourself first, and then we will go with your amazing life?
Yeah, I'm Reverend Dr. Trevor. Reverend Dr. Trevor Adams. Live in England. I work with people within education, from children right up to adults, and it's a passion that I have to see people develop within the education system and outside of the education system as well. And it's so good to be. It's so good to be here having this conversation with you as well, Naomi.
No, thank you for your time and for sharing. Can we know about your early childhood? Because I understand you were born in Guyana, right?
Guyana, yes. Yes.
Guyana.
Yes.
English Guyana.
Yes, British Guyana.
British.
British Guyana. That's now just Guyana.
Would you like to tell us about that and about your grandmother? How was your first principles in life? How were you raised?
My grandmother was my first main educator. She was my first main teacher. I was left with my grandmother at the age of 6 months when my parents left to migrate to England for a better life. And that was the experiences of so many of us. We were left with our grandparents to look after us whilst our parents went to the UK, United Kingdom. But I was left with my grandmother for the first 7 years of my life. So she was the one who laid the foundation for me. I started schooling at about age 3. Was when I started schooling, and there's not a lot that I can remember. There are things I can remember, but some of the things that I cannot remember, my cousin, who's older than me, she has explained to me what I was like as a child. And she said, you by the age of 4 or 5, you can read and write. And she said, your grandmother did not encourage you to go outside and play a lot. She encouraged you to study. And the teacher used to say to my grandmother, you have a very bright grandson. You have a very, very bright grandson. And my cousin said to me that my grandmother would say to me, I am so proud of you, my grandson. I'm so proud of you. And so my grandmother was very, very disciplined. We had to go to church on a Sunday morning before eating anything, before any breakfast, the church, and then home, and then we had breakfast, and then she used to send us to church again in the afternoon. But for her, education was very, very important. And I was fortunate because my parents sent money back to Guyana for me to start my education early. So I'm grateful for my grandmother and my parents in giving me that foundation, because that foundation was going to be tested in the years ahead. And I will tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, what happened when you, because then you arrived to the UK, right? At 7 years old.
Well, yes, at 7 years old.
The story changed a little bit. What happened?
Well, at 7 years old, Naomi, I was put onto a plane by myself. No family,
what?
No friends, no, just a little case. I was put onto a plane. I was taken away from my grandmother and put onto a plane to be sent to England to join my parents. Now, when I came to England, I was sent to school. And at the time, England was not very friendly to people coming from Guyana and the Caribbean. It was not was very discriminatory. And so when I entered into the education system, remember that I could read, I could write, I was advanced. Myself and some of the other children, we were put into these special educational classes. They were put into special education classes, whereby we had to learn things which we had learned before. Because one of the things was that we had a slightly different accent. Yes, we came from British Guyana, and yes, we were British, but we had an accent. And so we were put into these special educational classes. We were taken out of our main classes and put into these special education classes. As a result, that pushed our education backwards. It pushed my education backwards. But my parents saw that my education was going downwards. And so what my father did, a father who is a science teacher, what he did at the time was to give us lessons at home. He taught us himself. He gave us lessons at home. And he used to make sure that we have books. Not so much toys and things like that. It was books, always books. This is the reason why, as you can see behind you.
I can see behind you.
I have a lot of books. I love books. I always love books. And so we came on from school, had something to eat, and then we had to go with my father and sit down and have our lessons. And my father used to teach other children, so we had to go with him in the car to their homes. And whilst he was teaching them, he was also teaching us. But my father left us when I was about age 11.
Oh.
And that was very, very difficult, very, very hard. And so my education dropped because I lost focus, lost concentration, as many children do who find themselves in a situation where parents separate. And I struggled within the school. Now, the school has a system whereby they either put you onto the higher level paper or the lower level paper. And most of us who came from Guyana or the Caribbean, we were put onto the lower examination route, the lower examination pathway. And another thing as well, Naomi, was that many of us who came from Guyana or from the Caribbean, some children were sent to schools called schools for the educationally subnormal. Schools
subnormal.
For the
hate this word. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's for schools for educationally subnormal. So there were children who had that experience as part of their growing up, as part of their development. But the system didn't cater for our needs. The system was such that we were being educated for the factories. We were being educated for the menial jobs.
It was a Windrush generation.
The Windrush generation.
Generation.
Yes.
So that was exactly the time where you arrived.
That's right. So if you imagine that after the Second World War, Britain needed to rebuild itself, it sent out recruiters to the Caribbean.
So they were just interested in labor, cheap labor, let's say.
That's right. That's right. To help the country
rebuild.
That's
the only concern they had, and
that's right.
I think.
So the main focus was our parents coming over to work, but of course, parents having children and being separated from your children, you would want your children to come and join you. And Britain was seen as a mother country, so lots of parents came to England, and they brought the children with them. And we were put into the education system that was not set up for us. It did not cater for us. It did not respond to our needs. And many of us were reported as being backward, being dull, being unresponsive, being disengaged. But no one took into consideration the trauma that we felt from being uprooted from our country of origin, placed into a very strange environment. The place was cold, the people were cold, and as children, trying to make sense of.
It's still cold in England.
It's still very cold. It's still very cold.
And it's the same issues with all the refugee children. And now we have millions of them in Europe.
Yes.
The same situation. They just pulled out and put in a new context of culture with no consideration for emotional issues, post-trauma issues, feelings. We are all human beings.
Very, very much so. And, and in some cases, children have to learn a new language, a new culture, a new way of life. And oftentimes nothing is said. So they've been uprooted from their place, but nothing is said to them for them to make sense of their experience. And when they get to this new destination, they are often rejected, not accepted. So children feel rejected, feel a sense of not belonging. And that was also my experience and many of the experiences of my peers. We felt rejected. We felt this wasn't our home, but yet we couldn't go back to our home. So we felt very, very displaced. And that wasn't really taken into consideration within the education system as to how that then impacts our learning. Because the last thing that you want to focus on when you are in that experience is maths and science and all of those things, because you're still processing the emotional effects of the displacement that you have experienced.
Grammar.
Yes.
Do you want some water? We have time. Do you want to get a glass of water for yourself?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking. I'm fine.
But now we have the big question, because we know you have a PhD, you are a doctor. How from this subnormal, or I don't know, the subnormal school, you arrive to the top? I mean, not everybody has a PhD, not even me. What happened?
Well, remember what I said, Naomi, about my grandmother. She laid a foundation, and within Guyana, the culture within Guyana is one that highly values education, to the extent that people would go without food in order to ensure that their children are educated, because there's a recognition that education, the right education, is a passport out of poverty. So the things that my grandmother instilled within me laid the foundation that pointed me in the direction where I was going to go. So even though I had experienced these different pushbacks and setbacks, there was still something inside of me that had to come out. There was still something inside of me that had to be released. And so when I left school with very little qualification, that drive was still there. There was still a search for something deep and something more profound. And so I left school, went on to college to retake my school qualifications, and left college with a bit more qualifications. Then I went into the world of work, and I took advantage of an opportunity that came to me to study in night school, to get an opportunity to get to.
So you had both the work and the night school.
Yes. Sorry, it wasn't night school. The first time I tried to retake some examinations, I went to night school after I left college. But when I started to work, I got the opportunity to work and go to college at the same time, which I did for 2 years. And then I began to focus on self-development. Somebody had said to me one day in a training environment, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? I'd never thought about that. And I left that training session thinking about, okay, where do I want to see myself? Where do I see myself in 5 years' time? What do I want to do with my life? And then I became a Christian, became involved within the church, and I was encouraged to study, read. And then I began to set up different projects using the knowledge and the skills that I had. But I always wanted to go to university, but I couldn't find the type of program that would be useful for me. Of course, I wanted to do a first degree, but I saw a master's degree being offered, and it was being offered in the same building that I was sent to as a child to go and get extra training in practical skills. And then, so what happened was that I'd applied for this master's program, and I thought I would not be accepted on the master's program because I didn't have a degree. But at the interview, the program leader said to me, she said, I've got one question to ask you. I'm so curious. And I'm thinking, she's not going to let me go onto this program because I don't have a first degree. Instead, what she did, she turned around, she said, my question is, why aren't you teaching on this program? And I thought, wow, absolutely amazing. So there were a number of life skills that I had developed through my own training and going on different programs, having my own curriculum, my own life curriculum that I was following to develop myself.
Self-taught.
Very, very much self-taught. Now, one of the things which I need to say, because this is very important, my father, although he left us, he used to set us tasks to do, study tasks to do. So he would give us some lessons. He bought me a book. It was called You Go French in 6 months. And it says, teach yourself French. So I had to teach myself French. Yes, I had to teach myself French. And in this book, it had the pronunciation of the word. It had a correct spelling, but it also had the pronunciation of the words. My father said to me, I think you would be very good at speaking French. And he gave me a book. And he would set different tasks, but we also had to mark our own book. He didn't mark it, we had to mark our own book. But we learned to self-study, take responsibility and study for ourselves. So by the time I got to university, I was used to finding things out. I was used to going and doing research. I was used to doing it. And so I was at university for 2 years, completed my master's. And when I finished, I felt I wanted more. I wanted to study more. Where do I go to now? I thoroughly enjoy that. Some of my peers on the program felt, wow, we're just glad that these 2 years are over. Whereas I am now getting excited because I was in my mid-40s at that time. First time at university in my mid-40s, doing a master's, completed it, and I'm becoming so excited. Oh, this is what university is all about. Love it. And so my program leader said to me, well, I think you should go and do a doctoral education. And so I made some inquiries about the different doctoral education program that was on. And I was thinking of doing something in personnel or management. And then I saw a doctorate in practical theology. practical theology. And what that is all about, it's a multidisciplinary program that deals with practical issues. So this is where the practical comes from, the practical needs, the practical problems, the practical issues from a theological standpoint. Right? So the practical issues could be anything from poverty to domestic violence to mental health, practical, but from a theological, reflecting on the problem from a theological standpoint. Now, what I was focusing on at that time was the education of the next generation of children. But I wanted to know, how did I make that journey from leaving school with very little qualification to be able to complete a PhD, a doctorate? Okay, so that was my research. My research was on my life journey. And when I look back, I saw the importance of my grandmother. Because scientists would tell us that those first 7 years of a child's life are foundational years. They set the pattern for up to, for us to build on. And one of my supervisors, he had said to me, he said, "You must have been bright as a child. You must have been bright as a child." And I'm thinking, well, no, I've had to work my way through. He said, no. He said, the mere fact that you could be doing a doctorate now meant that you must have had it as a child. And I never thought about that. And I began to reflect and think about the fact that within children, there is that enormous potential just lying there, just waiting to come out, waiting for somebody to recognize that there's a spark of genius in them, and to be able to pull out those, the qualities, the gifts and talents that they have. So now I go back. So I've made the journey and I go back looking for the next generation of doctors and professors and lawyers and educators who are in their infant form, who are in their childlike form. But the potential, the seed is inside of every single one of them, irrespective of their background, irrespective of their experiences, that they have that enormous potential.
So what will be, to close the first part, your message, how to have this seed to blossom? What will be your message to people?
Well, it goes back to something that you said. If you can't see it in yourself, you will not be able to see it in others. If you deny it in yourself, you will deny it in others. So it starts with ourselves. It starts with me. And I say to the children, look, I've got no scars. I haven't had a brain transplant. It's the same brain that I was born with, right? It's the same brain that I was born with. I just learned how to use it.
Wow. Thank you so much. And definitely we will do a second part to that. Thank you so much. And I think everybody watching that is going to reset their life and goals as well. And everything is possible. You are the proof of it. Thank you so much. Please keep in touch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, aquí estamos de nuevo. Ah, Laura. Ok, ya. Sí, ya estamos. Pues que, de verdad, qué interesante. Y qué importante de restablecer nuestras metas, nuestros bríos. Y yo creo que viene todo como compilado o junto con este despertar de conciencia también.
So yes, how interested it is to see everything that we aim for, no, like to reevaluate who you are, no, and everything is connected to this. What we're talking about, the interconnection. Yeah, and how he ended, it was very inspiring. Like, if you cannot see it in yourself, how can you see it in others? Or you cannot see it in others. Fue muy inspirador lo que él dijo, si no lo ves en ti, ¿cómo lo vas a ver en otras personas, no?
Sí. Voy a poner un comentario que está por aquí. Y dice, bueno, resiliente. Escuchar las palabras de doctor Adam es movilizante. Bueno, sí, reliciente. Viene a mí, ¿no?
Es como resiliente, resiliencia.
De resiliencia.
Uh-huh. Sí, es el mundo que viene a mí ahorita, es muy resiliente. Yeah, listen to the words of Dr. Adams.
Sí. Bueno, dice...
His story is very shocking, no? How he went from one completely different background, from a different country, a different culture, and he finds himself at the age of 8 without his grandma and in another country completely different. Very shocking.
Dice, bueno, por acá con tormenta con la montaña de Wi-Fi, más de estos modos súper nutritivos y hermosos maratón.
So here with the storm in the mountain of Wi-Fi, okay, so bad connection of Wi-Fi, all of these ways of super, how do you say that, nutritivo, like very filling and beautiful marathon.
Yes, very well. I have to enjoy to steam somehow. I love all about this.
Gracias.
¿O quieres traducirlo?
Ok, sí, dice sí, muy bien. Tengo que ir a juntarme con este equipo. Los amo y amo todo acerca de esto.
Dice self-studying. When I went to university, I was used to find this out that Dr. Trevor Adam, the power of finding your way out. Wow, it's incredible.
Sí, es como el autoconocimiento. Cuando fui a la universidad, yo estaba acostumbrado a encontrarme con todo esto. El poder de encontrar tu propio camino. Es increíble.
Sí. Bueno, pues de verdad que está muy inspirador, muy motivador. Y bueno, escriban sus comentarios. Gracias a quienes están compartiendo, gracias a quienes se conectan y vienen llegando. Así es que te recordamos que estamos en el Maratón 8, en esta 8ª ya edición.
Yes,
We are one world.
Yes, all of these stories are very inspiring, and as people are coming, and yeah, just join us and please write your comments on this marathon number 8. One world.
Noé, ¿quieres agregar algo antes de irnos a Hawái?
Wow.
Ay, Noé, espera, no tienes audio, pero ya lo tienes.
Estoy todavía muy impresionada de la vida de esos niños y niñas. En muchos países, en Australia se llamaba la generación perdida, en Inglaterra se llamaba la generación del viento. O sea, es como hubo generaciones enteras que fueron transferidos, ¿no? De un continente al otro, y eso me abrió mucho los ojos sobre la realidad de tantas culturas.
Yeah, it's very shocking, and how to see all these generations of children or people that go from one place to another one, like for example in Australia. So it's very sad to see that this happened.
But it's eyes opening. A mí me abrió los ojos y entender este gran brassage. I think this huge shift all around the world.
Opens your mind. Sí, abre los ojos. Es la realidad. Que uno a veces escucha, ¿no? Uno a veces escucha, pero ya conocer a alguien que ha tenido esta experiencia es diferente.
Sí, y con más razón el tema de recuperar su poder, recuperar quién eres, porque ha pasado por tantas humillaciones, igual todos los pueblos indígenas de América Latina y México. Entonces es una doble conquista, ¿no? De tú mismo y de tu historia. Recuperar su poder interior y exterior.
Yeah, very important for them to find themselves, their identity. Yeah, and it's like if they find themselves, it's one thing, but also is very connected to finding their culture, who they are as a collective. Yes, when you are in a country or in a culture, finding yourself, who you are, and where you belong to as well.
Ya te voy a traducir. Dice ahora que es tan importante reconocer a uno mismo y reconocer quién eres y cuál es tu cultura. Y es un proceso, un doble proceso.
Gracias por tantos regalos. Dice
Hola,
Dinora.
Thank you for so many gifts.
México es tu vecina, Karina. Vive en Chihuahua.
Mira, dice Soledad Moyano, Lost Generation, it was horrible.
Sí, eso fue
Perdida.
Bueno, pues.
Porque
después...
la meta, bueno, en muchos países, la meta era borrar tu cultura para borrarte a ti, igual en América Latina. Y eso fue horrible.
Yeah, in many countries, the goal was to eliminate your culture, to eliminate you. So this happened even in the Latin America.
And that now the process is to reverse all that. Find yourself, find your culture, find your power, and this is beautiful. Now we are reversing this energy. And this is both the message of Neil and the message of Reverend Dr. Trevor Adams.
Sí, ahora el mensaje es diferente. En vez de eliminarnos, vamos a volver a reencontrarnos. Reencuéntrate a ti mismo y a tu cultura. Esos son los mensajes que hemos tenido en esas dos entrevistas que tuvimos.
Sí, qué bellas.
Sí, estoy muy emocionada ahora. De lo que pasó y de lo que pasa ahora, de los dos. Así que gracias, Neil, y gracias, Dr. Adams Trevor.
Yeah, what is happening now is very, it's emotional. What happened before and now what's going on, what was going on now. So thank you.
Y bueno, es momento de ir a Hawái con salud y educación.
It's time to go to Hawaii, and we're going to talk about health and education.
Sí, and Judith Shelton, she has a book as well. Oh, it's in English, but I go on. And she wants to write the book, If I Knew, and she wants to talk about if I knew all that, how to take care of my body, how to be healthy, I would have avoided so many troubles. It's very important. If you're a mother, father, please take notes of this interview as well.
Bueno, antes es que llegó...
Espera.
Sí, excelente entrevista al doctor Trevor. Sus experiencias de infancia y de aprendizaje son sus seres amados. Los primeros 7 años son marcantes. Somos espejo.
It was an excellent interview to Dr. Trevor, his experience and his childhood, and the learning, what he learned with the people he loved. And the first 7 years are very, very important. We are mirrors.
Las palabras se sienten con mucho más sentido cuando han sido vivenciadas y encarnadas por quien las comparte. Muchas gracias por este espacio. Cecis Barra por aquí.
Wow, the words have more meaning when the person that talks about them has lived that. Thank you very much for this space, Ceci.
Muy bien, entonces, ahora sí, vamos a Hawái.
Now let's go to Hawaii.
Vamos a ir con Justin Shelton.
Sí.
Y el tema es apasionante. Tome notas sobre la importancia de su cuerpo y saber eso.
Oh, nice to see everyone.
How are you?
Nice to be here. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you for your time and thank you for being in the marathon, this big
Thank you
marathon
so much for
2000
asking.
on education, because your subject is so interesting and I wanted people to know about it. We are talking about the body, the importance of the body. I like the name If I Knew, and maybe that's your next book if one day, it would be nice.
Yes.
And if I knew, what do you mean by if I knew what? What about the body?
Things I wish I had known when I was younger. For instance, I was very active as a child. I showed horses. And then as I got into junior high and high school, my parents said, I'm 6'3" tall. So I'm well suited to play basketball. But truly my only talent. Yeah, exactly. My only natural talent was that I was tall. So I worked a lot. I lifted weights, I trained, I did all of this. And I thought athletes were healthy. That was my conception as a child. Like, oh, as long as I'm an athlete, I'm healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But truly, I wish I had known athletes push their bodies beyond where they should be pushed. And so I had a lot of injuries. I hurt my back.
How old were you?
The first time I put my back out, I was 15.
No.
And then it was out and I continued lifting and then I developed. So to this day, I still have a tendency for my back to go out and a lot of structural damage.
That's not possible.
Yeah. But I found yoga, which helped me tremendously. I found it for different reasons. I was having female problems, endometriosis. And my acupuncturist said, I will help you, but you have to do yoga. And then I'm doing yoga and I'm going, wow, my knee feels better. My back feels better. Wow, there's all of this. And what I realized when I got my scholarship to play basketball, my brother is 2 years older than me. And he's like, kid, you're going to get beat up. You know, these women you're playing are going to be bigger, stronger, faster. So I started doing protein shakes and working out with bodybuilders. So I got very strong superficially. When you're lifting weights, you're isolating, say, just the quadriceps and working those. And then you're isolating just the calves, just whatever you're isolating, rather than what I realized when I started yoga is I'm using my body and synergistically strengthening everything at once. So say I'm doing a pose, Warrior 2, where you bend into one knee, everything's working together. And I realized while my body was strong, superficially, I had these muscles I could show, my joints were very weak because I wasn't strengthening them. So in yoga and other forms, I mean, yoga is just the path I chose. I'm strengthening the joints from the inside, those tiny muscles, to the outside and the big supporting muscles. And that helped me. I was much stronger in my 30s and 40s than I was in my 20s. You know.
Yes, everybody should know that.
And I want
Yeah.
to tell everybody, you are a yoga therapist and energy healer. From basketball, you have a holistic, complete approach now.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
so
And I wish, like,
nice. Yeah, we
how
have to
wonderful would it be
help parents.
if I used yoga to prevent injuries rather than heal from injuries? It's great for healing injuries. But if we could get children into yoga and strengthen their body and learn, you get one shot in this lifetime. You get this body and you're carrying it from childhood through adulthood. So if you know how to take, and some of it is very simple. I'll work with clients who have been in pain for 10, 15 years, worked with physical therapists, done all of this. They've been in pain this whole time. We do a couple of yoga sessions and it's not me doing it. That's the beauty. I'm giving them the power. This is what will help you. And they go home and do it. And all of a sudden they're out of pain after sometimes long periods of time. It's a beautiful thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we definitely are responsible for this body.
Mhm.
Sometimes when people, no, just the body, this is physical. Mind you, this is so precious. This is holy.
Yes.
Body.
Yes. And I hope this is okay to share. So I teach anatomy to yoga therapists, and I'm very interested in anatomy and physiology and how the body works, because our body is amazing. And I've had the opportunity to do 2 cadaver dissections on untreated bodies, so they don't have formaldehyde. So you can see the fascia, you can move them, see the connective tissue. And the first time I did it, and I've studied shamanism for over 10 years. I've done a lot of spiritual work in my life. Doing that cadaver dissection was the most spiritual experience of my life, because you're seeing inside. We aren't a miracle. We are miracle upon miracle upon miracle. And what the body will do to create homeostasis and keep you functioning is amazing. You'll see the body deposit more bone because we need more stability here. And sometimes it will do things that aren't good for us. For instance, if someone's shoulder is really weak, their rotator cuff isn't working, the muscles will start to solidify and calcify to where they become more bone-like, which limits your range of motion, but it stops, the further degradation of the joint. So then as a yoga therapist, I might have to come in and show them how to move in simple ways to start to get, because what the body will do one way, it will do the other way. So if you lose that range of motion, you can also regain it. And even working with seniors, I taught in a retirement home, and I probably shouldn't admit this, but I would have this thought of like, oh, I don't know if this will help. And after 3 months of them doing yoga twice a week, all of a sudden they look like they came out of the movie Cocoon. They have this range of motion that's insane. And it's just, breathing properly and doing and I don't mean yoga, fancy back bends, headstands. I mean, very gentle movement linked with breath creates profound change. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, everybody should know. Definitely.
Yeah.
From school, from very little. What is dear Justine, what is homeostasis? You use the word we didn't catch for the translation. Homeostasis.
Oh, homeostasis. Homeostasis is the body regulating to keep you functioning. So
it's self-regulation.
Yeah, like
okay.
Yeah. And I
homeostasis.
Also,
it's the same in Spanish, actually. Homeostasis.
Good. Okay. Yeah. The other thing I think I wish children knew, I wish I knew when I was a kid, is how to regulate our nervous system. And we can get into very complicated descriptions of the breath, but it's really simple. If you lengthen your exhale, just lengthen your exhale, that calms the nervous system and brings you back into rest and digest. So say a child is really nervous before a test, they're not going to be thinking as clearly because they can't. Their body's in fight or flight. So even at the start of a class, you have to listen all day. At the start of a test, I always tell my clients, let the inhale happen. Don't try and, because that can be distressing. You allow the inhale to happen and then you lengthen the exhale. And it's just like it's almost like a little switch on our nervous system. Oh, here we are, calm. Lengthen the exhale, suspend the breath out for a moment. And you can see it. You can stop a panic attack that way, lengthening the exhale.
As simple as that.
Yep.
No pills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because if you see,
these adapters are going to hate you.
Where they're breathing up here, that triggers the body. Fight or flight, run, run, danger, danger, something's happening. And as soon as you, it just lowers the nervous system. And it's such an important part of health to be able, if you watch children play in a park, they're going from fight or flight back into rest and digest, back and forth. They're chasing their friend, fight or flight. They tackle their friend. They're rolling on the ground, laughing and giggling. Now they're in rest and digest. Oh, here comes someone else playing tag. Run, run, run. And that ability of our nervous system to go in and out of fight or flight and into rest and digest is so important as we age. Even in the medical term, they'll talk about heart rate variability. You need to be able to get excited and to be able to rest and go back and forth. Some people get stuck in that fight or flight, and it's very damaging to our body. Yeah.
Wow. So what would you tell the parents? Like many mothers are watching this program. We are with more than 46 countries, I think, because this is vital. You can really damage a child, a young person, and or you can really reinforce. So what would be tips and recommendations? And what should we do?
I think for me, as a child, if I had really been seen as a person, yes, I'm younger. Yes, I need your wisdom and I need your guidance and I need that, but I'm also my own beauty and my own entity. So to be able to recognize just we teach them because they remember. And I think also to remember to play, to remember to stop. And if they're getting worried, panicked, get up, march in place, have a little fun, shake your body, move the lymph. Okay, now we can go back to work. But to keep children just acknowledged for the beauty they are rather than less than or not full citizens of the earth. Really to nurture them, because as we nurture children, they become nurtured adults. Here I am at 50 years old and I'm finally starting to feel comfortable in my own skin. What if I had had that at 18, Yeah.
Correct. Would you like to share the story of the ballerina, the dancer?
Ah, yes.
How do you say in English?
Sometimes
ballerina? No, this is
ballerina.
Ballerina.
Yeah, which I am not. I tried ballerina or ballet and it was not a good thing. But in my yoga therapy practice, I have worked with young women, and there's one woman in particular I'm thinking of. I think she was 16 at the time, and I knew her mother, and she was having a lot of pain. And so she came to me for a session. I created a practice for her. She did it every day. They came back a week later and there was zero improvement. And the young woman went to the restroom and I said to the mother, please, will you go and get a doctor to check this out, to get an MRI and really see what's going on? Because what we were doing should have helped her and it's not helping her. And I didn't want to do any harm. So they got the MRI and her mother called me in tears, because it was the daughter's dream to be a prima ballerina, but it was also the mother's dream for her to be a prima ballerina. And we have to watch that. How much of it is the mother pushing? And it turned out she had 2 torn labrums in her hips, each side. And that is the deep cartilage in the hip socket. It's very hard to heal naturally. You normally need surgery.
You need surgery.
Yes. And the mother was crying because she knew this meant the dream of being a prima ballerina was over. She had to have surgery. She was in a wheelchair for a time, but then she healed and she walks and she has a normal life. She just doesn't have the strength it would take to be a prima ballerina. And I remember saying to the mother, but wait, she could be a teacher. She could help young women fulfill their dream. But well, it broke my heart because it's like, that's not, the mother was like, no, that's not the dream.
That's not.
And so I just backed off and had to let them mourn that loss.
Mm-hmm.
But and it became a mission of mine to say, when young women, as they're going through puberty, they have much less stability in their ligaments and joints. And so oftentimes, if a coach, a ballet coach, is more interested in that person progressing and less interested in long term, they might push them to go up on point, those ballet shoes where they stand up on point.
Yeah.
I have seen that ruin many, many careers. I won't say it ruined their body because it didn't. There's stuff we can do, but often they will get scoliosis where the spine starts to curve, and that affects the stability of their whole structure. And if that isn't corrected, as they age, it starts to impact their internal organs as well, because everything shifts and there's not room. So it's honoring the child, honoring their dream, but also as a parent, standing vigil. This is your child, and that's the body they have the rest of their life. So not pushing them to do something that might be, athletes really, it's like taking a Maserati car. You're supposed to warm it up and not just gun it to the ground and go hard. And sadly, many athletes, and I find ballerinas to be some of the most gifted athletes in the world from what they have to do with their body. You got to nurture, you got to change the oil, you got to, keep that car running at a nice place.
That's basic respect.
Yes.
That was so interesting. If some people want to be in touch with you, because I'm sure everybody's going to comment and ask many things right now, because we are all mothers and fathers, and we want to do things correctly.
Yes. I have a website. It's justineshelton.com.
Oh, that's easy. Exactly like your name.com.
.com. Or my email is Justine M like Marie Shelton @gmail.com.
Okay, that's easy.
Sometimes I say M like magnificent, but really it's Marie.
Like magnificent. Yes, definitely. Yeah. And please, we do keep in touch. We want to know all your progress and all we can share. As well, you are an energy healer. We don't have time to talk about that, but definitely it goes together. And you have so much to offer. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I love the work you're doing. I really do.
You take care, and we do keep in touch.
Okay. Aloha.
Thank you for your time. See you.
Yes.
Bueno, pues este es el correo de Justin. Y aquí está su web.
Okay, so here below we have the website and email address.
Bueno, pues Noé, si quieres comentar algo, es muy importante de lo que habló ella, de no presionar a los niños ni a los atletas.
Very important not to put pressure into children and athletes. Yes, the importance of the body, no? Sometimes we forget about the body. We just think about the mind and we forget a bit that we need to take care of the body. You're mute, Noé. No se te escucha.
Ahora estoy. Te voy a decir. Decía Laura la impotencia del cuerpo y
and how we cannot forget about the mind, about the body.
and sometimes how we can forget about the body.
Sí, como no olvidarnos del cuerpo, ¿no? Poner demasiada presión, ir más lejos y nos olvidamos que es un sistema que toca cuidar.
Don't forget about the body. Sometimes we push, and we forget it's a whole body we have to take care of.
Bueno, y es por eso que ya tenemos 3 horas 50 minutos.
We've been here for 3 hours and 50
octavo
minutes.
maratón.
This marathon number 8.
Y Noé, yo creo, Laura también, que es momento de mover el esqueleto.
It's time to move.
Hay que mover porque Justin acaba de decir que de cuidar el cuerpo, nosotros también vamos a dar el ejemplo y vamos a hacer el baile de las 13 articulaciones. ¿Les parece?
Whoa. So it's time to move, as Justin said, and we need to move, and we're going to do the 3 articulation joints. 3 joints, 13, sorry. 13 joints dance, right? 13 joints dance.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So, antes que empiece, quiero saber si se escucha bien la música. Mientras tanto, nos pongamos de pie. Hago un ensayo con la música. Y me dice, y tome agua también. Ande a buscar su vaso de agua y todo eso. Eso es un ensayo.
We will
para
make...
que me diga cómo va el sonido.
This is just a test, just to see how is the sound.
¿Se escucha? ¿Más fuerte?
Sí, se escucha.
Si puedes un poquito más fuerte. Bien.
Ya. Entonces, de pie, las traductoras también. Todos. Los que nos ven también. De pie. Todos. Voy a...
eco.
Que tenía las dos computadoras.
Creo, Noé, no está haciendo reverb. Espera, Noé.
El paso básico es... Sí.
Bueno, vamos a comunicarnos con Noé.
Así.
No.
Cadera. Muñecas. Una vez más. Ahora, cabeza. Elbow. Elbow. Otro lado. Good. Otro. Cadera. Cadera. Cadera. Otro lado. Cadera. Strong. And now knees. Otro lado. El tobillo. Tobillo. Muy bien. Everybody. Más rápido. Faster. Faster, faster, faster, faster. Más rápido, rápido, rápido, rápido. At the bird. Now up and side. On the side. Up. Side. Now up. Down. Muy despacito. corazón. Gracias. ¿Ya se siente bien? Respiramos y tomamos a let's breathe a little bit and we sit down. Sit down.
Las articulaciones son muy importantes.
Las articulaciones, como los mayas. Pero la música es de la India.
Sí. ¿Pero me escuchan?
Hola. Sí.
Se llama el baile de las 13 articulaciones de los mayas, pero la música es de la India.
So
la idea es moviendo.
Yeah. So what we just did was 13 joined dancing from the Mayas, but the music was from India.
Bueno, pues después de estar activas, porque realmente, y activos, movimos desde la cabeza hasta la punta de los pies. Entonces,
so
de verdad
we moved
que...
from the head till the toes, bottom.
Es muy importante tener esta conciencia corporal.
Very important to have this body consciousness.
No,
water.
¿Qué les parece? Bueno, sí. Y vamos a las Bahamas.
Yes. Y vamos a ir con una señora, con una amiga, una señora admirable, a wonderful woman. Her name is Dr. Karin Sansir.
Sí. Entonces, pues vamos, destroy the box.
Yeah. Porque la gente dice hay que pensar afuera de la caja. Ella dice, destruir completamente la caja. Pulverizar la caja, dice.
So she says, because people say that we need to think out of the box, but she says, no, that's not right. What we need to do is just to destroy the box.
Pulverize the box. She's a wonderful woman, and she has an important, ¿cómo se dice? Tiene cargos importantes en Bahamas, y ojalá también haremos un congreso allá. Una mujer increíble.
Yeah, she has important responsibilities in the Bahamas. So now we're gonna watch the interview.
Sí, pero unos comentarios. Marta Colomi, genial.
Great.
Hola, gracias por esta maravillosa.
Hello, thank you for this wonderful marathon.
El baile de las 13 articulaciones, como onda encantada. Me encantó.
Okay, so the dancing of the 13 joints, like the onda encantada, that's like a wonder wave would be. I loved it.
Y mientras pones el video, voy a leer sobre... no, ya se fue. Está bien. Tiene una currícula increíble.
Si quieres, comenta la currícula.
Okay. Dr. Karin Sansir has served the education system of the Bahamas for 38 years in many multidimensional capacities. These veteran educators' work experience include Senior Lead Policy Advisor to the Minister of Education, Curricular Officer, Program Coordinator, Coordinator of Regional and International Project, Education Program, Technology and Evolution, and STEAM. She is an expert in STEAM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, among many other jobs and service she did. So with you,
Well,
Bueno, voy a poner.
it's too much to translate at the same time. No, sorry.
Sí, bueno, ella tiene 38 años y ella está dentro del sistema de educación en las Bahamas. Tiene capacidades multidimensionales, es veterana de la educación y tiene mucha experiencia, incluida con el Ministerio de Educación, programa de coordinación de proyectos internacionales y regionales. Y está reconocida por la innovación de ciencia y tecnología de la Universidad de Massachusetts y es certificada internacional, es trainer, entrenadora, coach.
Entrenadora, coach, sí.
Bueno, pues sí tiene un currículum muy, muy largo y muy importante. Bueno, entonces pues vamos ya a las Bahamas.
Somos súper internacional, ¿no? Como todos los maratones, de hecho.
Sí.
Very international, yes.
And see you. And she has a doctorate in education and school improvement, and a lot of experience in public school, public system, private system as well, and many skills in many branches actually. So I'm so glad you had time for the interview.
Yes.
I'm so glad. Welcome to the Quantum Marathon 3000, and it's all about education. Have a beautiful education, a new one, definitely for all the children, young people, and ourselves too. Would you like to present yourself and tell us your view on what would be a holistic approach, maybe, or holistic vision?
Yes, okay. Well, hello, world. Hello, everybody. It's quite a pleasure to join you. My name is Karen St. Cyr. I live in the Bahamas. The Bahamas is a nation. It's an archipelago. We actually have 700 islands. And if you put Rock and Keys in that, that's over 2,000. But 28 of the islands are actually inhabited. We are a small country. We are just over 400,000. The main island, the capital is New Providence. And you would hear about the city of Nassau. We are small in population, but we entertain over 7 million tourists, actually. So tourists is our main industry every year. So we are sun, sand, and heart. We just love people. That's who we are. But when we talk about the vision of education, you know, research has underscored that we are now in the third decade of the 21st century. And this century, even previous to this, the research bled very loud, was very loud in emphasizing the need for development of intellectual capital of our youth and our citizens. And the whole premise of this is that only actually through the development of intellectual capital, of our human capital, that we can then affect change efficient and effective and efficacious change in actually this political, social, and economic arena. And that's the only way our countries will advance. So when I say that, and all of us in whichever countries we are from, we have to understand that the question is, this has been tutored from before the beginning of the 21st century. In this third decade of the 21st century, how far are we in developing that intellectual capital of our persons? Because we do understand that the development of our human capital is paramount, because if we don't, we cannot then really address the challenges that we have with poverty, with low educational outcomes, with unemployment, with crime escalating, with the demand on social services. And you could look up the research, and this is what is actually said all over, and it's actually triangulated all over. So when we talk about the 21st century skills, I ask questions rather than, so for one question, to what extent is the intellectual capital of students and citizens being developed? These are not what I call rhetorical questions. They're for you to think and you'll answer yourself. Because each country has a different matrix to actually do that. You know, what priority is actually being placed on the interlinkages of education and the the national priorities for economic advancement? And you know, how well is the school system, the education system, actually meeting the needs of students? We know about the 21st century skills, and we know about collaboration and teamwork, problem solving, inquiry-based, critical thinking, leadership. How well is your education system addressing these needs and ensuring that the children, the students under our purview as educators actually are learning and applying? We learn a lot, but how relevant is it to everyday life, and how are we applying? So that is very important. In Bill Daggett in 2015, he outlined 5 trends in education. That was 5 years ago, going on to 6. And he emphasized in his research that unless we were ready to actually be effective in these trends, we are fighting a losing battle. So I ask again, how much or how effective is our education system, are our education systems in these 5 trends? The impact of digital learning. COVID-19 has escalated the need for digital learning, the virtual school and the virtual platform. Are the students being educated with a heightened demand for career readiness? Are there pipelines in schools that lead from kindergarten right up to tertiary in relevant areas? Is there emphasis and application on application-based learning and the use of data analysis for decision-making? Some countries are very rich in data, but there's a dearth in analysis. So how then can you use, we have this, we need you know, empirical evidence, we need data-driven decision-making, but on the paradigm, with the paradigm that it is now, how well are we with the analysis? And then some of us, we're not even well with the data, collection of the data. You know, there's something that we can't get data for even basic things. And then the other one is, of course, personal and interpersonal skills, because the whole thing is that we have to ensure that the populace of our countries are better equipped actually to positively contribute to national development. And so education, as it is delivered, unfortunately, to a large extent globally, it's still the very restrictive industrial model that was actually implemented in the early 1900s. And there was a need for it then, but the industrial model we need now is the model driven by innovation and technology. How well are we with now, not just creating and implementing, but ensuring that it is driving what we do. So that is important. And
is this why you talk about having a renaissance in education and actually all the fields
yes.
of the
So yes, the renaissance in education, when you talk about what model of education should we be driving now, and this is the model of innovation, and that is being propelled by technology. The renaissance in education, what it actually would do is to look microscopically with laser precision as how education is actually offered. So they are the leaders, transformative leaders, are the facilities commensurate with flexibility and adaptability for changing times. The furniture, the facility, is the curriculum all connected and interrelated, or is it still in excuse me, in dissected into parcels of content and parcels of information, and never the twain shall meet? How relevant is it in actually solving national community and national problems, and giving each child a voice, that they are nation builders? It's bigger than school. How is all of this related to your ability and your responsibility as a citizen of your country?
So this is another story.
Yes.
This is a big turn, definitely. We have a question. Practically, I know you use a STEAM or STEAM, according to if you want to put art or not.
Yes.
And what are the results? Why is it so nice to combine? And what does it mean, STEAM method?
Okay, with STEM.
Yeah, STEM.
Yes,
sorry.
STEM is actually the science, technology, engineering, and math. You put A with that, and it's STEAM: science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. So what that is and I'm known for many things in my country and internationally, but I'm known for STEM. I always call STEM my baby, because I've been a proponent for this for years. I mean, you could date me. This has been a love of over 25, 30 years of mine. And why STEM? If you actually look at the countries around the world that have emerged as first world countries, and you know who you know these countries, if you look back at their development in education the last 50, 60, 70 years, some of them, but in the more recent times, last 50 years, you would see that they made a deliberate decision to develop STEM in their education system, in their actually national development. It has made the difference between whether a country is a country of consumers or a country of producers. And so the industrialized countries and the countries who have garnered the lion's share of of development, especially in the economic arena, the priority has been on STEM. So and there's much research. There's this was 2001, and this research is dated, but it is so relevant. This was Groundwater Smith Ewing and Lake Como, and they actually said that the fastest growing occupation was STEM related, and that the whole America also had put out there, the US Bureau of Statistics actually, and employment had said that the employment in America was projected at that time, growth in employment was projected to be 7.4% between 2016 and 2026. However, in the STEM related fields, that growth was actually projected to be 10.8% by January 2019. And this is in the STEM related areas. Also in 2009, T.A. Lacey and B. Wright projected that 16 of 20 occupations with the largest projected growth in the next decade, which is actually the decade that we have just left, 2010 to 2019, would be STEM related. And if you do the research all over the world, there is a cry that we need more persons in the STEM fields. And the largest area of that are the occupations that are related to computer and actually information systems. That's about over 45%. And the next largest share are all areas of engineering, about 19%. So you have a country, you cannot actually have sustainability in your country unless you are putting priority on STEM-based and STEAM-based occupations. And that is the reason. It's actually one of the main drivers of economic development globally.
Is robotic part of STEM?
Yes, robotics. Oh,
they love it. I know children from 6 years old, they do love it. They enjoy it so
exactly much. Let me explain the whole. You develop a robotics program and you put, well, not just your underachievers, because I always say you have students who are underachievers. They have no cognitive, most of them, but over 90% of them have no cognitive deficit. They are just disengaged. And what it presents as low academic outcomes. They're disengaged, but if you ask them, what are your ideas for this problem, that problem, and the next problem, you have turned the light on. So you get a STEM program, you get a robotics program, and you put some children who are underachievers in that program. And then you integrate all the basic skills in all the other subjects around that robotics program. So you would say, my goodness, we have this, in quotation mark, high flyers. I would never realize that Mark was a high flyer or Sarah was a high flyer. No, because you did not have the wherewithal to turn on their switch.
That's so.
I could tell you because we instituted a coding program, and coding is one of the main languages of innovation. Canada just last year have instituted that coding will start at kindergarten. And I've visited several countries abroad in 5-6 years ago, and they were doing coding actually at preschool, 3 and 4 year old, because they got a jump on it. That is the language, one of the main language of innovation. So I throw the challenge out. Start a robotic program. It may, you're going to have a problem with the scheduling, because you know why? The industrial model have these restrictive scheduling models. But do it as a lunchtime club or after school club, and you will actually see those children or students who seem to have been statues in class, they will melt. And then you would say, wow.
That's true. That's true.
Yes.
Dear Corinne, before we close, would you like to talk a little bit about your foundation? It's an NGO, I think.
Yes. This is about
women.
Yes, this is about to be launched. It's called the WIPE movement. It's going to be quite global. It's the Women of Innovation, Power, and Enterprise. Women of Innovation, Power, and Enterprise. It's not launched, it's about to be launched. I do a lot of mentoring of persons, a lot of young persons, a lot of women, basically disenfranchised women or women who just haven't had the support that they need. And this is actually the genesis of this organization. And I would take this out to the world, and whatever funds are raised as a result of this is poured back in advancing and improving the quality of life of these women, in assisting to pay college fees, for example, in assisting in entrepreneurship training, in assisting them with parenting skills. Because if we could get the women with the support that they need, then the generations that they are nurturing, and by extension, the generations yet to be born. See, it's transgenerational. We look at who exists now, but in the future, you have to pay into the future, and this is what this is doing.
Well, that's beautiful. And you have a lot. I mean, you work a lot with young people.
Yes.
What will be your message as a
well, the young people say, oh, you know, young people, they are future leaders. Stop the nonsense. They are leaders right now.
Right now.
Because if you, especially with older persons, you have a problem with your phone. You could have a 4-year-old in your house. You say, how would it work this? So you can't tell me they are not leaders. They all have leadership abilities.
It's true.
Our responsibility to nurture those abilities from birth, to, you know, give them that some decision making and nurture as they're ready. So my advice to young people is simply this: don't let people ever put you in a box. You know, people say, well, you have to break out of the box. No, don't ever let them put you in the box. You don't have to think out of the box. Pulverize the box.
I like that.
Tear it apart, that it can never be reconstituted. That was actually, you were put in to restrict who you are, to restrict your innovation, to restrict your capability. You don't have to think out of the box. You have always been out of the box. Let your imagination take a flight. And as I say to my young people, we used to say, oh, the sky's the limit. No, get that out of your head. The sky is too small for you. Universes yet to be discovered are the limit.
Wow.
That's who you are.
Would you like to repeat this last sentence, please? And we are going to put it down.
Yes. So you go and you grow and make your global footprint big, and keep true to yourself. You are the power of one. And the power of one is simply this. You have what it is within you, not only to be successful in life, to improve your quality in life, but to extend a hand up and a support to make others also get your dream and advance in life. So that's it.
Beautiful. So remember, no box, we just pulverize the box. Limit.
No.
The universe, not yet discovered, is the limit, and even beyond, who knows?
Yes, universe
All
is
this
yet
quantum
to be discovered.
discovery,
That's right.
quantum physics things, we can navigate everywhere.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We definitely keep in touch.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Really, I have goosebumps. And see you very soon, dear Karen.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay,
take
take
care.
care,
Thank you,
everybody.
everybody.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
¡Ay, qué lindo! ¡Wow!
Ella es
¿Qué?
impresionante, ¿no? She's amazing.
Sí, de verdad que sí es muy extraordinaria.
She's
Porque
extraordinary.
habla sobre el renacimiento de la
And she talks
educación.
about the renaissance of education.
Creo que sí estamos en esa parte de quiebre, de un plante.
We are in this shift.
Habla sobre los desafíos, ¿no? Pero también de las habilidades que tiene el ser humano.
Talks about abilities and desafíos, retos, challenges.
Yeah. Y también, ¿sabes? De que los ministerios, que las secretarías de educación, que en las escuelas particulares y que en todos tengan estos modelos de innovación.
And she talks about the Ministry of Education and schools and all kind of educational system to go to innovation, to innovate.
Precisamente dice porque la gente joven son los líderes del mañana, pero es que yo creo que son los de hoy.
Young people of today are the leaders of tomorrow.
Y también dice desarrollar la raíz.
And to develop the roots.
Me encantó eso porque me hizo recordar a los ancestros, a mi propia cultura.
So I can remember about my own ancestors and my own culture.
Y a partir de ahí, hacer estos modelos.
To be those models.
Y habla, por ejemplo, del STEAM, que a mí me encanta. Es utilizar la ciencia, la tecnología, la ingeniería, las matemáticas y las artes.
So about STEAM, it's to use science, technology, engineering, and math. And STEAM with an A, you put art as well. So one is STEM and the other one is TEAM.
Sí, estoy totalmente de acuerdo con lo que dijo porque me encanta ¿sabes? Porque cuando están el conocimiento en esta transversalidad es cuando los niños y los jóvenes.
When we have this knowledge as a transversal for the children and the young people. What
Sí,
happened? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Hablas de STEAM o hablas de transversal?
De estos modelos educativos, y si uno utiliza, no importa cuál metodología, pero esta receta del STEAM es cuando a través de lo que, o sea, es que tenemos de todo. Y si lo ponemos en transversalidad, el niño o el joven se apropia de ese conocimiento.
So knowledge, when it's done with the STEAM or STEM, it's when the young people and the students, the children, they get they are like the owner of the knowledge. They get into it. Karina,
Muy
¿te puedo
interesante.
pedir un gran favor? ¿Te puedo pedir un gran favor? Ella dijo, keep true to yourself. Lo puedes poner en pantalla. Keep true to yourself. En español sería más o menos sea fiel a ti mismo, a ti misma, porque eso es muy, muy, muy lindo. So I'm asking Karina to put the quote of Karen, keep true to yourself, o sea fiel a ti mismo, a ti misma. Dijo un montón de cosas muy lindas. Dijo dos cosas que me gustaron. Una era de la caja, voy a decir en español primero. De la caja, hay que pensar afuera de la caja, o think out of the box en inglés. Ella dice, uno, no te dejan poner en la caja, y dos, mejor pulverizar la caja. So in English, she said about the box, think out of the box, and she said, first, don't let yourself put into the box, or better pulverize the box, destroy the box. So I thought that was so great. Sea fiel a ti mismo, a ti misma. In English, keep true to yourself. Be true to your essence. Be true to your heart. Sea fiel a tu corazón, a tu esencia. Sí, definitivamente.
Fundación Colegio Amadeus dice maravillosa maratón.
Gracias.
Gracias por estar aquí.
Por
favor, compartan. Y por favor, y también les pido que se suscriban para que puedan tener el acceso a los demás maratones. Recuerden que es el octavo. Esta es la octava edición. Entonces, si les pareció de verdad interesante este contenido, tienen que ver el 1, el 2, 4, 5, 6 y 7.
Sí, hay mucho. O un día que llueve o un día que tenés insomnia, puedes ver todo. Te toma por como 36 horas. Pero es lindo ver el mundo entero. It's very nice to see the whole world exchanging. And Karina was saying, please, this is the 8th marathon. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can see that too on YouTube. And one more thing, Karina, one more thing. We don't go to the next person yet. Actually, we will go on with Karina. Vamos a, not Karina. We are going to go on with Karen. Karen and Karina, you're always almost the same. Vamos a seguir con Karen. Bueno, Karen, Karina es casi lo mismo. Pero antes, ella dijo otra cosa que quiero recalcar. La gente dice, el cielo es el límite. Ella dice, no. El cielo está aquí, o sea, podemos ir ahora, hoy en día. El universo es el límite. Y de pronto, más allá, de pronto no hay límite. So in English, Karina said about this saying, the sky is the limit. And she said, no, the sky is not the limit. The sky is within reach nowadays. The universe is the limit. Or maybe there is no limit. And I really love what she's sharing with us. And actually, she's so great because then off microphone, she started to talk about life is a battlefield. El universo es el límite. De pronto no hay límite, sí. En el segundo video, ella habló, no, después cuando acabamos la entrevista, empezó a hablar de la vida como un campo de batalla. Y es tan lindo que le grabé también. Es un video muy corto que vamos a añadir a su brillante exposición para que tenga también su noción de la vida como un campo de batalla y que tenemos el poder. So we will see the next video is with Karen as well, because she talked about the battle, life as a battlefield, and it's so nice. I would like to share with you the second video. It's very short, but I love what you said. So I record, we will have it.
Hay una pregunta que quiero lanzarla al público.
I want to ask,
que, por favor,
something to the public.
¿Qué tan efectivo es nuestro sistema educativo?
About our educative system. What is the question? ¿Cuál es la pregunta? Es una pregunta para todos, así que atentos, atentas. This question is for everybody, so.
Sí. ¿Qué tan efectivo? Y la voy a poner aquí.
She's going to write it down.
Bueno, a ver. ¿Qué tan efectivo es el sistema educativo?
La pregunta es, ¿qué tal efectivo es el sistema educativo? How effective or efficient is the educative system?
Sí, esperamos tu respuesta.
And we are waiting
que
for
sea
your
sincera
answer.
y de...
The question is, how effective or efficient is our educative system? And we are waiting for your answers in the comments. So I'm going to watch the comments too.
Ok, vamos entonces ahora al segundo video. Las Bahamas. Voy a compartirles pantalla.
Yo estoy en
y
YouTube.
Terminando.
¿No es cierto?
Sí, en inglés. No hay subject.
Ya, voy a traducir o al final o durante el video.
Bueno,
y mientras
me
tanto la
dices...
gente contesta, ¿no, Karina?
¿Cómo?
Cuando la gente contesta la pregunta. When people will answer the question.
What about the battlefield of life? What do we have to do?
Yeah.
¿Qué pasa con el campo de batalla? ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? De la vida.
The battlefield of life.
El campo de batalla de la vida.
Down in their struggles, and I call it the battlefield of life. Some persons have had a horrendous childhood. Other persons
Tal vez ha tenido una
opportunities.
horrible.
They yearned for opportunities to do different things, a job, you know,
y anhelas cosas diferentes, a veces un trabajo,
advance in
cosas mejores.
It has been denied them. Others have
Porque
fallen
eso les fue negado.
because of sickness. Others have been because of rejection.
O puede ser porque fueron enfermos.
So my challenges may be different. That has led to
nuestros retos son diferentes.
My battlefield than others, but my whole
y así que el campo de batalla es diferente para cada uno. Pero mi papel es no dejar a nadie atrás.
It's just like
nadie atrás en el campo de batalla de la vida.
Who's in the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Army, and he said the soldier will not leave.
And yo tenía alguien que estaba en el Army, en el de los militares, y él decía...
Sí, que era soldado.
Soldado. En los militares siempre se dice no deja ni un soldado atrás.
Any soldier behind. So
no deja ningún soldado atrás.
I will take you on my head.
Entonces eso me llamó la atención.
I will take you on my chest, but I'm going to carry you.
Y entonces decía, yo le voy a llevar en mi espalda, o le voy a llevar sí, pero lo voy a llevar.
I'm not leaving you.
No
I am going to be your strength and tell you to
seré tu fuerza.
Your strength. We have an adage here that says every tub has to stand on its own bottom.
Esta parte no entiendo.
Yes, I'm going to take you and tell you develop a bottom to stand on by yourself.
Entonces te voy a llevar y aprender a estar de pie por ti mismo, por ti misma.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Gracias. Es que esta imagen es tan bella. No vamos a
Qué lindo eso de los soldados.
Sí.
Y que nadie se queda atrás. Y es que, ¿sabes qué, Noé? Estamos pasando por una etapa energética en la que todos tenemos que unir nuestra vibración. No se trata solo de un método educativo.
So it's not only about education. No, espérame. No es solo acerca de educación. Estamos en un cambio energético bastante fuerte
y ¿lo quieres decir en inglés?
Que this is not only about education. We are going through a big shift, energetically talking, an energetic shift. So, entonces, ¿qué?
Y entonces estamos hablando de esta vibración.
So we are talking
y
about
en la que
frequency.
Vamos elevándonos unos con otros.
Where we are rising up all together. One, each other, all of us together.
Yeah, one by one. Y somos como estos soldados.
And we are like these soldiers.
Sí. Wow, yes. qué interesante.
That's very interesting.
Y bueno, Zaida Herrera, una gran amiga, dice, gracias por compartir este maratón tan maravilloso.
Thank you for sharing this marathon. It is marvelous.
Y Mercedes Rivera dice, Alger, that thanks, it's a great system to grow limited and fix mindsets.
So, eso es de la vieja educación. Era de tu pregunta, ¿te acuerdas? Alguitas,
sí.
Which is Mercedes Benz, él piensa que la educación, si entendí bien, ¿no? Es un gran sistema para crecer de manera limitada y tener un estilo de mente, o sea, un pensamiento corto o chiquito, and fixed, o sea, que no se puede mover.
Sí. Que hay una imagen que me aterroriza.
There is a picture
que están unos niños
What? ¿Qué?
Sentados en una banca en un salón. Y entonces la maestra les pregunta cómo se hace una casa. Y entonces empiezan a hacer casas tan extrañas y con una geometría muy extraña, ¿no? Y la maestra no, pone en la...
So there is a story, this is a story about a teacher asking the children to draw a house. So they start to draw a fantastic, beautiful house. And the teacher said, no.
No. La casa tiene que ser así. Y entonces dibuja un rectángulo, un triángulo.
And a triangle.
Y entonces se ve cómo van pasando los niños y la maestra con unas tijeras le va cortando el pensamiento para que todos sean iguales, cuadrados chiquitos.
So in this story, it's like the picture of all the children, and that the teacher is walking through or walking by, and she's cutting all the ideas and the mind of all the children, so they will fit in the box.
Sí, o sea, me aterroriza, pero es una imagen.
So I was very afraid with this story or image or metaphor.
Del sistema tradicional.
Of the traditional knowledge, education. The education of before.
Bueno, Noé, ¿y qué te parece si ahora venimos a Chile?
Vamos a Chile.
Australia.
El video es en español, así que aliste su español.
Bueno, pero es que no es Chile, Australia, es Patricio Lara y es spiritual leader from Native American and Mystic Tradition.
Sí, Patricio es un gran amigo, yo le conocí en Australia, de hecho vive allá, ahora por la cuarentena se quedó stuck en Chile, tiene hartos conocimientos, nos ayudó mucho cuando estaba en Australia 2 veces y me encanta su visión porque está muy conectado con la visión ancestral, con la visión, la tradición de todos los ancestros y me encanta. Y su entrevista, y por eso lo puse al final, o casi la final, es un bálsamo. Oh, es muy lindo su labor, muy lindo. Gracias, Patricio. So we will be with Patricio.
Bueno, pues ahora
Chile and Australia, and I love his work. He helped us a lot, and his interview, his work is like, ¿cómo dices bálsamo? It's like, it's so sweet for the heart. It's like a balm for the heart.
Sí, es como un apapacho del corazón.
It's like soothing. Thank you, Patricio, for the interview, and I hope we will see you soon. You are invited to the Sun Island.
Gracias a María Luz. Dice, me suscribí. Quisiera que mi nieto viese algo del Congreso de los Arquitectos. Él quiere ser arquitecto.
Perfect. He's going to love it.
Y gracias, María, por recordarme que tengo que pasar las fechas. Save the date. Recuerden que vamos a estar en español hasta abril. El primero es el Simposium de Arquitectura, el 26, 27 y 28 de marzo en inglés. Por eso le pusimos Save the Date. Y en español nos vamos hasta abril 16, 17 y 18.
O sea, es el mismo congreso, sino que en vez de hacer en traducción simultánea, el primero es todo en inglés, el otro es solo en español.
Hello, Ayub.
Hello.
Desde Marruecos.
Bonsoir.
Bueno, pues entonces comparte y yo voy a compartir mi pantalla para irnos todos hasta Chile. Ahora los subtítulos están en inglés.
Sí, vamos a hacer al revés y por favor escuche con el corazón.
Sí.
Invitado muy especial, estoy muy contenta de estar contigo. Estamos con Patricio Lara. Y Patricio, nos conocimos en Argentina, ¿no es cierto? No, en Australia. Ahora estás en Chile. Tu raíces es Lakota. Eres artista, cantante, autor, soul coach, eso nos va a explicar, ¿no? Y te conocí a la radio también, en cine. ¿Cómo fue, Patricio, si quieres presentarte un poquito más, y cómo fue tu año 2020? Este año increíble. Estás en Chile ahora,
¿Perdón?
Estás en Chile ahora, ¿no?
Estoy en Chile y muchas gracias por invitarme, querida Noemi. Para mí es un honor estar aquí contigo y con todos tus amigos y amigas. Y creo que no hay una manera de resumir este año 2020, pero si tuviera que hacerlo, sería transformación completamente. Sería renacimiento, ¿cierto? Y florecimiento también. Pero en el aspecto más amplio de la palabra creo que es transformacional.
Y tú tenías además que regresar a Australia y te quedaste en Chile, o sea, fue todo un año de cambio.
La verdad que sí, tenía planes de ir a Europa a hacer seguir con mi carrera musical y antes de, bueno, comenzó todo el confinamiento allá en Europa y cambié mis pasajes para irme de vuelta a Australia. Y 2 días antes de tomar el vuelo, me cierran las fronteras en Chile y en Australia, así que la vida quiso que me quedara acá para bien, ¿no? Para bien, así que felizmente. Bueno, si no, no estaríamos hablando en este momento.
De hecho, ¿no? ¿Cómo fue las elecciones de este año para ti?
Principalmente de autoobservación, de entrar y acostumbrarme que se haga un hábito a entrar continuamente, no solamente ya entré y ahora sigo para acá, no, sino que ir caminando y sabiendo que al mismo tiempo que voy caminando voy entrando siempre a a revisar, ¿no? A ver qué es lo que me tiene pendiente todavía, por qué no estoy pudiendo, por ejemplo, respirar así libremente, qué me está cortando la respiración. Entonces, esa es mi manera de medirlo, ¿no? Entonces, ha sido entrar, revisar, mirar, hacer el proceso que tenga que hacer y, ok, sigamos.
Tú comentaste que una de las cosas que hace es Soul Coach, que sería en español coach del alma.
Coach del alma, correcto, sí.
¿En qué consiste? ¿Y cómo se relaciona con la educación?
Creo que hay una cosa muy importante, creo que para poder expandirse en lo que sea, para que una flor pueda crecer, o como muchas medicinas, como los cactus en México, por ejemplo, en el desierto, para poder crecer, primero necesitas que crezca tu raíz, y que tu raíz sea firme, muy firme, cosa que después esa raíz pueda sostener el resto del árbol, ¿no? Como el bambú que crece 7 años hacia abajo, y después de esos 7 años crece infinito para arriba, ¿no? Entonces, creo que el soul coaching tiene mucho que ver con eso, porque es entrar a mirar en tus raíces para poder cambiar permitir que siga creciendo todo esto que está afuera, que se ha ido creando de muchas maneras, ¿cierto? A partir de la naturaleza propia de lo que somos adentro, ¿no? De nuestra alma. Pero muchas veces este sujeto de acá, que es una parte de nosotros muy benevolente, si se quiere decir así, pero tiene que justamente reeducarse, porque muchas veces recibe el software de quienes son nuestros progenitores o de nuestras experiencias en el diario vivir mientras estamos creciendo. Entonces, debido a eso, comenzamos a crear, ¿cierto? A visualizar, a accionar una vida que muchas veces está en distorsión con la realidad. Y empezamos a ver cosas que en realidad no son. Y entendiendo que cada cosa tiene infinitos ángulos de perspectiva de visión, ¿no? Entonces, para mí el soul coaching es mirar acá, primero tener el coraje de decir, ok, ya me he pegado demasiadas veces con la pared, ahora quiero comenzar a tener control, a empoderarme de mí, de mi vida. Entonces, a mirar qué es lo que no me está posibilitando o qué me está impidiendo, qué me está frenando de ser libre en mi creación, de crear algo en armonía. Entonces, lo que es el soul coaching es asistirte a ti, ¿cierto? En poder hacer esa conexión a través de la meditación, pero no de la meditación que tenemos todos, ese cliché que es estar así en la montaña y cantando Om, ¿no? Sino que además de cantar Om, es simplemente conectarte con todo lo que está pasando en este momento, en ti, desde la respiración, poder silenciar esto que está así continuamente hablando, está mirando para todos lados, silenciarla, pero naturalmente, que se silencia solo. Y desde ahí entrar y sentir acá. Y desde este sentimiento permitir que todo lo que está acá adentro, que nos está haciendo incómodo de alguna manera, simplemente aflore y nos vaya mostrando dónde se quedó atascado. Porque emotion, como muchos ya lo vienen diciendo, viene de energy in motion, energía en movimiento. Y nosotros somos canales de energía. Entonces, si tapamos o bloqueamos esa energía, la energía se tiene que quedar en algún lugar. Por lo tanto, en nuestro día a día vamos a estar, hoy me duele la espalda, hoy me duele el estómago, me duele acá al lado, me duele acá atrás, sin darnos cuenta que eso es solamente energía que está atascada. Pero si no le prestamos atención, porque nuestro cuerpo es un traductor, un comunicador, diciéndonos, oye, tienes que poner atención a esto porque este pensamiento que estás teniendo está haciendo que la energía se atasque justo acá. Entonces, ¿qué hay que hacer? Entrar, mirar, entender cuál es el patrón de pensamiento que tengo que cambiar, y ahí la energía se libera. Y permite que se haga más espacio y siga floreciendo lo que es nuestra esencia natural del real yo que soy. Y ese yo que soy es la comunicación que tenemos con esa energía que lo crea todo, que como queramos llamarle, no importa, pero ese yo que soy viene y se empieza a expresar a través de esto que soy. Entonces, Soul Coaching es ayudarte, asistirte, colaborarte, para que veamos juntos en dónde estamos bloqueando esto, dónde estamos bloqueando este proceso. Por lo tanto, así nos liberamos y nos permitimos ir creando en armonía para el bien de todos, no solamente un bien mío, sino que haciendo un bien que le beneficia a todo lo que existe. A ti, a mí, a la naturaleza, al universo, etc.
Y eso sí, es la esencia de la educación en realidad. De conocerse a sí mismo y liberar todo eso de una. Patricia, tenemos una pregunta por tus raíces Lakota. ¿Qué dice desde la tradición de esos tiempos? Es lo que está pasando ahora desde la perspectiva Lakota y de la unión norte-sur y todo eso.
Dentro de mi camino espiritual, yo sigo la tradición Lakota. Y lo que aprendí desde el comienzo en que ingresé en este camino hermosísimo, maravilloso, fue lo que nos contó un abuelo que me ingresó en este camino, acerca de la profecía del águila y del cóndor, que se ha escuchado bastante últimamente, pero que en esencia es una leyenda, ¿cierto? Una profecía que nos cuenta los cambios que estamos viviendo de alguna manera y poder situarnos en qué está pasando, ¿no? Y esta profecía habla del águila del norte, que se une en un vuelo en conjunto con el cóndor del sur. Y que en ese tiempo, cuando estas aves del norte y del sur se unen en ese vuelo, es porque estamos viviendo en el fondo los cambios de nuestra era. Pero si analizamos más allá de la leyenda y analizamos las capacidades que tienen cada uno de estos seres voladores, como incluso dicen también mucha sabiduría nativa, no solamente la Lakota, sino que están todas unidas de alguna manera a través de la columna vertebral que es América, del ave, de que el universo en el fondo utiliza, ¿cierto?, la creación suya del águila, del cóndor, que son aves que vuelan a mucha altura, son las aves que vuelan a más altura de todas el resto de las aves. Por eso su tremendo tamaño, ¿no? Y desde arriba pueden tener una perspectiva mucho más amplia de lo que ocurre. Entonces, ¿qué sucede? Añadiéndolo a toda esta experiencia, ¿no?, del trabajo emocional interno, cuando logramos abrir ese trabajo emocional que primeramente se puede muchas veces ser ayudado a través de las medicinas ancestrales que vienen en conjunto con estas tradiciones ancestrales de los nativos, ¿cierto? Como la ayahuasca, como el peyote, como el San Pedro, que en un contexto ceremonial te ayuda a romper esas barreras que han estado ahí cerradas por mucho tiempo, pero se tiene que mantener un trabajo constante de autoobservación para poder justamente liberar todas esas cosas que adentro nos están pesando, como este equipaje emocional, ¿cierto? Para justamente convertirte en este águila, en este cóndor, y mirar desde arriba con más perspectiva, sin estar de un lado o del otro, sino que poder ver todo, sin, creo que es algo muy importante hoy en día, Noemi, que es sin caer en el juicio. El juicio, que es algo que tanto nos frena, porque el momento de enjuiciar algo ya hasta ahí no llegamos. y tenemos que volver a hacer el proceso para poder ver por qué estamos juzgando algo, ¿no? Entonces, es un proceso, pero lo estamos viviendo la profecía de la águila del cóndor. La tradición lakota, que se ha extendido por toda América, hoy día llega hasta Chile, que es probablemente hasta lo más al sur que llega esta tradición, Argentina. Entonces...
¿Cómo se une el águila del cóndor? ¿Qué va a pasar? Este gato...
Él está tratando de volar. Cuando sucede esto, del vuelo del águila y el cóndor, estamos viviendo los tiempos de transformación hacia una conciencia más elevada.
Tiempo de transformación a una conciencia más elevada. Sí. Tal vez que este año se aceleró eso, ¿no? Justamente. A la fuerza.
Total. No hay cambio que suceda que no sea a la fuerza. Tú para comerte una nuez tienes que romper la cáscara. Y eso está creado por la naturaleza. Entonces los cambios en la naturaleza vienen a la fuerza. La madre para parir al hijo tiene que relajarse y tiene que pujar, ¿no? Y ahí sale el hijo. Y es un proceso que para algunas madres puede ser un proceso traumático y para otras madres puede ser el proceso más divino y sagrado que vivió en su vida. Sin embargo, los dos tienen la misma consistencia. Para alguien que ha caído en depresión, alguien que ha dicho que ha tocado, como se dice en inglés, rock bottom, que ha tocado a las piedras del fondo del lago, tienes que llegar a ese punto donde sientes las ganas casi de morirte para darte cuenta que en realidad lo que quieres es vivir. Y así las enfermedades, el cáncer y así, todas estas transformaciones. Entonces, estamos viviendo un tiempo de transformación absoluta. O sea, no creo que haya una persona en el planeta que diga que es el mismo o la misma que entró al 2020 y que va a salir igual del 2020.
Tal cual, de verdad. Oye, me parece si... A ver.
Creo que el gato decidió ronronear arriba de la cámara.
No sé qué hacer con él. Ya que no me apague el Zoom. Está empujando la computadora y aquí se la colo. No, por favor, venga por aquí.
Que son completamente independientes además los gatos.
Y se hablan vivo, ¿no? Bueno, tú me comentaste algunas meditaciones semanal, ¿quieres invitar? Porque seguro que mucho necesitamos estar acompañado.
Por supuesto que sí.
Para que la frecuencia se eleve en todo el planeta, si nos quiere compartir esta parte.
De todas maneras, todos los domingos de Chile a las 7 p.m., perdón, todos los domingos a las 7 p.m. acá en Chile, estoy haciendo las meditaciones a través de Zoom, que son meditaciones que no duran más de 40 minutos. Lo importante es que yo lo hago acompañado es una meditación guiada, donde simplemente entramos en nuestro ser, conectamos con nosotros, con nuestra respiración, silenciamos los pensamientos y conectamos con nuestro centro. Y desde aquí ya el camino es personal, en el fondo, porque yo ahí hago justamente lo que es sonido terapia, sound healing, para música terapia, para justamente permitir ese camino, esa trayectoria, que nos vayamos ablandando en distintos sectores, y así cada uno en su propio proceso, pero siempre guiado, porque yo voy haciendo detenciones a través del proceso, guiando también con lo que me va llegando a mí, desde la intuición, ¿no? Lo que voy bajando para compartir, ¿no? Dentro del proceso de cada uno. Entonces, es completamente gratuito y los invito a todas, a todos a que se unan. Pueden encontrar más información en mi Instagram de pato.lara.oficial. También acabo de crear un Instagram nuevo que es patricio.soul.coach. Y si no, puedes encontrar más información en mi página soulcoach.online o patolara.com. dado que Patolar es mi página de cantautor, de músico.
¿Qué tal
Pero
si me
también
lo
es
tipeas y
creativo.
nosotros lo vamos a poner abajo?
De todas maneras, de todas
Sí,
maneras.
lo vamos a poner todo. Y si no, si tipean Patricio Lara, ¿te encuentran?
Sí.
L-A-R-A.
Sí, Patricio Lara.
Bueno.
Sí, ahí en Facebook me encuentran como Patricio Lara también y todo, así que.
¿Cuál sería tu mensaje, no final, porque no hay final, pero tu mensaje al mundo ahora, hoy por hoy, fin de 2020, especialmente papá, mamá y profesores, que ya tú sabes, este maratón es de educación? ¿Cuál sería tu recomendación?
La palabra que se me viene cuando me dices eso es humildad. Es humildad. Humildad. ¿Por qué? Porque la humildad nos ayuda, ¿cierto? Nos permite, es un estado de vibración que nos permite mirarnos y al mismo tiempo nos guía hacia la compasión, a la compasión por nosotros mismos, a la autocompasión. Entender que somos seres humanos, que somos perfectos dentro de lo que hemos sido creados, pero también tenemos muchos errores, así como tenemos virtudes. Entonces, desde esa autocompasión y de esa humildad para abrirnos a mirarnos, simplemente entrar y con amor de ternura por uno mismo, con ese amorcito que uno se apapacha, ir mirando simplemente de dónde vienen esas cosas que a veces no nos gustan tanto a nosotros. Por ejemplo, responderle mal a alguien, o cuando pasa tal cosa que siempre pasa eso y siempre yo tengo la misma reacción. Entonces, darnos cuenta que esos son triggers, son gatillos que nos están mostrando, hey, mira, pero es con amor. No mirar con el juicio de decir, soy malo, mala, tengo culpa, no, sino que mirar entendiendo que para eso estamos aquí, para cortar esta herencia que tenemos de generación hacia generación y de nuestra misma herencia almática también, o sea, es todo en conjunto. Entonces, ir mirando con amor, con tranquilidad, pero mayormente humildad para tener ese coraje de entrar, de mirarnos.
Gracias. Entonces, humildad, compasión, autocompasión me encantó.
Autocompasión.
Amor y ternura. Con eso.
No podemos entregar afuera nada que tengamos adentro. Yo no puedo entregar nada afuera que no tenga adentro. Si yo tengo compasión por mí, te puedo entregar compasión. Entonces, si yo tengo ese perdón por mí, te puedo entregar perdón a ti. Porque sé lo que es estar aprendiendo desde mi propia experiencia.
Y eso va a ser el gran salto de la humanidad, ¿no? Recuperar esta frecuencia. Y es dulce. Y es conciencia. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. No puedo creer que va siempre rápido esas entrevistas, creo. Nos quedamos en contacto también con Australia, con todo lo que haces. Y te vayas bien.
Igual a ti, mi hermosa.
Parece que esta entrevista fue como una invitación, porque estoy súper relajada. Sabes tu voz, tienes un don.
Estamos todos conectados.
Es precioso. Bueno, les vaya súper bien. Gracias por tu tiempo, por estar en el maratón y nosotros a cambiar la educación, empezando por aquí, en mi misión. Gracias.
Un besito a todos, gracias, mi querida. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Ay, Noemí. Qué rica plática. De verdad, qué llena de amor.
This is a great interview, full of love.
Y sabes, algo que mencionó él, sí somos canales de energía.
And as he said, we are channel of energy.
Y entonces lo que hace es colaborar en este proceso para quitar algo que tengamos bloqueado que no nos permita ese desarrollo.
In this process is to unblock this channel so that block us from this process.
Y bueno, crear armonía.
And to create harmony.
Y La energía es movimiento.
And energy is movement.
Entonces, porque cuando uno tiene que meditar, siempre se va uno a aquietar el cuerpo y oh, ya tengo comezón, no puedo rascar porque estoy meditando. Ay, se me está durmiendo la pierna, no me la puedo mover porque estoy meditando.
And she's
Y
talking
parece
about
que fuera una prisión.
meditation is like, oh no, this is stretching, this is hurting, my leg is asleep, but it's not about that.
Claro, y entonces hay muchas maneras de estar en una meditación activa.
We have many ways or manners of having active meditation.
Y la palabra me encantó, humildad.
And I love this word, humility, to be humble. Me too, yo también, con todo apunté
para
de
mirar
mi cuaderno.
Dice, para mirarnos y que nos guíe esta humildad a la autocompasión.
And to, from this humility, go to compassion.
Ay, qué lindo.
Yeah, that's so beautiful. There was...
Me encantó.
Hubo un error en la traducción, cota. La tradición que sigue Patricio es Lakota, L-A-K-O-T-A. So there is a mistake I saw in the translation. It's not about quota, it's Lakota. Lakota is a tribe that Patricio was trained with. He is following the Lakota tradition. This is the website.
www.soulcoach. Y su Instagram, @patricio.soul.coach y @pato.lara.oficial.
Muy bien, tiene todo listo, él es un crack.
Bueno, ¿qué tal tener los datos?
Pero igual lo tienes.
Los datos para que podamos desde ya navegar en las redes.
Sí, y también tomar su meditación el domingo cada noche, o sea, mañana a las 7 de Chile. 7 de Chile de la noche, sí, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, 7 p.m. De la tarde.
4 México.
40 minutos, que es muy lindo, yo recomiendo también, es muy, muy dulce para el corazón, para el alma. ¿Y sabes qué, Karina? Hablando del alma, primero acabo in English. So, and we invite you to the meditation with Patricio, and it's and with sounds, with music. He's a musician, remember? So it's not boring. Oh, sorry, but it's true. But no, anyway, so and it's 7 o'clock Chile time at night, p.m. And talking about soul, and I said it's very nice for the soul. It's very soothing. ¿Sabes qué, Karina? Hay un niño, decía a sus papás, ¿por qué en la escuela nadie me habla del alma? So there was one kid asking his dad, Dad, why in school nobody's talking about my soul? And that's true. They talk about everything minus who we are, soul, essence, why we are here. And this is so important. I think this little child was a genius. He was right.
Sí, wow, que ya haya las donde den, bueno, cada quien tiene sus respuestas, pero que las busque a través de prácticas que lo hagan encontrarlas. Dice, el universo es el límite. Did you translate it?
Yeah, the sky is not the limit. El universo es el límite, dice Marta Colomi.
Sí, the education system is just effective enough to create vibrant workers who maintain and support the system in place without feeling capable of going within and finding their own answers.
So María Luz Sombra dice, el sistema educativo es apenas efectivo para crear un trabajador que sea un buen sirviente, que mantiene el sistema a su lugar, sin saber o sin sentirse capaz de ir adentro y de encontrar sus propias respuestas.
Gracias por esa respuesta.
La buena noticia es que eso justamente está cambiando y estamos co-creando la nueva plataforma, la que es lo opuesto, donde no sostenemos un sistema que ya no funciona, sino uno que estamos co-creando, teniendo en cuenta el planeta Tierra, la happiness, la dicha, el bienestar, la paz. So just we are changing that, creating a new platform where we reverse that, and we are talking about an energy where one can blossom and be in peace and be with a lot of joy and happiness.
Y también dice Marta, maravillosa leyenda del cóndor y el águila. Somos uno.
Wonderful legend of the condor and the eagle. We are one.
Ay, qué lindo, de verdad es inspirador. Contagian quienes han estado a lo largo de estas 5 horas con 20 minutos.
So this is contagious.
Compartiéndonos.
Everybody, that was 5 hours and 10 minutes.
Herramientas, pensamientos y forma de actuar. De verdad, gracias.
Thank you.
We are one world.
Yes, we are one
bueno,
world. Somos un solo mundo.
Noel, ¿qué te parece si vamos ahora a el pueblo arhuaco y su mensaje de paz de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, corazón del mundo?
Sí, so we go to Colombia with the Arauco people, Arauco, Kogi, and Wiwa people. And to make the little ambiance, we will see a little bit of image of the Sierra Nevada where they live. Para ambientar un poquito, vamos a poner un par de minutos de la Sierra Nevada y voy a traducir la canción del abuelo, que es muy, muy, muy lindo. Y después pasamos a la entrevista de Mamo Lorenzo, que Mamo Lorenzo, como todos los mamos de la Sierra Nevada, son realmente grandes sabios. Así que no se vayan porque vamos a cerrar con un broche de oro.
Sí. Ok, vamos a ver este hermoso video.
This is the Arauco people, our sacred earth, holy earth. We are the Arauco of the Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta. We live together with our brothers, Kogis and Wiwas. And at the beginning of the creation, before the light, before the sun, everything was existing in form of spirit. We were born in the mountains and the moor and the sea. We are brothers and sisters. And we are here to take care of the balance, of the harmony of the world. We have to guarantee the path and love. And we have to take care of our mother, nature mother. Hear the condor. Today we still exist and we are here for mutual understanding for the world and to make sure our thought will give you the message of peace and harmony so we can live in harmony with nature. Help us, please, to transmit this message, universal message. To spread this message. From Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta, this is the community of Senim and Bunyake, your brothers of the Arawaku people.
Ay, qué lindo. Como que a mí me dejó como una paz.
For me, it's I'm left with a lot of peace.
Dice Ileana, hola desde Argentina, recién me conecto. ¿Dónde es esto? ¿Perú, Colombia?
I love from Argentina. I just connect. Where is this from? Peru. It's from Colombia. Es de Colombia, Sierra Nevada, al norte de Colombia. El pueblo se llama Arhuaco. Son grandes sabios. Grandes sabios. De hecho, su información lo tiene de 600,000 años atrás. Eso es su historia oral. Y sabe todo de la creación, de la cosmogénesis. These people, they have a very long tradition, a very long history, maybe more than 6,000 years. No. Oh, we will see. The Mamo Lorenzo is going to say the exact date, so I won't say something wrong. El Mamo Lorenzo, en el próximo video, va a decir cuántos años es su historia. Creo que estoy diciendo algo mal. No sé,
Bueno, pues vamos a verlo.
Sí, y les tengo mucho respeto. Yo honro mucho todas las tradiciones, pero mi corazón siempre está en la Sierra Nevada.
Aquí están.
Karina, no me vas a creer. Me dieron una clase y era una clase telepática. Yo no entendí más de 5 minutos. No tenía ni la capacidad de escuchar esta clase. No, este pueblo es increíble, increíble. Wow. Entonces,
Mercedes dice, qué bonito viaje. Tuve la oportunidad de ir a ese lugar, que hice el camino de la ciudad perdida en Santa Marta, Colombia.
Wow, I did the walk to Ciudad Perdida in Colombia. Mercedes.
Son grandes guardianes al parecer.
They are great guardians, it seems. Yes, it is.
Pues vamos, ¿no?
I couldn't believe cuando Mamo Lorenzo aceptó la entrevista, porque normalmente no te aceptan, peor por internet, ¿no? Fue para mí, wow, qué honor. No podía creer que Mamo Lorenzo tenía tiempo y estaba como deseoso de hacerlo. So, sí, casi me puse a llorar. So when Mamo Lorenzo accepted the interview, I was so impressed. I want to thank him. This is really an honor to have Mamo Lorenzo now with us with this marathon.
Pues vamos a verlo.
Son pueblos Arhuaco, Cogi, Huiva. Usted es Arhuaco, ¿no es cierto?
Sí, soy Arhuaco.
Y no sé si lo digo bien, pero tendría que decir Azizare Bulcichano. Buen día, ¿cómo está?
Sí, qué bueno, Azizare Bulcichano. Bien dicho.
Gracias por su tiempo, porque yo sé que tenía talleres, que su agenda es súper apretado. Y sí, por favor, si no quiere comentar sobre la educación, sobre la tradición de la Sierra Nevada, sobre sus mensajes, sobre cómo empezó todo eso que están viniendo haciendo, adelante. Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Entonces, desde el 64 vienen reuniéndose las 4 o las 3 tribus de la Sierra Nevada, Cogi, Huiva, Arhuaco, para enviar mensaje a la humanidad. Cuando decían ellos que extracción de la madre tierra es mermar a la madre tierra. Para proteger los territorios teníamos que juntarnos los sabedores de la tierra para proteger los territorios que nos quedan. Porque los hermanos que excavan a la madre tierra se va a enfermar y va a matar a la madre tierra. Si fuera una mujer, está botando sangre por la oreja, por todos lados, por todos los poros, porque le están sacando y sacando y sacando. Y decían, queremos hablar con los presidentes. Dígale a los presidentes, busque un lugar donde nos podemos encontrar y dialogar con ellos. Entonces, los líderes en ese entonces no entendieron la magnitud del mensaje, no pasó nada. Luego se juntaron en el 73, 81, y en el 92, 96 yo ya estuve presente, donde yo lo escuché personalmente, y yo me comprometí diciéndole que yo voy a llevar el mensaje.
Oh, así.
La educación...
Lorenzo, voy a necesitar que su teléfono esté enfocado. Eso, perfecto, perfecto. Entonces.
La educación tiene que ser que le dé estabilidad, que le dé espacio a su mente, que le dé espacio a su corazón, que le dé espacio a su visión de ojo, de escucha, para que levanten la fuerza del territorio. Las tradiciones, las culturas, la lengua es la vibración de la madre tierra en sus territorios. Por lo tanto, los altares que destruyeron los hermanos en la conquista, tenemos que levantar nuevamente con las propias vibraciones que son las lenguas, las tradiciones, las costumbres, usos y costumbres y culturas. Visto desde ese lugar necesitamos dominar los parásitos de la madre tierra. Hoy día nos está dominando los parásitos de la madre tierra, que son los enemigos de la creación incorporado en los humanos. Ese enemigo incorporado en los humanos no le importa destruir y destruir y destruir. Entonces, hay que construir casa de pensamiento y de sabiduría para que en esa casa de pensamiento y sabiduría puedan juntarse los jóvenes a escuchar la palabra, que asume la responsabilidad como costumbre de cada cultura, de cada lugar, porque todo lo que es la costumbre, la lengua, la tradición, la cultura está escrita en los territorios. Todos los poros que la madre tierra tiene está su gente, que es la cultura, la tradición, la lengua, para que se levanten esa costumbre que necesita la madre tierra, que es la vibración de la madre tierra, que cada casa de pensamiento que se construya tiene que ser reconocido espiritualmente cuántas columnas existen. Las columnas del territorio es como las tribus que se juntaron en el principio de la creación. En ese principio de la creación tenemos que mirar cuántos. Entonces, para que las casas sean natural, para que no juguemos más con los que ya hemos hecho daños. Entonces, en esta casa de pensamiento vas a tener cantos que limpia, que sana, que purifica, que alimenta los espíritus. Las danzas que limpia, que purifica, que refresca, que armoniza los espíritus. Las palabras que limpia, que purifica, que sana, que armoniza, que refresca el espíritu y que alimenta los espíritus. Los pensamientos que limpia, que sana, que purifica, que alimenta los espíritus. Los movimientos a la hora de cocinar, a la hora de lavar, a la hora de pilonear, a la hora de moler con piedra. Cuando se muele con piedra, cuando se pilonea con los palos, es para que el cuerpo reciba la fuerza o minerales que necesita el cuerpo de árboles o de las piedras. Pero espiritualmente hay que direccionar, visionar, sentir que está haciendo sanaciones, sentir que está haciendo alimentos, que está haciendo sanaciones, porque todo el tiempo haciendo la purificación, la sanación, el refrescamiento, la armonización, es por el cambio de cuerpo que está sucediendo en la madre tierra, a toda la naturaleza. Cuando muere es cambio de piel. Entonces, para eso se aprenderá en esas casas de pensamiento y de sabiduría, justamente es para todo lo que le estoy comentando. Entonces, eso es lo que le quería compartir para que desde su aconteceres, desde su hacer que tiene, comience a direccionar y nos pueda invitar también, porque esas escuelas de casa de pensamiento y sabiduría tienen que venir los sabedores a compartir cómo es que se vive oralmente en prácticas de cada uno de los seres. Por ejemplo, yo ya tengo unos hermanos que lleva 8 años al lado mío y ya me está ayudando poco a poco. Y así tenemos que crecer muchas personas para que esos seres se forme espiritualmente. Entonces nada le va a interesar solo yo, porque cuando acumula mucha energía que no deja correr sangre, así como lo ha hecho muchos gentes que tiene dinero, acumula, entonces como que la sangre no corre y después cuando la sangre no corre, se estalla la sangre, ¿no? Eso es lo que está pasando con la economía. Entonces, entendido desde esa casa de pensamiento y sabiduría, tiene que llamar educación propia del lugar. O sea, la salud propia del lugar, la economía propia del lugar y el gobierno propio con sistema del lugar. Así se debe llamar.
Bien, bien.
Eso es lo que le quería compartir.
Gracias. ¿Le puedo hacer una pregunta, Mamo Lorenzo?
Sí.
Mira, dice que todo el conocimiento Kogi, Wiwa, Arhuaco es el más antiguo de todo el planeta junto a los hermanos de Australia. ¿Hasta dónde es la historia? ¿Hasta dónde se acuerda toda la historia, la sabiduría de la creación, el pueblo Arhuaco, por ejemplo, Kogi, Wiwa? ¿De cuán
Tiene
antiguo es?
demasiado años. Pero hasta donde recuerdan, como contar historia escrita, como si lo vamos a escribir, hasta donde recuerdan, así son 16 millones, 32 millones de años, y también lo que recuerda más exactamente lo que pasó hace 8 millones 640.459 años. Y cada 960.000 años, la madre tierra cambia la piel, dicen ellos.
Cambia de piel. Ahora estamos en cambio de piel, Mamo Lorenzo.
Sí, la madre tierra está cambiando la piel. Lo que nosotros necesitamos es agilizarnos en purificarnos, en limpiarnos, en armonizarnos, a refrescarnos, a sanarnos y hacer ofrenda a los espíritus. En eso es lo que estamos.
Entonces es un tiempo súper importante, súper histórico. Es un cambio de ciclo.
Sí.
Perfecto.
O
entonces,
sea, la madre tierra ya lleva 459 años.
¿Cuántos? Voy a apuntar.
459 años cambiando la piel. O sea, desde que comenzó la conquista un poquito ahí.
Y eso
entonces,
va a durar mucho tiempo más.
Sí, por ejemplo, para nosotros 2000 años es muy poquitos, dicen ellos, porque los seres que nacen, los reencarnados, para 500 años es como un día y una noche de descanso.
Wow.
Entonces, 2000 años son como 4 días y 4 noches de descanso.
Qué increíble cosmovisión. A mí me fascina, pero hay que ser prácticos, hay que empezar a armonizarnos, estar alineados. O sea, este cambio de piel va con nuestro cambio. Hay que prepararnos.
Sí, claro.
Vamos, ¿qué tenemos que hacer?
Por ejemplo, nosotros ya estamos haciendo retiros de 9 días en Chile, en Colombia. El próximo año creo que vamos a hacer en México y también se está mirando para Europa.
Si la gente quiere acompañar y estar con usted, ¿cómo se contacta?
Por medio de celulares y los grupos que vamos creando. Por ejemplo, tenemos grupo de WhatsApp de Retorno al Origen de Colombia, Retorno al Origen de Chile.
Ya, entonces vamos a pasar la voz.
Sí.
Tenemos que estar juntos.
Bueno, eso es lo que le quería compartirle.
Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias. Y para los educadores, profesores, papá, mamá, ¿cuál será su mensaje de cierre de esta entrevista?
los educadores al menos dedíquense, saquen su tiempo a estar 8 días, 9 días anualmente para seguir abundando, dándole la fuerza a sus propios hijos, a sus propios alumnos.
Perfecto.
Uh-huh.
Muchísimas gracias.
Así sea. Muy amable.
Les deseo lo mejor
para
que
servirle.
tenga precioso día.
Bueno.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Bueno. Chao, chao. Que esté muy bien. Un abrazo. Y
Gracias.
cualquier cosa.
Sí.
¡Ay! ¡Qué impresionante información!
Sí, y me equivoqué. Les voy a decir las fechas exactas. Que se acuerdan oralmente es entre 6 millones a 32 millones de años. Y que lo tiene así, marcado como si fuera historia escrita, 8 millones de años con 640,459 años, así de preciso. ¿Qué te parece? So in English, I was wrong with the date. Mamo Lorenzo said the histories I remember is about 16 millions of years up to 32 millions of years. But the histories I really have, like for us, it will be written history. It's about, no, it's not about, it's exactly 8,640,459 years. This is the history they have, as precise as that.
Wow, y fíjate, dice la vibración de la Madre Tierra. Y cómo es importante tener una casa de sabiduría para que se pase la palabra y que en uno asuma la responsabilidad.
So he's talking about the house of thinking and wisdom to perpetuate or to transmit the knowledge. Y nota que no dice escuela, dice casa de pensamiento y sabiduría. Notice it doesn't say school, it said house of thought and wisdom. And he said everything is frequency. And we have to raise up the frequency again. And él dijo al inicio que todo es frecuencia y que tenemos que subir la frecuencia otra vez.
Y que nosotros necesitamos estar en sanación y en purificación.
And to be in a healing process and purification process. Porque él dijo también que la Tierra está cambiando de piel y esos son cambios históricos muy profundos. Dice que este cambio de piel empezó hace 459 años atrás. Entonces, ellos tienen nociones de los ciclos espectacular. And Mamo Lorenzo said about the change of the skin of the earth. And he says this process started 459 years ago. And we are in this process right now. And I'm amazed by the notion of cycles they have and the exact time counting.
La comunicación, la información y la invitación para ver los otros maratones, porque hay herramientas que pueden ayudarte a sanar, a purificarte y a poner este granito de arena.
So we invite you to the other marathon and to heal and to purify oneself.
Y recordarles que mañana tenemos maratón número 9, Noé.
So tomorrow we have our marathon number 9th marathon. And this is the last one, es el último. Después, after that, we have other programs, but it will be different.
Bueno, pues, ¿qué te parece si vamos con 50 años, 50 programas?
Yeah, so we go with this video. It's called 50 programs, 50 years. And this is a summary of all the programs we have and all will have. So you know more about Education 3000. De tal manera que sabemos más sobre Educación 3000 o Pedagogía 3000. 50 programas, 50 años. De lo cual pasó 20, solo 30.
Welcome to the presentation Education 3000. Tomorrow's education today.
Bienvenido a los programas de Educación 3000, 50 programas, 50 años.
An educational platform with the new post-2020 paradigms.
A co-crear una nueva plataforma educacional.
New paradigms post-2020. Consciousness,
con los nuevos paradigmas después de
it allows the
2020
integral development of the human being and of the new society in
para el
all its
desarrollo
fullness.
integral del ser humano, de la nueva sociedad
The goal is to
y del
create a
planeta
totally
Tierra.
new educational ecosystem of mutual learning that is cooperative, comprehensive,
Hablamos
proactive,
de
multicultural,
un
ecological,
ecosistema
humane, caring,
educacional
and fun, aiming that way at a new
cooperativo,
society and a deep
integral,
culture of
proactivo, multicultural, ecológico,
How will
humano.
we do this? With the 8 platform axes.
¿Cómo lo
Research
vamos
new
a hacer con
paradigms,
los 8 programas o
Sister
8
School
ejes?
networks, 13 Pillar Society, Education's 3000 International Network, Dissemination, Training Counseling, Peace Programs. All this forms the Coordination International of Communication, the 8 platform axes. 50 programs, 50 years. Number 1, research new paradigms.
Primero,
Quantum
la
neuropedagogy.
investigación. Hacer
Number 2,
investigación sobre la
Sister School Network.
neuropedagogía. El
New
segundo,
curriculum, new methodologies, Architecture 3000, 4000,
la
1000,
red
7
de
pedal
escuelas
schools, and others.
hermanas y nueva currícula, nuevo
Number
todo.
3,
La escuela, la
Pillar
sociedad de los
Society.
13 pétalos.
Eco, Edu, Smart Cities,
Por ejemplo,
ecological,
un programa que se llama
holistic, and great
Ciudades,
personal development.
Eco, Edu, Inteligente.
13 Pillar Society. In the 7 pedal school, the blue pedal is physical and kinesthetic development. In the 13 pedal society, it is sports and health, especially preventive health. In the 7 pedal
Pétalo
school,
azul,
yellow pedal is articulated cognitive development.
salud
In the
y
13 pedal society, it is
deporte.
sciences and
Amarillo,
technology, high-tech,
educación y
low-tech, and
high-tech o
integral
low-tech.
education. Pink
El
pedal is
rosado,
social development, solidarity, geopolitics, cultures, multiculturalism,
ciencias sociales,
peace, culture,
cultura y
social sciences,
solidaridad
and justice.
en la
Ethics.
geopolítica.
The white pedal is
Blanco,
aesthetic development, beauty,
artes
geometry, and bioarchitecture.
renovados y
Renovated
urbanismo,
arts, urbanism,
biourbanismo
and bioarchitecture. The
y
green pedal
arquitectura
is
bio.
ecological development and
Verde,
clean energy systems. Conscious nutrition, conscious
nutrición
agriculture,
consciente,
alternative energy,
agricultura consciente,
discontamination, non-polluting advanced
nuevas
technologies.
fuentes de energía.
The red pedal is productive development,
Rojo, una
fair
economía
economy.
justa.
In the 7 pedal school, violet pedal is personal
Violeta,
development.
que
And
sea el
in the 13
desarrollo
pedal
personal y
society, it is
trascendental del
personal
ser
and
humano.
transcendental development. 50 programs, 50 years. Number 4, dissemination.
La
Editorial,
difusión
Games 3000,
incluye
platform,
editorial,
radio,
audiovisual,
TV,
juegos,
and
plataforma
movies
digital
with our
y
own characters,
película
Yuhu
como
and
Anku
Anka.
y Anka.
Number 5, trainings, counseling.
Capacitación y
Academy for Training,
asesoría
Educational Innovation Secretary.
y la Secretaría de Innovación Pedagógica.
Number 6, International Network.
La red
Number 7,
internacional y la coordinación.
coordination. Network bioregion.
Esas son las
We have 9
bioregiones
bioregions.
de la red.
Number 1, Central America and South America. Number 2, United States and Canada. Number 3, Europe. Number 4, Middle East. Number 5, Africa. Number 6, Russia. Number 7, India. Number 8, Asia, China. Number 9, Australia and New Zealand. 9 bioregions. United Teams of Education, 3000 International Network.
Eso es la red mundial.
Number 8, Peace Programs.
Programas de paz.
There are many children refugees around the world.
Hay muchos niños refugiados alrededor del mundo.
Pedagogy
Por eso tenemos un departamento que se llama Pedagogía Social y programas post-trauma.
50 programs, 50 years. For more information, www.education3000.info. Thank you.
Ay, qué lindo.
Sí, estoy loca por esos programas. Y si quieren ayudar...
Y que bueno, ya están en práctica, ¿no?
Sí, de hecho todos hemos empezado hace 20 años atrás. Entonces deseamos ampliar, reforzar, innovar y seguir adelante más que nunca. So that's 50 programs. We started 20 years ago, and but now we want to spread more and to make it more strong and to spread the word all around the world. Y a propósito de expandir en el mundo entero, ¿quieres hablar del nuevo programa? Tenemos varios nuevos programas, pero hay uno que me gusta mucho. Y que Karina
sí, bueno.
So we are going to talk about our next program, among many others, one I really like.
Este programa se trata de un movimiento mundial.
It's about a worldwide
se trata de cambiar la educación y hacerlo viral.
And make it viral.
Make it viral. Así es, y bueno, es hacer una página en donde vamos a estar invitando a través de las redes sociales como Facebook, Twitter.
And invite everybody from all the social network.
Ya, TikTok, Parler, todas las redes sociales. Porque se trata precisamente de hacer un movimiento viral.
Because we want to do a viral movement, make it viral.
Bueno, niños, porque tenemos niños que participan dentro de este movimiento y adolescentes brillantes.
And teenagers, that they are so bright.
Y entonces, ya cuando estamos maquillando, ya estamos cocinando este proyecto tan hermoso.
Right now, we are cooking.
Y cuando ya lo tengamos, vamos a hacer un programa especial.
And when we have it, we do a special program to show you.
Para invitarlos a que se unan.
And invite you to.
Y lo vamos a tener en español, en inglés,
we will do
en turco,
Spanish, in English. What else?
Turco.
Turco y árabe. Arabic. Russian,
francés.
Francés. Entonces vamos a necesitar mucha ayuda. Si alguien quiere ayudar ahora, ¿se puede conectarse contigo o no? If you want to help, can we join now?
Sí, en este momento voy a poner mi teléfono para que puedan comunicarse por WhatsApp.
Grande. ¿Eso es tu WhatsApp?
estoy en México y la alada es 52 614 130
So this is the WhatsApp of Karina. If you want to help, you can see it's a big project with a lot of translation to do, a lot of things to set up. It's the first time we have such a huge, big program like that. And welcome to Change the World.
Voy a poner un enlace a un WhatsApp, llame Make It Viral, y entonces solamente le das un clic para poder estar en ese chat y aportar todas las grandes ideas que tengas.
So primero entra a tu WhatsApp y de aquí hace clic y entra en Make It Viral.
Entonces vamos a estar poniendo en la página P3000, pero también en, déjenme, se las voy a poner aquí en www.educatiooon3000.info. Vamos a poner ahí el link. Y también lo vamos a poner en www.p3000.info. Porque queremos que este sea una co-creación, varios de la educación en diferentes partes del mundo. Bueno, y es muy importante que compartas, suscríbete a nuestras redes sociales y comparte, porque realmente es una información muy valiosa y tenemos herramientas y lo que necesitas para hacer el ahora.
Por favor, Cari, ¿puedes poner nuevamente tu WhatsApp en pantalla para que puedes anotar ahora, tenga su papel, su lápiz, para tener el WhatsApp de Karina? So we will put on the screen again the WhatsApp number of Karina. 52 is Mexico. Please write down 52614-1360617. So you can be in touch if you want to help with this big Make It Viral movement. We need to be all together and be many, because we are all concerned and we are all important. Remember,
no.
And actually, there is no limit. The universe is not even the limit, I would say. Thank you, Karina. It was so much hours, 6 hours, right? More.
6 horas, Noé.
Yes, a little bit more, exactly. That's wonderful. But we see you tomorrow. Nos vamos a ver mañana, la misma hora. 1 de Bolivia, 2 de Argentina, Chile, Uruguay. Y vamos a empezar con Kenia.
México.
Vamos a ir de nuevo a África. En México, at what time do we start? En México, ¿a qué hora empezamos? ¡Se fue el sonido!
¡Ay, a las! ¿Me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas?
Ahora sí. ¿A qué hora empezamos en México? Mañana domingo 28 de febrero, nuestro maratón número 9. Tomorrow, marathon number 9, the last one, Sunday, 28th of February. And we start in Mexico at, I know, at 11 o'clock, yeah. 11 o'clock in Mexico, 1 o'clock in Bolivia, 2 o'clock in Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay. And 1 o'clock plus 5, it's going to be 6 o'clock in Spain. España, 6 de la tarde. No es tan tarde todavía para que estén con nosotros. And tomorrow we start with Kenya. Be on time. It's so interesting to know what's happening around the world. Mañana empezamos con Kenia.
Right? No, estas 6 me fueron volando.
¿Qué pasó?
Estas horas se me fueron volando.
Sí, ¿no?
Todavía me queda energía.
Entonces, si te queda con energía, ¿tienes el póster de los arquitectos? Hacemos acordar que vamos a tener un simposio de arquitectura 3.000, 4.000, 5.000 y la educación del futuro, con arquitectos, designer, director de escuela, geometría sagrada, sí, arquitectura paramétrica, green cities, ciudad verde. O sea, son temas realmente futuristas, pero que empieza ahora con un panel. Eso. 11th Symposium, yes, 11th Symposium of Architecture 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and the education of the future. We'll have parametric architecture, designer, architect, green architecture, sacred geometry. That's a beautiful symposium. And it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And
así es, los esperamos.
Date again. So please take notes, have your pencil. In English, 26th, 27th, 28th of March. I repeat, in English, 26th, Friday, 27th, Saturday, 28th, Sunday of March. Exactly in 1 month, exactly. And for our friends speaking Spanish, y para los amigos que hablan español, va a estar feliz porque va a ser en español todo el programa. Y eso nos sale el viernes 16, el sábado 17 y el domingo 18 de abril, después de Pascua. Así que imperdible. También si tu hijo quiere ser arquitecto, si tienes alguien en la familia, pase la palabra, pass on the word. Simposio de arquitectura, eso.
Y también
masterclass.
Tener masterclass en español a las 19 horas Bolivia. Y tenemos programa de P3000, 4000, 5000 en acción. Todos los lunes, 19. Masterclass en inglés.
So listen, everybody. If you speak English, we start our masterclass. Yes, finally, every Friday, starting next week. This is for March, and it's 1 o'clock Bolivia. That way, it's not so late for you. 1 o'clock Bolivia is 1 + 5. It's 6 p.m. in Spain. It's 5 p.m. in UK, and Moscow, I think it's 7 p.m. and Lebanon. So everybody can see the masterclass every Friday.
Y todos los domingos, autocuidado consciente. A las 20-21 horas Bolivia.
And tomorrow too. Mañana. Pero eso es this is in Spanish. So in Spanish, we have on Monday, we have on Thursday and Sunday, and in English, Friday. So we won't be bored. No nos vamos a aburrir.
Bueno, Noé, entonces nos vemos mañana. Muchísimas gracias a quienes estuvieran acompañándonos en este Maratón 9.
¿Tienes tu música de cierre?
Bueno, 8.
Mañana.
No tengo una música de cierre.
Bueno, entonces a bailar así. A
celebrar. Cada quien que ponga la música su preferida.
La que me gusta, pero sin copyright.
Sí,
¿la tienes a la mano?
Salema.
Sí, tenemos que. A ver, para que todos acabamos así, con un poco de mucha alegría celebrando África. Y acuérdense que Jerusalén es la ciudad del corazón, no es el lugar físico. Estamos hablando de esta frecuencia que Mamo Lorenzo estaba hablando. So we are going to talk about Jerusalem, and I was saying it's not outside, it's inside the heart, it's a frequency, this famous frequency Mamo Lorenzo was talking about. So we can finish with a lot of joy, honoring Africa, and dancing a little bit, or just enjoy the music.
Y le vamos a poner instrumental.
Perfect. Ready? A ver, vamos a empezar. Es que estaba esperando la canción.
La puse, oye, la puse sin audio, sin letra, para que no nos corten, porque Facebook ya nos puso un strike. Digo, perdón, YouTube ya nos puso un strike.
Entonces, les invitamos a ir a YouTube a ver el tutorial y después a bailar. ¿Sí?
Sí.
¡Chao!
No, antes nada más dice Nicolás Acosta, nos manda un abrazo virtual. Y María Isabel González, qué grande, mi Karina, una labor. María Isabel está detrás de las cámaras. No la vemos, no la ven ustedes, pero realmente se siente todo ese soporte y ese apoyo. Muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, dice, ¡qué maratón! Y felicitaciones, Noemí. Qué gusto verte y estás muy bien. Un abrazo, amiga, desde Chile.
Chile.
Gracias. Bye, bye. Nos vemos mañana.
Tomorrow.
Sean felices.
Be happy. Take care.